The loathing family that had despised me for over a decade immediately kicked me out of the house. I originally wanted to drop my secret alter ego as a miracle doctor, like a mic, to directly slap the faces of this whole family. However, the richest man in the capital city suddenly released a bombshell of a news. They stated that they were desperately searching for their 7th young master, who had been lost for 18 years. Every single detail they mentioned matched me perfectly. Just as I was about to head out and acknowledge my true bloodline, a sudden scream pierced the air from the side of the road. "Oh no, someone fainted!" In an instant, a massive crowd swarmed over. "Good heavens, how is it still just a child? Her little face has gone completely pale." Listening to the chaotic buzz, I didn't hesitate for a second. I parked my bicycle with a screech and strode into the crowd with giant, confident steps. The girl lying on the asphalt looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. Her forehead was completely soaked. It looked like she had sweated an ocean. Someone in the crowd grabbed a dude wearing a white lab coat. "Young man, you must be a doctor, right? Hurry up and save this child." "I can't do that." "Auntie, the family members aren't here. I absolutely dare not make decisions on my own." The white coat wannabe waved his hands dismissively. His eyes dripped with utter disdain. "Besides, I'm not the type to just treat anyone on the street." Seeing this ridiculous display, I swiftly pushed my way through the human wall. My voice was cold, my tone dripping with pure professionalism. "Excuse me, everyone, please make way, let some fresh air flow in. The patient needs ventilation to cool down." Perhaps my aura was just too undeniably boss-like. The onlookers, upon hearing my command, surprisingly didn't question me for a second. As I squatted down and pressed my fingers against the little girl's neck, the auntie standing next to me started getting a little anxious. "Young man, how old are you even? Can you really do this?" "Yeah, kiddo, maybe we should just call 911 first. This child looks like she wandered off and got lost. I've been shouting for half a day and haven't seen a single parent show up." An old grandpa chimed in to persuade me. "We're just afraid that if something goes wrong, this young man will have to take the blame." I swiftly unbuttoned the top layers of the little girl's clothing and moved her to a nice shaded spot. "Don't worry, uncles and aunties, I have a legitimate medical license." Saying that, I unzipped my trusty backpack. A foldable, hardcore mini medical kit revealed itself. As the kit unfolded, rows of gleaming silver needles and rows of surgical scalpels, long and short, lay perfectly side by side. I once again placed my fingers on the little girl's pulse. "Stop right there!" Seeing this scene, the white coat snob couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted at the top of his lungs. "How can you just randomly stick needles into a patient?" I ignored him completely. Lowering my eyes, I focused on counting the little girl's pulse and heart rate. The white coat, however, sneered like a cartoon villain. "I am Braxton, a top-tier student from Capital Medical University. I studied directly under the legendary Dr. Montgomery. I'm not some average, run-of-the-mill peasant. You say you have a medical license? How old are you even?" I remained as cool as a cucumber, hyper-focused on extracting and sterilizing a needle for the little girl. Braxton, having never been treated like invisible air in his entire pampered life, instantly blew his top like a cheap kettle. "I am talking to you! Even the grandpa here knows to wait for the ambulance. Are you an idiot?" I pressed one knee to the ground and said in a freezing tone, "Waiting around idly only delays the golden window for first aid. Is that what your precious teacher taught you?" "Who said anything about waiting idly?" Braxton snorted, pointing his nose so high it could catch rain. "The one delaying first aid right now is you, pulling out needles to show off like a clown. You better pack up that pseudoscience traditional medicine garbage of yours. Let me step in and perform CPR on the patient." Hearing this absolute nonsense, I shot him a glare cold enough to freeze hell. "She has severe heatstroke. Why on earth would you do CPR? You absolute quack." Hearing that word, Braxton exploded like a firecracker. "Who are you calling a quack? Do you even know who my mentor is?" "You have to know." His mentor had just returned from abroad with a prestigious award, and this wild brat dared to question his medical skills. "I have zero interest in knowing. Move aside." I pressed down on the little girl's fingers, extracted the needle and sterilized it. My movements were as smooth as butter. Hearing my dismissal, Braxton's eyes turned red with pure rage. "I won't stoop to the level of a traditional medicine scammer like you." Her lips are turning purple. Obviously, something is wrong with her heart. Myocardial hypoxia and ischemia will stimulate the respiratory function, leading to purple lips. I met his dramatic gaze. My eyes were icy, but heat stroke can equally cause purple lips. The difference between the two lies in the fact that her pulse is stable and steady. Furthermore, her lip lines are visibly cracked and dry, which is caused by prolonged exposure to a high-temperature environment. You don't even bother to observe these basic medical symptoms, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a capital med student? Hearing my epic roast, someone in the crowd chimed in. "Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to check the physical symptoms first." "I've learned that too." The crowd collectively curled their lips in disgust. This capital med guy isn't all that great after all. The young lad is definitely more reliable. Just look at how professional he was when checking the pulse earlier. How could Braxton swallow this kind of humiliation? Fine, even if it is heat stroke. You think a few pokes with a needle will cure her. If that's true, what's the point of us modern medical students existing? My eyes darkened with a chilling vibe. You only represent your own incompetent self. You do not represent all medical students. I'll say it one last time. Move aside. Fine, I'll move. I really want to see how much hot air this wild brat can blow. Braxton sneered, crossing his arms like a petulant child. If you can actually cure her just by poking her with a needle, I will drop to my knees and call you daddy. I'll be waiting to hear you call me daddy. I sought the acupoint against the sunlight and swiftly raised my hand. The first gleaming needle landed perfectly. The little girl immediately furrowed her brows. Amidst her faint struggle, it seemed she was regaining consciousness. Even her tiny brow was knitted into a little ball. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in sheer awe. "Oh my God, she's waking up!" Braxton was instantly dumbfounded. His face turned a chaotic mix of green and pale white. "How is this possible? How on earth did he do that? Just one needle, and the person regains consciousness." I raised my hand again, calm and utterly collected. The second needle pierced the 10 declarations acupoint. I performed a precise bloodletting prick. Instantly, the little girl popped her eyes wide open, a pair of perfectly round eyes. Dark and incredibly bright. She just quietly stared at me like a confused little owl. Her small face was still a bit pale. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The auntie gasped in utter disbelief. "Young man, you just randomly poked her twice, and she's all better." I gently applied pressure around the needle prick. Seeing that enough blood had been released, I used a sterile cotton swab to press and stop the bleeding. "Auntie, I didn't just randomly poke her twice. The 10 declarations acupoints are located at the tips of the fingers. They possess the miraculous effect of clearing heat and opening the senses. Her illness is a heat syndrome, caused by excessive summer heat. Acupuncture can cure severe hyperthermia." "Wow, you make it sound like it's actual science." Braxton laughed like a hyena. "This little brat hasn't said a single word since she woke up. For all we know, that needle of yours just now probably caused some severe brain damage." The auntie was totally bewildered. "The person is clearly awake. What kind of brain damage are you blabbering about? Young man, are you just trying to weasel out of apologizing? What does this have to do with you?" Braxton glared at her and suddenly let out a villainous laugh. "Oh, I get it now. You guys are in cahoots, aren't you? One person pulls the crowd in, the other plays the victim to scam money. This is a massive coordinated fraud ring. I knew it. None of you traditional medicine folks are any good." Hearing this pure garbage, my eyes narrowed dangerously. Just as I was about to raise my hand to teach him a lesson, who knew the little girl would suddenly open her mouth. And in a weak yet incredibly cold voice, she declared, "Traditional medicine has been the national treasure of our country since ancient times. Uncle, your medical skills are pure trash. In the future, you really need to read more books." Braxton was instantly struck dumb. He had literally just claimed the little girl wasn't cured, and the very next second the little girl spoke up and used his own words against him. Wasn't this a bright, ringing slap right across his smug face? The auntie laughed so hard she was swaying side to side. "Hey, capital med genius! She's talking to you. Read more books. I won't stoop to the level of you bottom-feeding peasants." Braxton's face was dripping with disdain, his words incredibly arrogant. "A bunch of poor losers," before he could even finish his ridiculous sentence. I flicked a silver needle straight from my hand. It grazed right past his cheek and stabbed violently into the locust tree right beside him. That kind of ruthless precision made Braxton's entire body freeze in sheer terror. Even his legs turned to absolute jelly. I spoke with a slow, methodical rhythm. "Did you forget something? I was clearly just a teenager." But the terrifying aura radiating from my body was overwhelmingly suffocating. Braxton forced himself to act tough. "What did I forget? Apologize. And call me daddy." I tapped my phone twice. Braxton refused to admit defeat. Acting all high and mighty, he spat out, "Everyone makes misdiagnoses sometimes. I don't have time to tangle with a half-baked little quack like you." The auntie couldn't stand it anymore. "Just look at this, and he claims to be a student of the great Dr. Montgomery. He lost to this young lad and won't even apologize. Tsk, 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 what a garbage bedside manner. What's wrong with my bedside manner?" Braxton retorted shamelessly. "Who can even prove what I said earlier? The money all of you make in an entire lifetime wouldn't even be enough to book a single appointment with Dr. Montgomery. Me being here offering you free consultations is a blessing from the heavens. You bunch of short-lived ghosts still have the nerve to gossip. If you want to throw a medical tantrum, roll away. Look at what kind of neighborhood you're standing in." The auntie was shaking with pure rage. Braxton let out a cold snort, wearing an utterly punchable what-are-you-gonna-do-about-it face. It's a society ruled by law now. He absolutely didn't believe this unorthodox little quack would actually dare to lay a finger on him. Braxton, who never looked at average citizens with anything but contempt, completely failed to realize. The exact moment I lifted my eyes, the very shape of my gaze had shifted into something deadly. I just carelessly played with a hard candy in my hand. Then, with a heavy flick of my finger, the candy shot toward Braxton like a bullet. Wham! Braxton's knees instantly gave out. He dropped heavily onto the concrete with a loud thud. The bone-piercing pain made him instantly scrunch his face in agony. Braxton struggled frantically, trying to stand up, only to realize his entire body felt like it had been encased in cement. He couldn't speak, he couldn't move his hands. It felt exactly like someone had hit a paralyzing acupoint from a martial arts movie. I casually strolled right up to him. My voice was devoid of any warmth. As a medical student, you can't even perform the most basic observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. Yet you dare to make a reckless diagnosis. The title of a doctor isn't a tool for you to act superior to others. It's meant for you to heal the sick and save lives with a compassionate heart. Your medical skills are garbage, and your morals are even worse. Today I'll gracefully accept this grand kowtow of yours. Consider it me cleaning house on behalf of your precious master. You! Braxton's eyes were practically shooting lasers of pure hatred. I leaned down slightly and lowered my voice right next to his ear. Since your skin is so incredibly thick, what did you do to my body? Braxton tried to scream at the top of his lungs. I'm calling the cops! Someone is assaulting me! Hearing this, I let out a soft chuckle. Who can prove that, mister? Braxton, you clearly dropped to your knees all on your own. I certainly didn't push you. He totally deserves it. The surrounding crowd felt nothing but pure, unadulterated satisfaction. The young lad didn't even touch you. Stop trying to scam us. Exactly. He's the one who refused to save the kid in the first place. And when the young lad saved her, he's the one who stood there making sarcastic comments, calling us bottom-feeding, short-lived ghosts with every breath. And now he's too shameless to even apologize. He absolutely doesn't deserve to be a medical student. Did he really think we were easy targets? And he even tried to pull a scam on the young lad. The aunties simply started shouting at the top of their lungs for everyone to hear. Come look, everyone. The genius medical student from Capital Med. His skills are garbage. And now he's kneeling on the street to apologize. You people. Braxton's face flushed the color of a boiled lobster. He was so angry he could barely breathe. Just a moment ago, Braxton was screaming his head off, yelling, "Look at what kind of neighborhood you're standing in." Now, with more and more eyes from the street staring at him, Braxton buried his head deeper and deeper. He wished he could dig a hole in the concrete and bury himself. He was terrified someone might actually recognize him. They were all in the medical circle. This little traditional medicine quack wouldn't get very far. He swore to the heavens that the next time he ran into this brat, he would definitely teach him a brutal lesson. I didn't even bother to spare him another glance. Besides, if there really was a next time, I wouldn't mind taking a moment out of my day to snap his legs. On the flip side, quite a few grandpas and grandmas were eager to get my contact info. They had all witnessed my epic needle-wielding posture earlier. It was practically divine intervention. They absolutely had to add this kid on their phones. The auntie said, "Helpful young man. I saw how insanely skilled you were with those needles. Do you have a family member who's a traditional medicine doctor?" I immediately thought of my grandma, the only person in the Yi family who treated me well. I found a perfectly safe excuse. My grandma studied traditional medicine. She opened a small therapy clinic herself. No wonder. Then auntie will definitely send lots of clients to your clinic. I politely thanked her. Without a single ounce of the haughty arrogance a miracle doctor usually has. A great sage hides in the city. That was definitely describing me. From beginning to end, the little girl who had just been saved stood quietly on the side, watching. It wasn't until I finished up and looked down at her. "Are you still feeling dizzy?" The little girl shook her head, tilting her tiny head back to look at me. "Big brother, thank you for saving Elara. If you hadn't been here today, big brother, Elara would have totally kicked the bucket." The little girl's voice was incredibly sweet. Her eyes were massive. Her little face was pale, delicate, and ridiculously adorable. While thanking me, she even bent her tiny body to give a formal little bow. "My name is Elara." I raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where's your family?" "They're all inside there," the little girl said as she pointed. Her tiny hand pointed straight at the Grand Azure Hotel behind her. That wasn't a place just anyone could walk into. The crowd let out a collective gasp. Everyone showing up at the Grand Azure today was a big shot with serious status. Rumor had it they were all from elite aristocratic families. Then this little girl? Listening to this, I wasn't surprised in the slightest. After all, the little girl was dressed immaculately. Just that tiny watch on her wrist was worth a small fortune. "Next time you go out, remember to bring your bodyguards," I advised her as I packed up my medical kit. Seeing that I was about to leave, the little girl lunged forward and hugged my leg tightly. Every step I took, she took one right with me. We couldn't just keep walking like this. I stopped in my tracks and sighed. "I'll walk you back." "Okay." Having achieved her master plan, the little girl nodded vigorously. "I'm going to make my family thank Big Brother properly." I gently rolled up her tiny sleeve for her. "No need for thanks. I don't accept consultation fees from little kids." The little girl rolled her big round eyes cunningly. "Big brother, do you have a girlfriend?" I stood up straight. No, then I'll have my third sister pledge herself to you in marriage to repay you. The little girl smiled brightly, counting on her tiny fingers in her sweet milky voice. Although my third sister doesn't like to talk much, she is super duper pretty, and she's incredibly good at making money. She'd look amazing on your arm when you take her out. Tons of big brothers want to marry her, you know. Hearing this sales pitch, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't have any plans to get married anytime soon, kiddo. The little girl's imaginary puppy ears instantly drooped in massive disappointment. She just walked the whole way looking totally bummed out. When we finally reached the hotel entrance, she enthusiastically lifted her tiny face again. How about you just meet my third sister first, big brother? Once you see her, you can make your final decision. With my third sister's looks, she will definitely make your heart skip a beat. Her third sister basically used her face to scam people's hearts. Does your sister know you're out here aggressively marketing her like this? The little girl's face turned completely serious. She's always sick. Everyone in the family hopes she finds a boyfriend quickly. Big brother, your medical skills are so amazing, and you have such a good heart. There must be a whole line of people waiting to be your girlfriend. So, of course, I have to secure my third sister's spot in line early. I looked at her dry, slightly purple lips. I bought a bottle of mineral water and a pack of soda crackers for her. Talk less, you haven't fully recovered yet. The little girl was very obedient. Whatever I handed her, she ate. She couldn't unscrew the water bottle herself, so she lifted her tiny hands high. Big brother, help me. At that exact moment, Cedric, the special assistant sent to fetch her, stepped out of the car, and this was the exact scene he witnessed. Wasn't that the fake young master who just got kicked out by the Ye family? Why was Miss Elara hanging out with him, and she was even letting someone else open her water bottle? Did her entire personality just undergo a factory reset? A flash of surprise crossed Cedric's eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and hurried forward. Miss Elara, I finally found you. Thank goodness you're all right. Big brother saved me. The little girl held my hand, her little face suddenly turning haughty. As if this was her true bossy self, Cedric gave a slight bow, polite yet totally strictly business. Thank you. I looked at him, my gaze utterly indifferent. She already thanked me herself. This nonchalant attitude made it hard for Cedric to read the situation. He simply turned to the little girl and said, Miss Elara, the boss pulled some major strings to find you. She's in the car right now. She hasn't even taken her afternoon medication yet. Hearing this, the little girl looked up in shock, as if she never expected her third sister to personally step out of this house. The window of the Maybach parked nearby rolled down just a crack. You could vaguely see someone sitting inside, a slender silhouette, an incredibly graceful posture. Her hand was curled into a fist resting against her lips, as if she was softly coughing. Every single movement she made screamed aristocratic lady, radiating an aura of expensive gold at every turn. As for what she actually looked like, I couldn't see. But being a student of medicine myself, I was hypersensitive to the smell of medicinal herbs. The very second that car window cracked open, I immediately caught the faint, lingering scent of medicine. I had studied the Shenong herbal classic thoroughly, so naturally I knew. Someone plagued by chronic illness was highly likely to be photophobic, sensitive to light. Cedric urged, Miss Elara, do you want to go see the boss first? The little girl was torn. She turned to me and said, Big brother, wait for me here for just a second. Don't run off anywhere. I'll be right back. I nodded. The little girl frantically ran toward the car, leaving Cedric behind, who promptly handed over a sleek fancy card. Thank you so much, Mr. Finnick, for saving our young miss. This is a token of our gratitude. Please, Mr. Finnick, you must accept it. You know my last name is Finnick, which means you know who I am. I let out a playful, knowing smirk, the corners of my eyes curling up. You don't look like you're trying to thank me. You look more like you're in a rush to draw a thick line between us. Cedric's fingers stiffened slightly. Mr. Finnick, you misunderstand, whatever. I tilted my head, glancing at the little girl. Tell her later for me. I've left. With those words dropped, I stood up from the steps. Cedric let out a massive sigh of relief. He was genuinely terrified that this fake young master, kicked to the curb by the Yi family, would use this opportunity to latch onto their young miss like a leech. Under the fading sunset, I picked up my black backpack and turned to walk away. The woman sitting inside the Maybach turned her gaze and only managed to catch the tail end of this scene. His hand was gently patting the little girl's head, his voice carrying a faint, warm smile. So that's the person who saved you? Yeah! The little girl sat up straight, sticking out her proud little chest. Then she suddenly panicked. Why did Big Brother leave? Cedric walked over and bowed deeply. Miss Elara, I didn't even get Big Brother's contact info yet. He promised he'd wait for me. The little girl's eyes darkened instantly, her aura turning terrifyingly cold. You drove him away, didn't you? Cedric's body trembled violently. In the entire capital city, absolutely nobody dared to mess with this little tyrant. She was entirely different from other kids. Don't be fooled by the fact she was only 5 years old. She had a million tricks up her sleeve. She was a master of disguise, and her personality was ruthlessly cold. It was only when the boss was around that Miss Elara would act like a sweet, obedient angel. Any other time, even subordinates like them were terrified of her, and she never ever got close to anyone. So earlier, when he saw Miss Elara acting so chummy with that young man named Finnick, he was genuinely shocked. But remembering his strict duties, Cedric took the blame and confessed. He lowered his head and explained, "Miss Elara, this young man has a terrible reputation. I was worried he had ulterior motives for getting close to you." "So what? Big brother didn't even know me. What ulterior motives could he possibly have?" The little girl's icy glare grew even heavier. "It was your fault for not keeping an eye on me in the first place, which led to me fainting on the side of the road. I got heatstroke completely out of the blue. If it weren't for Big Brother, even if I wasn't kidnapped by bad guys, I would have died right there on the street." "Elara, stop talking nonsense." The woman in the back seat cut the little girl off. The little girl knew her third sister was genuinely getting angry now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called her by her full name. She pressed her tiny lips together tightly and dove into the woman's embrace, her voice muffled and depressed. "Third sister, I finally managed to secure a third brother-in-law for myself, and now it's all ruined. Big brother definitely hates me now." It was hilarious considering how perfectly she had acted like a sweet angel in front of Big Brother just moments ago. The woman let out a long, heavy sigh. Her elegant fingers gently pinched the little girl's cheeks to straighten her face. "My lifelong marriage plans do not require your miniature brain to stress over. Understood?" As the woman spoke, she raised her eyes, signaling the driver to start the car. Gradually, the rearview mirror revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face. A cold, porcelain-white complexion, carrying a sickly, fragile, yet utterly stunning aesthetic. With looks of this caliber, who else could it possibly be? Since you know the identity of Elara's savior, pick out some appropriate gifts and have them sent to him. Seraphina coughed softly a few times. Her gaze fell onto Cedric. Her eyes were like deep, unfathomable water, impossible to read. "In a few days I will personally bring Elara to pay him a visit." Being stared at like that, Cedric broke out in a cold sweat. He absolutely didn't dare to look his boss in the eye again. He quickly replied, "Yes, boss, that young Mr. Finnick wouldn't be hard to find anyway. After all, with the Yi family connections right there, he would definitely have to show them some face." Cedric's imagination was running wild. Little did he know, the current me had absolutely zero desire to see anyone from the Yi family, because they were nothing but a massive headache. But annoyingly enough, the Yi family just loved to throw themselves in my path, just like right now. I had just finished dropping off the kid and was about to ride my bike home, when a painfully familiar voice suddenly rang out from beside me. "Why are you here?" The person speaking was my adoptive mother, Beatrice. Her tone was so drenched in disgust, it was practically dripping. She couldn't even be bothered to use my actual name. I cast a sideways glance over there, only to see a whole flock of people standing nearby. Aside from my adoptive father, Reginald, there were also relatives from Beatrice's side of the family. And Julian, the precious fake son they had just welcomed back, was there too. Like stars surrounding the moon, Julian was gently supporting an elderly man, smiling softly and whispering something in his ear. The elderly man seemed extremely pleased with Julian, gently patting him on the shoulder. A picture of perfect, harmonious joy. Beatrice clearly didn't want the VIPs behind her to see me. She turned her body, trying to block me from view. "I asked you a question. Why are you here?" Beatrice tried her hardest to mask her intense irritation, but the pitch of her voice completely betrayed her. "Finnick, we made things perfectly clear to you yesterday. Your biological parents are out in the countryside. Instead of going to find them, why are you following us to the Grand Azure Hotel to cause a scene? If you think 10,000 isn't enough, I'll transfer a bit more to you later." Beatrice's eyes landed on me with extreme restraint. Right now, I was wearing the most basic t-shirt and jeans imaginable, with a loose backpack slung over my shoulders. "You leave the Yi family, and this is how you dress yourself. Are you completely broke? So poor that—" Beatrice took a deep breath, keeping her voice practically at a whisper. "I know you don't want to go back to the countryside. After all, you've gotten completely used to a life of luxury, but we have absolutely no obligation to keep feeding you. I have a card right here with 50,000 on it. Take it and get out of my sight immediately." I looked at her, rushing desperately to sever all ties with me. I rested one hand casually on my bicycle handle, lazily lifting my eyelids half open. Just as I was about to speak, a voice interrupted me. "Beatrice, who is this? Do you know him?" The silver-haired elderly man walked over, his eyes filled with a mix of scrutiny and confusion. Beatrice hastily lied. "Oh, just a distant relative. We just happened to bump into each other. I saw that he's still young, so I figured I'd offer him a little financial help." The elderly man nodded in deep approval. He then looked over at Julian. "Julian really takes after you." Julian was currently staring at me with the biggest, most innocent puppy dog eyes imaginable, looking like he wanted to say something but was holding back. Then he whispered softly, "My mother always taught me to help others. That is the fundamental core of being a good person." "Excellent." The elderly man's approval grew even stronger. He pointed a finger at Reginald. You are a very lucky man to have raised such an outstanding son. Reginald was originally debating whether or not to expose my true identity, but hearing the elderly man's words, Reginald didn't hesitate any longer. It's all because Julian is a fast learner, unlike that fake one, who has no idea how to read the room. Reginald stepped closer and said to Beatrice, I'm here now. You go inside first. You don't need to stress yourself over relatives' matters. Beatrice looked at me and let out a dramatic, theatrical sigh. Then you try to talk some sense into Finnick. This child hasn't had it easy either. Her face was painted with fake pity. Why haven't you left yet? I watched this entire circus performance with a lazy, careless attitude. My overwhelming presence made it incredibly difficult for anyone to ignore me. Reginald shot me a dirty look. Suppressing his annoyance, he forcibly shoved the card into my hand, his voice low and threatening. Finnick, take the money, say thank you, and get the hell out of here. Today is the day Julian officially takes his master as his mentor. I don't want any accidents ruining it. I was originally half leaning against my bike, my dark eyes indifferent, completely unbothered. But upon hearing this part, the corners of my mouth slowly curled up into a smirk. 50,000 in charity. Take the money, say thanks, and scram. The Yi family was really sparing no effort to paint me as a greedy, cheap, pathetic country bumpkin relative. Just when everyone thought I was going to pocket the card and scurry away, the very next second I threw the bank card straight back at them. The movement was crisp, clean, fast, and aggressively accurate. Instantly, the entire crowd froze. Beatrice lost control and shrieked at the top of her lungs. What do you think you're doing? We are trying to help you out of the goodness of our hearts. Don't push your luck. I rested my chin on my hand. My smile was slow and deliberate. Madam Beatrice, I have zero interest in watching your little acting troupe. Reginald should keep this money to maintain Madam Beatrice. After all, being a mistress who fought her way to the top requires quite a bit of energy. You little! Beatrice's chest heaved violently with rage. She almost spat out a string of unmentionable curses. Reginald's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles popped. If there hadn't been outsiders present, he probably would have thrown a punch right then and there. It was true. Beatrice wasn't Reginald's original wife. Reginald came to Southbridge to do business, and Beatrice set her sights on him. The two of them ignited like dry wood and fire. Reginald lusted after the Beatrice family's power in Southbridge, so he ruthlessly abandoned his original wife in their small county town and married Beatrice. But absolutely no one would ever dare to drag this dirty laundry out into the open. My single sentence completely obliterated the picture-perfect romantic love story Reginald and Beatrice had so carefully crafted. They never realized before today that this wild brat was this incredibly hard to deal with. The faces of everyone present looked like they had swallowed a lemon. The elderly man was also frowning, clearly unaware that such scandalous drama existed. Julian, the newly recovered young master, knew all the juicy inside details. The clever little snake knew perfectly well that this was not the occasion to let me keep running my mouth, so he finally spoke up. Mom, Dad, it's time to head inside for the banquet. This single sentence from Julian snapped both Reginald and Beatrice back to reality. Reginald was the ultimate master at maintaining his public persona. He stared daggers at me. Considering you come from a small town and have no filter on your mouth, we won't stoop to your level. Saying that, he turned to Beatrice. From now on, you need to be more careful about who you try to help. I was just worried that your good intentions would be met with ungratefulness. Beatrice was still glaring at me. The venom in her eyes was completely unhideable. I just let her stare. My eyes, dark and infinitely deep, were impossible to read. That nonchalant attitude almost made Beatrice jump out of her skin again. Mom, don't be angry anymore. It's not worth getting upset over an outsider. Julian expertly intervened to stop Beatrice in her tracks. Dr. Montgomery is a reasonable man. He won't misunderstand you just because of some random rumor. This was a calculated reminder for Beatrice to stop acting like a lunatic. It simultaneously provided her with the perfect golden staircase to step down gracefully, protecting her precious image from crumbling further. Sure enough, Beatrice quickly caught on. She put on a regretful face and let out a long sigh. It really is my fault for trying to help someone and getting bitten for it. Julian comforted her smoothly. Mom, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that people nowadays have highly fragile egos. By offering a card so bluntly, sensitive people will just assume you're looking down on them. He was basically calling me poor, pathetic, and overly dramatic. I raised my eyes, staring at him with immense amusement. This kid's manipulative tactics were actually pretty advanced. Julian continued speaking in his gentle, soft voice. Big brother, I apologize on my mother's behalf. Since you don't want the money, then please stop following the Yi family around. You have your own 2 hands and feet. You can absolutely provide for yourself. I'm just worried my mother's blunt actions might hurt your pride again. His speech was so perfectly polite and reasonable. It immediately drew nods of approval from the crowd. The bystanders looked at him, and then looked back at me. They felt like the two of us were as different as clouds and mud. Julian was magnanimous and kind, while the other guy was a greedy, scheming, dark-hearted creep. The people standing behind the elderly man were all shaking their heads in disapproval. Seeing this, I broke into a wide grin. Those clear eyes of mine seemed capable of seeing right through everyone's souls. Julian actually dodged my gaze, for some inexplicable reason. He felt a flicker of fear toward this brother who refused to play by the rules today. Julian couldn't figure him out. The Yi family had raised him for over a decade. What more did he want? Did he really still think he could play the young master? As if. While feeling guilty, Julian also looked down on me with immense contempt. It was just that he hid his disgust flawlessly. Even right now, he was still speaking softly. Julian is absolutely right, the elderly man smiled as well. In medical psychology classes, they talk about this. The psychological disparity in teenagers, especially those coming from small towns, makes them overly sensitive to the gazes of people around them, to the point where they can't even recognize genuine kindness. The elderly man said, turning to look at me. Young man, since you've come to the big city, let go of the grudges in your heart, and take a good hard look at your surroundings. I listened to his lecture with playful amusement, then suddenly asked a completely off-topic question. Are you the legendary Dr. Montgomery who claims to be able to cure any disease? The elderly man was visibly displeased by my casual attitude. I am, what of it? I'll give you a piece of advice, doctor. Montgomery mistaking a fisheye for a pearl and being a terrible judge of character is a minor issue, but failing to teach your students properly and letting them run around treating people recklessly is a massive disaster. I pointed a single finger down the road. Right over there by the traffic light? Your beloved student is currently kneeling on the pavement. Don't you want to go check on him? The elderly man's face was painted with sheer disbelief. He laughed out loud. How is that even possible? My student would never. Before he could even finish his sentence, a guy dressed like a medical student came sprinting over, panting heavily. Master, it's terrible! Senior brother, I don't know what happened to him. He's kneeling in the middle of the street, and no matter how hard I pull, he won't get up! The elderly man's expression froze instantly. The elegant, dignified aura from moments ago vanished without a trace. The atmosphere at the scene turned so awkward you could cut it with a knife. What is the definition of public humiliation? The elderly man's current state illustrated it perfectly. His face changed colors rapidly. Finally, he stormed off toward the traffic light with massive strides. But before he left, he didn't forget to shoot me one final glare. That look was so icy and dark it was hard to describe, like a bitter feud had officially been born. I really couldn't care less. A buffoon from the Montgomery family, with a crooked heart and an incredibly narrow mind. He never deserved to be a doctor in the first place. Not only did he boast about curing everything under the sun, he also hoarded students everywhere, treating the sacred act of saving lives like a vanity fair for fame and profit, and in the process he had produced a whole flock of useless quacks. This entire show put on by the Yi family was meant for the old man's eyes anyway. Beatrice, who was chasing right after the old man, seeing that I had managed to offend even the great Dr. Montgomery, wanted to burst out laughing on the spot. This wild brat hadn't even gone to the countryside yet, and he was already clueless. Once he truly left the Yi family, he would be absolutely nothing. Now that he had offended the elite circles of Southbridge, there would come a day when he'd be crying on his knees, begging them for help. Reginald, seeing that the VIPs had left, dropped the polite act and gave me a cold stare. From today onwards, we will pretend we never raised you. You walk your bridge, and we'll walk our road. I didn't confirm or deny. I was far too lazy to waste another breath on this circus family. Just then Mr. Gable, who had been riding his electric scooter looking for someone, saw this scene and was instantly unhappy. He parked his scooter with a screech, his brow furrowed tightly. Comrade, how can you speak to little Finnick like that? With such a rude attitude. The young miracle Dr. Finnick always kept an ultra-low profile. Outside the neighborhood compound, he instructed everyone to just call him Little Finnick. Mr. Gable had almost slipped up and blown his cover just now. Reginald, however, completely misunderstood the situation. He shot Mr. Gable a look of sheer disgust. So this is your biological father. Riding a beat-up electric scooter, can't even afford a decent car. No wonder Finnick is so completely unpresentable. People fresh out of the mountain ditches are just a joke. What era is it anyway? Who still wears a mouse suit? Reginald's contempt was as subtle as a neon sign. Mr. Gable, on the other hand, was completely confused. He, the biological father of the young miracle Dr. Finnick. Mr. Gable's eyes widened to the size of saucers. He definitely wished he could be the young miracle doctor's father, but he absolutely wasn't worthy. If that son of his at home had even half of the young miracle doctor's skills, he'd be waking up laughing in his sleep every single night. Reginald didn't care at all about his reaction. He let out a sneer and simply turned around, signaling the security guards with his eyes to come over. With his high and mighty status, he certainly wasn't going to stand on the street bickering with commoners. That would severely lower his class. The security guard, bowing and scraping, rushed to open the door for him. Only after Reginald disappeared into the grand lobby did the guard turn his head back. pointing at me and Mr. Gable, acting like he owned the place. "What are you staring at? I told you guys earlier, this is not a place for people like you. Why do you keep shamelessly trying to sneak in?" Mr. Gable laughed, but out of pure anger. He whipped out his official ID badge, proving he was a level 2 government official. No matter how uneducated the security guard was, he recognized the emblem. The guard's legs instantly turned to jelly. "This, sir, I had no idea a leader was visiting. I'll immediately." Mr. Gable gave him a sideways glare. As a major landmark, the Grand Azure Hotel really needs a thorough inspection. That single sentence sent cold sweat pouring down the guard's spine. "Sir, Before he could even finish his pathetic excuse, he watched in horror as Mr. Gable turned back to the young lad with an incredibly respectful and polite smile. "Young miracle Dr. Finnick, let me handle this. I wasn't in a rush or agitated at all. I just made a be my guest gesture." Miracle doctor." The security guard, upon hearing this title, turned whiter than a sheet of paper. Just what kind of terrifying VIP had walked up to his door? Even a government leader was calling him a miracle doctor. Didn't that Madame Beatrice just say that this young lad was just a poor, distant relative? It was over. He was completely doomed. The security guard knew his job was toast. He simply collapsed into a pathetic puddle on the floor, regretting every life choice he had ever made. Mr. Gable summoned the hotel manager, and with just a few words, had the security guard hauled away. As for why I was here, he wasn't surprised at all. "Young miracle Dr. Finnick, you're also here to treat that Miss Seraphina, right?" I casually replied. "I was originally, but not anymore." Mr. Gable didn't even ask for the reason. He just smiled like a happy Buddha and said, "If you're not seeing her, then let's head back. It's time for your consultation hours anyway. Old Mr. Liang and the others are already waiting at the neighborhood square. It's a scorching hot day. I'm worried they might get heat stroke." Saying that, he lowered his voice to a whisper. "Young miracle Dr. Finnick, a whole group of people from Ashwood County showed up at our neighborhood. They said they're looking for you. I could tell they didn't look like people you'd actually know, so I blocked them for you." Ashwood County. That sounded vaguely familiar. The Yi family had mentioned it when they kicked me out earlier. I pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Gable. If they come again next time, let them in. It's highly likely they are my biological parents looking for me." Coming from a mountain ditch was no big deal. I had plenty of money myself anyway. Mr. Gable, however, listened with his mouth hanging wide open. Biological parents? That massive, intimidating crowd of people? A whole group of stunningly beautiful young women with ethereal auras, surrounding an imposing elderly man. One look and you knew they came from serious money and power. Could they really be the young miracle doctor's family? "I assumed they were just here seeking medical treatment," Mr. Gable muttered softly to himself. I didn't think much of it. I just looked down to send a message rejecting a medical request. Lately, the number of people coming to the neighborhood seeking my treatment was indeed skyrocketing. Many were even traveling from neighboring cities and counties. It wasn't strange that Mr. Gable would assume that. After all, my biological parents were supposed to be in Ashwood County. "Mr. Gable, let's head back. We shouldn't keep old Mr. Liang and the others waiting." "You got it!" Mr. Gable smiled and nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the beloved people neighborhood compound, the Chin family was burning with anxiety. The several young ladies of the Chin family all had urgent business to attend to, and had no choice but to head back first. Grandpa Sterling sat in the luxury business van, his face looking terrible. "Didn't they say the 7th young master lives here? Why does everyone here claim no such person exists? The subordinate will go investigate again right away." The chubby manager Barnaby wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead. "The folks over in Ashwood County said it was the Yi family who took the wrong child, the 7th young master. This subordinate has already sent people to ask. It's possible the 7th young master is still at the Yi residence." Grandpa Sterling raised an eyebrow, exuding an incredibly oppressive aura. "You go personally, right now." Manager Barnaby shivered violently and instantly scrambled out of the van. Grandpa Sterling coughed heavily from the sheer frustration. Over the past few years, due to missing his grandson so much, Grandpa Sterling's health had been steadily declining. Coupled with the exhausting trip to Ashwood County, he had even developed a slight lung infection. The accompanying physician looked at him with deep concern. "Chairman Chin, your body absolutely cannot delay treatment any longer. You must be hospitalized immediately. If you refuse to return to the capital city, we can start treatment here in Southbridge first. With Manager Barnaby keeping watch here at the beloved people neighborhood, we will eventually get news of the 7th young master." Initially, Grandpa Sterling completely refused, until a severe fever suddenly spiked. The Chin family driver didn't say another word. He immediately started the car and sped away from the beloved people neighborhood. No one in the car even noticed. At that exact moment, a teenager riding a bicycle passed right by them, brushing shoulders with destiny. "Little Finnick, you're finally back!" Mrs. Higgins, who sold fruits at the neighborhood entrance, saw me locking my bike and was the first to rush over. "Did little Gable tell you? A bunch of sneaky-looking folks were snooping around looking for you. Mr. Gable, who was called Sir outside the compound, was only worthy of being called Little Gable inside. That alone showed Mrs. Higgins' true street cred. I didn't care about the titles at all. I just raised my hand and naturally took Mrs. Higgins' pulse, smiling as I spoke. So Mr. Gable actually made a special trip just for this. He rode his electric scooter all that way. I have to admit, he gets things done. Mrs. Higgins proudly shot Mr. Gable an approving look. It was incredibly rare for Mr. Gable to get praised by these retired bigwigs. He looked at me with immense gratitude. Teacher Higgins is absolutely right. It's all part of my duty. If young miracle Dr. Finnick ever needs anything, just let me know. I didn't decline the offer. Then I'll be troubling you in the future, Mr. Gable, among neighbors, helping each other out, is how you build a solid bond. If I had acted overly polite with him, Mr. Gable might have just looked out for me to give the retired leaders some face. But from the very beginning, Mr. Gable recognized I was bound for greatness. And now, he practically worshipped the ground I walked on. Inside the Grand Azure Hotel, Reginald, who was in the middle of a phone call, suddenly sneezed violently, his brows knit together tightly. What did you say? People from Ashwood County showed up? Yes, but they explicitly demanded to see that fake young master. They want to know his current whereabouts. The person speaking on the phone was the very same butler who had kicked me out on the first day. Hearing this, Reginald's mind flashed back to that beat-up electric scooter. His eyes filled with utter annoyance. No wonder he refused the money earlier. He thinks it's not enough, and wants to glue himself to our Yi family like a leech. That family is truly shameless to the core. The butler chimed in viciously. I'll go deal with them right now and send them packing. I'm an expert at peeling off these sticky pests. Reginald, being the scheming businessman he was, warned, just don't make it look too ugly. The Yi family has a reputation to uphold. Don't worry, boss. I know exactly what to do. Reginald hung up the phone and went back inside to continue toasting the guests. Very soon, their precious Julian would officially become a disciple of the Montgomery faction. Given the Montgomery family's immense prestige in the medical world, they would definitely be able to connect with the Yin family. From then on, Julian's path to success would be paved with gold at such a critical, life-altering moment. Why on earth would he waste his precious time dealing with my pathetic, dirt-poor relatives? It was an absolute joke, but Reginald not returning home personally that day would become the single greatest regret of his entire life. Evening, at the beloved People Neighborhood Square. I had already set up my free clinic. The line of people waiting to see me was endless. I barely even had time to take a sip of water. But from the very beginning, my phone had been vibrating non-stop. When I finally tapped it open, a mountain of messages piled up. Boss! Why did you reject the Yin family's request? Boss, I already promised my family you would come. Boss, did something happen to you? Seeing that he wasn't going to shut up anytime soon, I freed up a hand and fired back a quick reply. I went. The security guard wouldn't let me in. The security guard? The Grand Young Master Lin never in his wildest dreams imagined his grand master plan would be thwarted by a random security guard. Where are you, boss? I'm driving over to pick you up right this second. I took a sip of water. No need, I'm running a free clinic. It's inconvenient. Young Master Lin was pacing around frantically like a cat on a hot tin roof. Boss, just do it as a favor to me and make one more trip. I'm begging you on my knees. Lin Xuan, you know my rules. I don't treat those who are only chasing after profit after sending that final message. I locked my phone screen, then raised my eyes to look at the elderly man sitting across from me for a consultation. Where does it hurt? The old man patted his shoulder. Right here! My arm just won't lift up. The old man was wearing simple cloth clothes. One look and you knew he came from a rural county. He definitely wasn't a resident of this upscale neighborhood. But everyone around here knew. When I treated patients, I never asked about their background. As long as they ran into me doing a free clinic, I treated them completely free of charge. I felt around his shoulder and collarbone area. You caught a cold in the joint. And there's some mild osteoporosis, sleeping in the same position for too long. Old, sir, in the future, make sure you don't sleep on a pillow that's too high, and remember to stretch and move around more. Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened. That's it? I don't need an x-ray and I don't need surgery, I chuckled softly. It's a minor issue. Why would you need surgery? Extend your arm for me. The old man obediently extended his arm. His expression was still laced with a healthy dose of suspicion. I grabbed his arm. My fingertips pressed exactly onto the acupoint, and with a forceful upward thrust, crack. Before the old man even had time to process what had happened, I smiled. Try moving it now. Hearing this, the old man swung his arm around, his face a portrait of utter disbelief. It's cured! It's really cured! I can lift it! The old man's eyes welled up with tears. He grabbed my hand tightly with both of his. Doctor, thank you so much. I went to so many hospitals. Even Dr. Montgomery told me I needed surgery to fix this arm. I'm just a simple man from a small town. My family really has no money. I was thinking that if push came to shove, I just wouldn't treat it. Thank goodness I ran into you today. You are truly a living bodhisattva sent to save us. The old man was originally just passing by, saw someone giving consultations, and thought he'd try his luck. He never actually believed he would be cured. Upon realizing I wasn't charging a single penny, he was ready to drop to his knees right there. I stopped him and handed him a tissue to wipe his hands. Old sir, this wasn't some major disease. It was just a basic bone setting. Any practitioner of traditional medicine knows how to do this. Basic bone setting. The old man was incredibly confused. But Dr. Montgomery said I absolutely had to be cut open, and the surgery fee was so insanely expensive. It cost $1 million! $1 million! Hearing this astronomical number, the surrounding crowd all furrowed their brows in pure disgust. For an average working-class family, that amount was an absolute death sentence. What is this Dr. Montgomery trying to do? Is he just straight up robbing people? Mrs. Higgins was the first to voice her outrage. These retired leaders loved the common people more than anything. The rest of the crowd was equally furious. They turned to Mr. Gable and demanded, "Little Gable! You better look into this properly." Hearing this, Mr. Gable broke out in a massive sweat. I will try my best. He wasn't even in charge of the medical sector. $1 million? What kind of surgery demands that much money? There's definitely corruption going on here. The old man didn't understand. Corruption? Isn't Dr. Montgomery the absolute best doctor in Southbridge? The folks in our county say his specialist appointments are impossible to book. You have to wait in line forever. My son had to fight online for 3 whole days just to snag one. I saw that the line outside the hospital was completely packed with people trying to see Dr. Montgomery. Would a doctor like that really be corrupt? Mr. Gable sighed heavily. I don't blame you for asking that, old sir. The Montgomery family is indeed the head of the 4 major medical families in Southbridge. Their medical skills are considered top tier, especially over the past 6 months. They've miraculously cured quite a few patients with terminal illnesses. See, that's what I'm saying. The old man laughed naively. A grand family like the Montgomerys probably wouldn't scam a simple guy like me. Mrs. Higgins, however, grew even angrier. They're just bullying honest folks. Mrs. Higgins, have you forgotten what I told you? I lifted my eyes to look at her and said mildly, "Don't get overly emotional." Mrs. Higgins stubbornly crossed her arms behind her back. I'm mad. I'm allowed to be mad. Tell me. A healer who forgets his roots will naturally face judgment from the heavens, I stated plainly. My tone neither rushed nor slow. On the surface, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Only those who truly knew me would understand. The quieter the miracle doctor gets, the more terrifyingly dangerous he becomes. It seemed my temper had been far too good lately, causing some people to completely forget the absolute authority of the heavenly medical pavilion. This old man's condition was clearly just a basic ailment common among the elderly. Even a totally average doctor wouldn't misdiagnose this. Yet the Montgomery family demanded surgery. Mrs. Higgins and the others were absolutely right. There was blatant medical corruption going on here, preying on everyday citizens who knew nothing about medicine, prescribing unnecessary procedures just to drain their life savings. A cold, ruthless smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. Without saying another word, while no one was paying attention, I quietly unlocked my phone. In the upper echelons of the medical academic world, there existed a dark web. A secret network completely unknown to outsiders, filled entirely with the biggest heavyweights in the medical field. Logging onto the dark web interface, I posted a single absolute decree. From this day forward, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion will no longer provide any medical assistance to the Montgomery family. This includes, but is not limited to, medical texts, secret formulas, and the Heavenly Heart Herb. The dark web officially blacklists the Montgomery family. From now on, any requests for medicine from the Montgomery family will be completely ignored by the pavilion. Anyone who violates this order will be permanently expelled from the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. The moment this sentence was posted, the entire dark web practically exploded into pure chaos. Heavenly Medical Pavilion, Vermilion Bird Division, acknowledged. Heavenly Medical Pavilion, White Tiger Division, drafting the official notice immediately. The miracle doctor's actions were always governed by reason and logic. For him to suddenly issue such a brutal, uncompromising ban against the Montgomery family, and even cut off all their access to the Heavenly Medical Pavilion's resources. Just how spectacularly had the Montgomery family offended the miracle doctor to warrant being nuked from orbit by the entire pavilion? Could the Montgomery family even survive in the medical world after this? If the miracle doctor wasn't choosing the Montgomerys in Southbridge anymore, which family would he choose to shower his medical favors upon? Driven by greedy anticipation, the other aristocratic families instantly sprang into action, flouting my inbox with private messages. Among them, young Master Lin was the most aggressively visible. Boss, you are brilliant! You should have ditched them ages ago! This glorious wave of unimaginable wealth has finally landed on our Lin family's lap. I completely ignored all these frantic messages. After dropping the expulsion bomb, I locked my phone once again and went right back to my free clinic. Absolutely no one could have ever guessed that the teenager sitting on the side of a neighborhood square, giving out free checkups, was the legendary miracle doctor currently causing massive shockwaves throughout Southbridge. Meanwhile, the Dr. Montgomery the old man had mentioned was sitting comfortably in a private VIP room at the Grand Azure Hotel, accepting his new disciple. Although he had run into a death-seeking wild brat earlier today, the Yi family knew exactly how to grease his palms, which put him in a much better mood. At the banquet table, Beatrice wore a deeply flattering smile. "Julian, hurry up and serve your master his tea." Julian knelt on one knee, giving Dr. Montgomery the ultimate display of respect. "Master, please have some tea." Dr. Montgomery looked incredibly pleased with himself. "From now on, you are the official disciple of Montgomery. Whichever hospital we want to walk into, we will walk into. Your master will pull all the right strings for you." Hearing this, Beatrice and Reginald were practically jumping out of their skin with joy. Just as the people at the table were raising their glasses to celebrate, suddenly, someone came crashing through the door, stumbling wildly. "Dr. Montgomery! Disaster!" Dr. Montgomery frowned in extreme displeasure. "Running around like a headless chicken. What is wrong with you? Speak clearly if you have something to say." The man shoved a phone into his face and stammered with immense difficulty. "The Heavenly Medical Pavilion has expelled the Montgomery family." "What?" Dr. Montgomery's face instantly drained of all color, turning dead white. His hands completely lost their grip. The scalding hot tea spilled everywhere, burning Julian so badly he instinctively grimaced. "Master!" Julian cried out softly, feeling incredibly annoyed inside, but Dr. Montgomery couldn't care less about him right now. He violently snatched the phone away, staring wide-eyed at the blacklist order personally issued by the miracle doctor. His head spun, his vision blurred. All the blood rushed straight to his brain. He lost his balance and collapsed heavily back into his chair with a loud thud. "How is this possible? Why is this happening?" It came completely out of nowhere, without a single warning sign. "Who did it?" He roared like a wild beast at his medical students, his hair a complete mess, his previous arrogant pride shattered into a million pieces. "Who on earth offended the Heavenly Medical Pavilion?" The medical students shook their heads in utter confusion. "Master, we don't even know what the Heavenly Medical Pavilion is. What is it?" In his sheer panic, Dr. Montgomery had completely forgotten. The Heavenly Medical Pavilion was a legendary entity only known to the absolute elites of the medical world. Every single year, the pavilion would distribute medical aid and knowledge to major hospitals and aristocratic families. The only reason the Montgomery family had been able to ruthlessly crush the other three medical families this past year was entirely because of the backing of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Such classified information was impossible for average medical students or minor families to access. And now, the Heavenly Medical Pavilion had permanently blacklisted their entire family. How was the Montgomery family supposed to survive from now on? Dr. Montgomery was shivering so hard he didn't even dare to guess the reason. As arrogant as he was, how could he possibly imagine that the death-seeking wild brat he looked down on was the very orchestrator of his family's spectacular downfall? To this moment, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. The Montgomery family had always treated the Heavenly Medical Pavilion like absolute royalty. Why on earth were they blacklisted? Could it be the shady stuff they had been pulling at the hospital lately had been discovered by the pavilion? But how? They were always so incredibly careful. They only ever targeted poor people with absolutely zero background or connections. How could the pavilion possibly find out? Dr. Montgomery, seeing that he looked like he was about to pass out, Beatrice quickly rushed forward to comfort him. "It's probably just some minor faction. Everyone in Southbridge knows how powerful the Montgomery family is. Why should you fear some outsider group? Please, don't stress yourself over it." Dr. Montgomery rolled his eyes so hard he practically saw his own brain. "What the heck do you know? A minor faction? Do you have any idea where the Heavenly Medical Pavilion is headquartered? The capital cities. The pavilion that has existed for over a century. They were the exclusive royal physicians for the emperor. During the chaos of the late Qing dynasty, they saved countless lives. And you call them a minor faction?" Of course, he didn't scream all of that out loud, given his cunning nature. There was absolutely no way he was going to expose the fact that his family was practically finished in front of a crowd. What he desperately needed to do right now was stabilize these clueless minor families who had never seen the real world. "You are absolutely right. Everyone knows exactly how dominant the Montgomery family is in the medical field. It's just that on such a joyous day, getting hit with bad news is a bit of a buzzkill." Reginald was a businessman at his core. He felt there was something deeply weird about this whole situation. Beatrice, on the other hand, was terrified her son's apprenticeship was going to go up in smoke, so she continued to blindly flatter him. "Of course, doctor. Montgomery even wins major awards overseas. Now that you're back in the country, you'll naturally make everyone bow down to your expertise." Dr. Montgomery conveniently left out the fact that the targeted drug analysis that won him that overseas award was actually provided to him by the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. He just let out a heavy fake sigh. "We must keep a low profile. The Montgomery family also has its shortcomings. For instance, during this upcoming treatment for the young master of the Yin family, we are missing a crucial Chinese medicinal herb, the heavenly heart herb. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to rely on other family heart herb. Julian's eyes widened in a display of pure, innocent realization, as if he was casually bringing it up by accident. Dad, I remember Grandma has quite a stash of that specific herb, doesn't she? Along with some old medical book. Seeing him take the bait so beautifully, Dr. Montgomery feigned surprise and asked, "The Yi family actually has these items?" Reginald put on a fake, conflicted face. "That's just a bunch of junk the old lady hoards. It's really nothing of value." Hearing this, Beatrice let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Nothing of value? That dirt-poor old hag guards it with her life." Reginald tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to watch her mouth in public. Dr. Montgomery's eyes, however, rolled with greedy calculation. "Forget it. The Montgomery family wouldn't steal someone's prized possessions. It's just a shame that the invitation letters to treat the Yin family might not be enough to go around." The moment Beatrice heard the words Yin family invitation letter, she immediately jumped in. "Dr. Montgomery, you are now Julian's master. We are practically one big family. We will absolutely deliver the heavenly heart herb and the medical book right to your doorstep. Isn't that right, Reginald?" Reginald, driven by pure greed, also made a ruthless decision. "Absolutely. Tonight, I will personally send someone to the old lady's place." "That is wonderful to hear." Dr. Montgomery's face split into a massive, greedy grin. "A week from now, when I go to treat the Yin family, I will bring you all with me. Our Julian is a remarkably handsome young man. Who knows, he might even catch the eye of the Yin family's young lady." "Catch the eye of the Yin family's young lady!" Hearing those magical words, Reginald completely lost all sense of logic. His only thought was to get his hands on the old lady's heavenly heart herb as fast as humanly possible. He didn't care in the slightest that she was his own biological mother. Beatrice was even more ecstatic. She patted Julian's hand excitedly. "If things really go the way your master says, then your entire future is set in gold. That's the Yin family's young lady we're talking about." Julian gave a slight, elegant nod. "When I accompany master to the consultation, I will be sure to perform flawlessly." The Yin family was the absolute ruler of the capital city's aristocratic circles, possessing unimaginable, heaven-defying wealth. Who wouldn't want to marry the Yin family's young lady? The Yi family was really dreaming in broad daylight. A purely profit-driven leech like Dr. Montgomery was obviously just dangling a carrot to use them, all just to get his greedy hands on the Yi family's heavenly heart herb. The Yi family was sucking up to the completely wrong person. They truly were as blind as bats. Evening. At the neighborhood square. I was still completely unaware that someone had targeted Grandma's traditional medicine clinic. I gave a few final instructions to the old man I had just treated. "You must reduce the salt in your diet. When you get home, eat plenty of fruits and vegetables. If anyone ever tells you to get surgery again, do not listen, do not believe them," the old man asked with lingering uncertainty. "I can really just go home like this? I don't need to take several rounds of medication?" I smiled gently. "No need. The air in the countryside is fresh. It's naturally healing." After running around frantically for so long, the old man finally let out a massive sigh of relief. As he left, his eyes were still brimming with grateful tears. After finishing up with this very last patient, I was just about to pack away my needles and close my medical kit, when Manager Barnaby, who had been watching from the sidelines for half the day, suddenly came charging over like a bowling ball. "Young master, seventh young master, I finally found you." Manager Barnaby spoke with a thick capital city accent. He was so wildly excited that even his beer belly was bouncing up and down. I turned my head to look at him. He was wearing a highly tailored, expensive suit. He wasn't very tall, but he absolutely radiated the aura of a high-end corporate executive. I didn't have anyone like this in my social circle. I furrowed my brow. "You've got the wrong person." Manager Barnaby disappointedly repeated my words in his head. He had looked at this teenager's strikingly handsome face, his clean, elegant aura, and genuinely thought this was the seventh young master he had been sent to bring home. Thinking about it now, he was clearly just grasping at straws in a panic. The files provided by the folks in Ashwood County never mentioned a single word about the seventh young master knowing medicine. This teenager's medical skills were practically godlike. If he truly was the seventh young master, the Yi family would have definitely bragged about it endlessly. It was just that the view from the back was so incredibly similar that he had a moment of pure delusion. After I cleared up the misunderstanding, I picked up my bag and was about to leave. Manager Barnaby scrambled to block my path again. "Wait, young man! Could you please come to the hospital with me?" I frowned deeply, signaling him to explain himself. Manager Barnaby wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't dare reveal the Chin family's true identity, so he opted for a safe, generic excuse. "It's like this. My boss took a trip out to the countryside and inexplicably spiked a massive fever. He's been burning up for a full 24 hours now. We've tried antibiotics. He's hooked up to an IV drip at the hospital right now, but his temperature just won't go down. I was hoping to invite you to come take a look." Hearing that the patient was in a hospital, I wasn't super keen on taking the case, since he was already in a hospital. He was in the hands of professional doctors, and his condition should naturally improve. Besides, Grandma still didn't know the Yi family had kicked me out, and I was planning to head back to the clinic to check on her. At this moment, acting out of pure desperation, Manager Barnaby blurted out, "My boss is currently admitted at the Southbridge Medical University affiliated hospital, and that Dr. Montgomery is his attending physician. I'm terrified he's just blindly treating him. The boss got sick here in Southbridge, so naturally, we sought out the best medical facility in the city. But after hearing the old man's horror story just moments ago, Manager Barnaby was genuinely terrified. First of all, the chairman's illness came on incredibly bizarrely. Secondly, since he couldn't bring back the seventh young master, bringing back a young miracle doctor was the next best thing. That way, he might actually be able to keep his current job. Young man, consider it me, old Barnaby, owing you a massive favor. My boss is getting on in years. His body can't handle being tossed around by quacks." Manager Barnaby didn't hide his own selfish motives either. "Plus, I really don't want to lose this job of mine." I listened to his plea, thought about it for a half second, and said, "I charge a fee for house calls. The consultation fee is $1,000. Can you accept that?" "Yes, absolutely, yes." Manager Barnaby nodded his head like a woodpecker. To get medical skills that could snatch someone from the jaws of death for a mere $1,000. That was the steal of the century. Manager Barnaby quickly led me to the side of the road and slightly bowed, gesturing for me to get in. "After you, please." I saw a luxury business van worth over $3 million, extravagant yet understated, and it had a capital city license plate. Furthermore, it was a VIP vanity plate with repeating numbers. A regular company manager absolutely could not afford to drive a car with a plate like that. Then I remembered the frantic messages my subordinate had sent me earlier. I had a pretty solid guess, so I casually remarked, "The sick person's last name is Chin, isn't it?" Manager Barnaby, who was just about to climb into the van, instantly slipped and nearly face-planted. "What? Young miracle doctor, how on earth did you know that?" "I didn't say a single word." I raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. "Don't be so nervous, Manager Barnaby. I just took a wild guess." Manager Barnaby let out a massive sigh of relief. That made sense. How could this young miracle doctor but possibly know anything about the capital city's elite circles? Looking at his lifestyle, it seemed incredibly simple, just giving free checkups to old folks in the neighborhood square. He definitely wouldn't have access to the upper echelons of capital city society. The Chin family had always operated with extreme discretion. They despised making a scene. Their trip to Southbridge this time was strictly to secretly retrieve the seventh young master. They didn't want any unwanted attention. My casual comment earlier nearly gave him a heart attack. He genuinely thought he had completely blown the chairman's cover. There were plenty of greedy families in Southbridge, desperate to latch onto the Chin family. If those vultures found out the chairman was here, how was the chairman supposed to get any peace to recover? I saw exactly what was going through his head, but I kept my mouth shut, regardless of the patient's identity or status. To me, they were simply a patient. It was just that I had one lingering question. Why did the Chin family, while searching for their lost young master, end up looking for him in the beloved People neighborhood? I didn't have much time to dwell on it. The van pulled up smoothly to the hospital entrance. At this moment, inside the VIP ward of the affiliated hospital, Grandpa Sterling lay in the hospital bed, his brows knitted tightly together. From the looks of it, his fever had completely delirious. He kept coughing violently and continuously mumbled in his delirium, "Little Seven, where on earth are you? Grandpa misses you so much." The medical skills of the Chin family's accompanying physician were actually quite formidable, but presented with these specific symptoms, even he couldn't figure out what the root cause was in such a short amount of time. Seeing Grandpa Sterling fall into a deep coma, he completely panicked. He yelled at the hospital staff to quickly fetch Dr. Montgomery. Since the man was allegedly an expert who had won awards overseas, he surely had to have a solution. Dr. Montgomery was still fuming over the whole Heavenly Medical Pavilion disaster, and bumping into the hospital, making him work overtime, made his attitude absolutely garbage. Have them register and wait in line. Do they really think I just treat anyone on demand? Dr. Montgomery, the situation is critical. The elderly man is genuinely severely ill, and the symptoms are extremely tricky. I'm deeply concerned that his life might be in imminent danger. Dr. Montgomery sneered arrogantly. Then decline the case. Tell them to go to a different hospital. Hearing this, the young resident doctor on duty couldn't help but speak up. That doesn't seem right, sir. Saving a life is an emergency. Dr. Montgomery scoffed coldly. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? The young doctor frantically apologized. But this elderly patient is from the capital city. Why don't you at least come take a look? The capital city, regardless of whether the person had real status or not. That name alone made it worth the trip. Dr. Montgomery curled his lip and said, Fine, I get it. Tell the family to wait. Although Dr. Montgomery said he was coming, he dragged his feet so slowly that he was nowhere to be seen. The Chin family's physician was pacing the hallway like a madman, stomping his feet in anxiety. out of viable options. He could only seek help from the Yin family. Just at that moment, a frantic shout erupted from inside the ward. Oh no! The patient's cardiopulmonary function is rapidly declining. Are the patient's family members present? Hearing this, the Chin family physician broke out in a cold sweat. What should they do? Should they inform the young miss? But even flying from the capital city to here would take at least 6 hours. And the doctors inside were already screaming. We need to perform emergency surgery. We need the family's signature immediately. The entire hallway descended into pure chaos. Doctors and nurses were sprinting wildly toward the room, and at that exact moment, Manager Barnaby and I arrived at the hospital. This was the exact scene we walked into. Realizing things had gone terribly wrong, Manager Barnaby grabbed the pale-faced Chin family physician. What is going on? The Chin family physician's eyes were bloodshot. The chairman, he might not make it. What? Manager Barnaby's lips trembled violently. How is this possible? Didn't they say it was just a normal winter cold? The physician shook his head grimly. At first, it definitely was. But you know the chairman's overall health. His lungs already had severe underlying issues. And this time, in his desperate search for the seventh young master, he exhausted himself for days on end, which made everything 10 times worse. Then treat him! Manager Barnaby roared at the top of his lungs. Do you want the chairman to die on our watch? The physician wiped away his own cold sweat. I obviously don't want that, but we're completely out of options. That expert doctor, Montgomery, hasn't even shown up yet, and I've never encountered a symptom like this in my entire career. I'm terrified the chairman is going to… Let me try, I interrupted, his panicked rambling with a calm, flat voice. Through the glass window, I looked at the old man lying on the bed, desperately fighting the Grim Reaper. Hearing my voice, the Chin family physician turned his head. And you are? Manager Barnaby snapped back to reality and hurriedly introduced me. He's the young miracle doctor I brought over to. Absolute nonsense. Before Manager Barnaby could even finish his sentence, a sharp, arrogant voice cut him off from down the hall. It's you again, you greedy little wild brat! Dr. Montgomery sneered, his face incredibly dark. You couldn't squeeze any money out of your relatives, so you've come to scam people at the hospital, is that it? Saying that, he yelled at the staff. Who let this person in here? Do you people not check who walks through the door? Hearing all this shouting, the resident doctor on duty ran over anxiously. Professor Montgomery, it's a misunderstanding. These gentlemen are the patient's companions. The patient's condition is incredibly critical right now. We desperately need you to perform a consultation. The patient's companions? That meant they actually knew this wild brat. So they were just his dirt-poor relatives putting on an act, pretending to be some big shots from the capital city. They made him walk all the way over here for nothing. Clear the room first, Dr. Montgomery ordered with arrogant authority. Hearing this, Manager Barnaby frowned deeply. No, we must stay here, Dr. Montgomery said coldly. I am not accustomed to having an audience when I treat a patient. If you can't accept that, then you can cancel my consultation. Did they really think he was obligated to treat just anyone? Although back at the neighborhood square, Manager Barnaby had already heard tales of this Dr. Montgomery's atrocious behavior and knew he was a terrible person. Seeing his disgusting arrogance in person was a whole different level of infuriating. He was instantly engulfed in a fiery rage. You are a doctor. Are you seriously just going to stand there and ignore a dying patient? Manager Barnaby growled. Dr. Montgomery scoffed with a look of pure disdain. Sir, how can you say such a thing? I requested that the room be cleared. You refused. What else am I supposed to do? If you truly want me to treat him, that's fine too. Dr. Montgomery shot me a look of absolute contempt. This clueless brat of yours offended me earlier today. I won't make things too difficult for you country bumpkins, as long as he personally apologizes to me and promises to never, ever appear in my line of sight again. I will start the consultation immediately. Apologize to you? Go to hell! Manager Barnaby had lived in the capital city for decades. Everywhere he went, people kissed the ground he walked on. And now this decrepit old geezer was blatantly trying to humiliate them. It was glaringly obvious he had zero intention of actually saving the patient. Dr. Montgomery's face twisted into an ugly snarl. What kind of attitude is that? Are you trying to start a medical brawl? Manager Barnaby's belly bounced with pure rage. His eyes turned red. For a split second, he genuinely wanted to punch the old man in the face. But as the person at the center of the drama, I simply reached out and blocked him, saying coldly, saving the patient is the priority. We can deal with everything else later. Manager Barnaby's eyes were red with fury. I'll listen to you, boss, and I beg you. You absolutely must pull him back from the gates of hell. I'm begging you, Dr. Liu, the Chin family physician, seeing his old friend act like this, already believed in my skills about 70 to 80%. Dr. Montgomery's tone dripped with sarcasm. Are you guys seriously putting your faith in an amateur to treat a complex illness? How utterly uneducated can you be? The doctors on duty also chimed in. Mr. Liu, Montgomery is right. Please, you must not act impulsively. You know how incredibly complex the elderly man's condition is. Even you and I are completely powerless. Can he really do anything? Hearing this, I lowered my eyes and casually adjusted my watch, speaking in a flat, matter-of-fact tone. From the very beginning, the patient exhibited heavy breathing, followed by an unexplained high fever, leading to a severe, irritating dry cough. There was blood in his throat, and a clear, dull pain in his chest cavity. Right now, his consciousness should be completely slipping away. The duty doctor's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, his voice trembling with absolute shock. Every single symptom is a perfect match. You really know medicine? Dr. Montgomery simply sneered. Dr. Lin, you've clearly lost your mind. How could a poor brat like him know anything about medicine? He definitely just eavesdropped on one of the nurses discussing the case. At that moment, a nurse nervously clarified. Dr. Montgomery, this young man literally just walked in. We haven't even had the chance to speak a single word to him. Hearing this, Dr. Montgomery shot her a venomous glare. So what? How old is he? He hasn't even finished reading his textbooks yet. Does he even have a license? And he thinks he can treat people? Without a single word. I slammed my medical license onto the waiting room chair. Smack. And it wasn't just any license. My license clearly stated I was at the level of an attending physician. Anyone who had ever studied medicines knew exactly how insanely difficult it was to obtain an attending physician certification. Now, who dared to say I wasn't qualified? That crisp smack felt exactly like a physical slap across Dr. Montgomery's face. The doctors and nurses were in absolute disbelief. An attending physician? In Southbridge, that was basically professor-level status. He was so incredibly young. How on earth did he manage that? My gaze was razor-sharp. I stared Dr. Montgomery down with a freezing cold expression. Move aside. Dr. Montgomery's old face turned a violent shade of green, while he was still squinting at the license to see if it was a fake. Manager Barnaby had already rushed me straight into the ward. Dr. Lin, the doctor on duty, immediately followed to prep the room, along with several nurses who were usually too terrified to cross Dr. Montgomery. They were all pitching in to help, seeing them race against the clock to save the patient. Dr. Montgomery watched with sheer malice. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this in a hospital before. He let out a cold snort. Fine, let him treat the patient. I really want to see who's going to take the fall when this blows up in his face. Dr. Montgomery had it all perfectly calculated. After hearing Dr. Lin's assessment earlier, he had already deduced that the old man's condition was incredibly difficult to treat. There was a very good reason he didn't want to touch this case. Poor people only ever caught complicated poor people diseases. Emergency treatments barely paid anything, and the risk was astronomical. Didn't this poor brat love being the center of attention? Then let him have the spotlight. It would be absolutely perfect if he accidentally killed the patient. When the family inevitably lost their minds, that would be a spectacular show to watch. As far as he knew, the patient's family still hadn't signed the surgery consent forms. Once things went south, that poor brat would never see the light of day again. Dr. Montgomery's voice dripped with nasty sarcasm. You guys better turn on all the recording equipment in the emergency room. When disaster strikes, this hospital is absolutely not taking the blame. Due to the highly unusual circumstances, this medical intervention drew quite a large crowd of onlookers. Inside the emergency room, I had already put on my medical mask and a full sterile gown, standing calmly beside the hospital bed. My movements were methodical, radiating pure professionalism. Do you have the patient's chest x-rays? Yes, Dr. Lin immediately handed them over. I took them, glanced at them for a second, and opened my medical kit. Report the patient's underlying conditions and previous medications. The patient is 71 years old. He has numerous underlying conditions and is highly allergic to multiple antibiotics, so we haven't been able to prescribe any aggressive medications. Hearing this, I didn't panic in the slightest. I swiftly rolled up the old man's long sleeve, just as I suspected. Lin's pupils dilated in shock. That's a tick bite. The doctors and nurses watching from the observation room all widened their eyes in disbelief. We searched him for so long earlier and completely missed that wound. Well, it's tiny, so it's normal to miss it. But how on earth did he know to look for it? No idea, but wow, he looks so incredibly cool, walking right up, rolling up the sleeve, and identifying a tick bite with a single glance. He's amazing! Dr. Montgomery scoffed coldly. What's the big fuss? He comes from a rural village. Of course he's familiar with bug bites. He's just tricking you all with basic trivia. Let's see how tough he acts when he actually has to pick up a scalpel. I didn't pick up a scalpel. Instead, I pulled out the silver needles from my medical kit. The people who originally had high hopes for my medical skills, seeing this, let their shoulders droop, their faces painted with immense disappointment. Dr. Montgomery gloated happily. What did I tell you guys? It's all an act. He doesn't have an ounce of real medical skill. That license of his is probably forged too. Dr. Montgomery is right. How could someone so young possibly be a real attending physician? He's definitely a scammer, right? Right as the crowd was buzzing with gossip, I had already raised my hand and flawlessly inserted the first needle. The needle landed perfectly on the head acupoint. My voice was calm, not rushed, not slow. My technique was bizarrely mesmerizing. The people in the observation room were absolutely stunned. After all, Southbridge didn't have a deep cultural history in this area. Physicians, with genuine expertise in traditional medicine, were incredibly rare. Now, watching my movements flow like water, a rhythm that was absolutely perfect. For a moment, they were completely speechless. This was literally a textbook perfect acupuncture demonstration. Even if Dr. Montgomery was considered an expert, he definitely couldn't pull off a move like this. Dr. Montgomery, sensing the changing atmosphere, stubbornly muttered, "Flashy nonsense. He's clearly just poking randomly. What kind of actual effect could that possibly have?" However, he was violently slapped in the face the very next second. Inside the emergency room, the nurse responsible for monitoring the vitals suddenly screamed excitedly, "His fever broke! The patient's fever broke! His temperature is dropping!" Instantly, the observation room erupted into wild cheers. Manager Barnaby jumped up and down like a happy boulder. "I knew the young miracle doctor could do it." Saying that, he shot Dr. Montgomery a dirty look. "He's 100 times better than some so-called experts." Dr. Montgomery's face looked like it had been slapped silly, burning with a fiery sting. I, on the other hand, remained completely indifferent. I didn't stop there. I raised another needle and carefully punctured the tick bite wound, meticulously squeezing out the toxins trapped inside. Beside my ear, I could hear the old man softly murmuring, "Little Seven, is that Little Seven?" The old man, summoning strength from nowhere, suddenly grabbed my wrist with a surprisingly tight grip. Dr. Montgomery, however, just curled his lip. So what if he managed to save him? How useful can an old man from a mountain ditch possibly be? He'll probably just be a massive burden to his family. Thinking like this, Dr. Montgomery's fragile ego felt somewhat balanced again. At the very same time, inside the exclusive VIP elevator, the dean and vice dean of the medical university-affiliated hospital had both arrived. They looked at the woman standing in the center of the elevator with pure terror, their bodies trembling slightly. The woman was dressed in an impeccably tailored suit jacket. Her face, overly pale due to illness, gave her an aura of extreme wealth and fragile beauty. The moment she stepped into the elevator, the temperature in the air seemed to plummet below freezing. "Explain yourselves." The dean wiped away his cold sweat and whimpered softly, "Miss Seraphina, please rest assured. Our hospital's Dr. Montgomery is a leading expert in this field. With him treating Mr. Sterling, there will absolutely be no problems. Someone capable of making so many powerful figures tremble in fear was none other than the head of the Yin family, Seraphina." "That's not the information I received. Miss Seraphina, we swear we aren't lying to you," the vice dean was practically stuttering. "Even if you gave us 800 times our courage, we would never dare to delay Mr. Sterling's treatment. That's the Chin family, after all." Seraphina didn't say another word. She just stood there, tall and imposing, when the elevator arrived at the 6th floor. Seraphina surprisingly told them to step out first. They understood this was because she didn't want to expose her identity, but could someone please explain to them why Dr. Montgomery was currently standing out in the observation room? Seraphina also stopped in her tracks. Her gaze fell onto the attending doctor currently removing needles inside the emergency room. Her voice was icy cold. "Didn't you say Dr. Montgomery was the attending physician? Then who is that?" The person beside the hospital bed was wearing a surgical mask and cap, removing the needles with incredible speed and accuracy. His technique was masterful and deeply professional, but from the glimpse of the eyes he exposed, it was obvious he was extremely young. The vice dean wiped his sweat frantically. He was so terrified his soul was about to leave his body. He simply couldn't formulate a logical explanation. The dean absolutely lost his mind. He violently grabbed Dr. Montgomery, who was still standing in the observation room, his voice trembling with rage. "Dr. Montgomery, why aren't you inside the emergency room? Why is there some random kid treating the patient?" Dr. Montgomery, seeing the dean arrive, initially looked pleased, then quickly explained, "Dean Lin, I was just about to report this to you. Dr. Lin has lost his mind. The family hasn't even signed the consent forms, and he dared to bring a complete amateur in to perform treatment." The dean had absolutely zero desire to listen to this garbage right now. Knowing full well that Miss Seraphina was watching them, he couldn't hold back a furious roar. "I asked you why you aren't in the emergency room? The family hasn't signed the forms. Furthermore, for this kind of average, run-of-the-mill patient, you don't need me to personally oversee the treatment, do you?" Dr. Montgomery sounded completely unbothered. He was practically wearing a sign that said, "He's poor, he's not worthy" on his face. The dean was on the verge of a total mental breakdown, his blood pressure skyrocketing. "Average patient? You just called him an average patient? Dr. Montgomery, have you completely lost your mind? That is Mr. Sterling, the patriarch of the Chin family from the capital city." "What? The capital city's Chin family, Mr. Sterling? How is that even possible?" Hearing this, Dr. Montgomery felt his vision go completely black. He fell straight backward and landed heavily on the floor. "How is this possible?" The dean flicked his sleeve in disgust. "How is it not possible? You absolute idiot! I give you the chance to save a massive VIP, and you don't even grasp the opportunity, Dr. Montgomery. Hearing those words, regretted his actions so deeply his intestines were twisting in knots. He looked desperately toward the emergency room. He had actually handed over such a golden, life-changing opportunity to a completely dirt-poor brat for nothing. If he had been the one to save Mr. Sterling, the more Dr. Montgomery thought about it, the more panicked he became, until he literally suffered a stroke and collapsed onto the floor. The dean couldn't stand the sight of him for another second and ordered the nurses to drag him away, inside the emergency room. After finishing the treatment, I casually wiped my hands with an alcohol swab and suddenly turned my head to look through the glass, only to see Seraphina standing right there. From the very beginning, I could feel someone watching me. And sure enough, there she was. Perhaps my gaze was a bit too direct. The woman raised a delicate eyebrow and slightly tilted her head. Our eyes met in a strangely subtle, silent collision. At that moment, Manager Barnaby, catching sight of the woman, immediately sprinted over to her, chattering away enthusiastically about something, separated by the thick medical glass. I couldn't hear a word of their conversation. I just raised an eyebrow. The very next second, the woman looked back toward me again. Miracle doctor? Seraphina's voice was cold and detached. Manager Barnaby enthusiastically replied. This subordinate found him at a neighborhood square. Don't let his young age fool you. His medical skills are truly godlike. It only took him 10 minutes to break our chairman's fever. Seraphina wanted to ask a few more questions, but I had already finished up and pushed the door open, walking out. As I walked, I instructed Dr. Lin, who was right beside me. Keep a close eye on the patient's temperature for the next 2 days. No antibiotics. Give him plenty of nebulizer treatments. I'll write up a prescription in a moment. You follow it exactly to prepare the medicine. I will come back at this exact time tomorrow for another acupuncture session. Dr. Lin was considered the most medically gifted talent in the younger generation of the Lin family, but right now he felt painfully mediocre. His eyes literally sparkled as he looked at me. Young miracle doctor, I've memorized everything you said. I just wanted to ask, could I possibly learn the acupuncture technique you used just now? The other doctors desperately wanted to know, too, and slowly started inching closer. I say inching closer because they really didn't expect the young miracle doctor to actually teach them. After all, this was a highly exclusive medical technique. Who would ever willingly share that with outsiders? To their utter shock, I slightly lifted my chin and said casually, Sure, grab your notebooks and write this down. I don't like repeating myself. I'll explain the key points twice. You'll have to figure the rest out on your own. My posture was so incredibly natural. It was as if I had done this a million times before, and not just teaching one person, but lecturing to a massive auditorium of students. The doctors could already vividly imagine that scene. Seraphina stood just outside the crowd, watching this unfold with a faint, detached gaze. Dean Lin was already dripping in cold sweat, wiping his forehead with a small handkerchief. He walked over to her, trembling slightly, wanting to open his mouth and explain. Seraphina raised her hand, her slender finger pressed against her thin, pale lips, making a shh gesture. Her voice was low, cold, and incredibly pleasant. Do not interrupt my lecture. Hearing this, Dean Lin's face was completely covered in invisible stress lines. You are the absolute tyrant of the capital city, controlling the financial destiny of countless aristocratic families. If you stomp your foot, the entire business world of Southbridge will collapse. With your heaven-defying wealth, why on earth are you listening to a traditional medicine acupuncturist lecture? Meanwhile, on the other side, I stopped mid-lecture. I'm missing a live test subject. A live test subject? Before Dean Lin could even process what I meant, my gaze landed squarely on the Miss Seraphina standing right next to him. No way. Dean Lin's eyes widened in sheer horror, but I, still wearing my medical mask, had already strode right up to the woman. I stopped walking, maintaining a polite, socially acceptable distance. Then, I pulled down my medical mask, revealing an incredibly handsome face. You must be the patient's family member, right? Manager Barnaby was just about to scream. Young miracle doctor, you misunderstand! But Seraphina coughed softly, her voice carrying a faint scent of medicine, cool and clear. I'll be your subject. Young miracle doctor. Manager Barnaby opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was instantly silenced by a single terrifyingly cold glance from Seraphina. Not just Manager Barnaby. Even the Yin family bodyguards who had just arrived froze in their tracks. Did he hear that correctly? The boss actually said, I'll be your subject, and agreed to let a man touch her. Everyone knew. The boss's germophobia was something she had since childhood. Because of her delicate health, even the old Master Yin had to wash his hands thoroughly before he could touch her. Why was the boss acting so bizarre today? Was she under some kind of spell? The expressions on everyone's faces were absolutely spectacular. Except for Seraphina herself. She slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes. Her figure, dressed entirely in black, leaned forward just a fraction, getting quite close to me. How do you need me to cooperate? Just stand perfectly still. I smiled faintly, lifting my eyes. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Seraphina was still coughing. Due to her chronic illness, her voice was cold, yet her breath was incredibly faint. Being this close, the sandalwood scent from the prayer beads on her wrist mixed with her medicinal scent, blending right into my breathing space. The young miracle doctor makes jokes, seeing a flush of red appear on her face from coughing so hard. For some inexplicable reason, I felt a twinge of pity. I placed my left hand on her wrist, and with my right hand I unwrapped a piece of candy. Open. Seraphina raised an eyebrow in confusion, but acting completely aloof, she followed my instruction anyway. Suddenly, a cool sensation hit the tip of her tongue. A mix of mint and an unknown refreshing sweetness settled against her teeth, miraculously soothing the chronic agonizing itch in her throat. A flash of shock crossed Seraphina's stunning dark eyes. Seeing this, a smile danced on my lips, and I said with a careless, lazy drawl, "It's an herbal candy. Seeing how pitifully well-behaved you look, I'm giving it to you for free." Manager Barnaby, listening to this, broke out in a massive cold sweat. "No, young miracle doctor. Please shut your mouth immediately. Do you have any idea who she is? The absolute tyrant of the capital city. Are you listening to how you just described her?" Dean Lin felt like he was suffocating. Perhaps he was the one who needed to eat a medicinal candy right now. The Yin family bodyguard, Yin Chen. His expression was completely indescribable. Seraphina, however, slowly and methodically rolled the blood-red prayer beads between her fingers, her tongue seemingly playing with the herbal candy, her pale, coldly beautiful face showing absolutely no emotion. Manager Barnaby squeezed a massive sweat drop for me. He was the one who brought me here. And more importantly, the young miracle doctor was the Chin family's savior. He couldn't just stand by and watch him actively seek death. Young miracle doctor might not be very good at literature. He's a bit lacking in his vocabulary choices. Manager Barnaby looked up at Seraphina, his face a complete mask of pleading for mercy. "You wouldn't take offense, would you?" Seraphina, who rarely spoke, let out a faint, "Cool, I asked, genuinely confused. "Manager Barnaby, why are you so nervous? Is there a problem with how I described her?" "No problem." Seraphina suddenly smiled. It possessed a kind of cold, breathtaking beauty that made people forget the danger. "Your description was incredibly accurate." I blinked my clear eyes. "Good-looking people really do know how to talk." After saying that, I turned sideways, looking back at the doctors who had returned to their spots. Just now, everyone was busy grabbing notebooks and phones. They had absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying battlefield they had just missed. They just heard the young miracle doctor ask them, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready!" the doctors shouted in absolute unison, like they had suddenly been transported back to their medical internships. My right hand suddenly shot up and hooked a finger into Seraphina's collar. Seraphina frowned, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly. A faint flush appeared on her pale, coldly beautiful cheeks. I smiled slightly, because my right finger was still hooked into her collar. My breath was so close it felt like it was hitting her jade-like neck. "Today, I will also teach everyone an acupoint that stops coughing." As I spoke, my fingertips landed squarely on the back of her neck. My eyes were entirely professional and cool, showing absolutely no inappropriate thoughts toward her. When applying needles, pierce 1 inch deep. Use the yin method of manipulation. As I spoke, my fingers continuously shifted positions. Those who apply the needle must understand. The effectiveness of acupuncture relies entirely on the technique of insertion and the combination of acupoints. My warm fingertips glided smoothly down the side of Seraphina's neck, landing perfectly behind her ear. For example, this acupoint here controls heat dissipation. The patient we have today suffers from damp heat accumulating in the lungs. In the Great Compendium of Acupuncture and Moxibustion, there is a technique called penetrating heaven's coolness. The more profoundly I explained, the more intensely focused the doctors became. None of them noticed that the live test subject, Miss Seraphina, had a subtle, faint shift in her cold expression. She was the one who could feel the specific acupoints the most vividly, because my fingers were directly pressing on her skin. But in my eyes there was no her, only her acupoints. My voice rose and fell, highlighting the key points, standing out just as sharply as the pressure from my fingertips. The doctors were completely mesmerized. Even Dean Lin completely forgot about Seraphina's terrifying identity. He just stood to the side nodding continuously, looking at me with eyes full of immense satisfaction. This kid was an absolute prodigy. If only they could recruit him to their hospital. Thinking of this, Dean Lin had a sudden epiphany. Right, he could absolutely invite the young miracle doctor to join their hospital. The doctors were still eagerly asking for details. When I finally finished my demonstration, they all looked like they wanted more. "That's it? What do I do? I still want to listen," someone murmured softly. For a moment, Seraphina felt strangely out of her element, but the moment the slightly warm fingers left her skin, the itch in her throat seemed to intensify tenfold, like something was trying to claw its way out, a heat that radiated from the outside in, making her want to completely crush something to pieces. Seraphina couldn't help but swallow hard. Standing in the interplay of light and shadow, making such a movement added several degrees of breathtaking allure to her. It was an incredibly rare sight. Everyone in the capital city knew Miss Seraphina was the ultimate ascetic. Normally, she didn't even consume a speck of meat. She was a strict vegetarian year-round. That aura of supreme, untouchable nobility that surrounded her had never been shattered by anyone. The young miracle doctor had truly offended Miss Seraphina to the core this time. He had been by the chairman's side for so long. The Chin family and the Yin family were generational allies. Because Miss Seraphina desperately wanted to break off her arranged engagement, she visited the Chin Corporation quite often, but in all these years, he had never, ever seen Miss Seraphina look at someone with such dangerously intense eyes. Most of the time, she was just detached and indifferent, sitting high above the rest of humanity, as if nothing and no one could ever trigger an emotion in her. What on earth possessed the young miracle doctor today to actually unbutton Miss Seraphina's collar? Manager Barnaby clutched his head in absolute agony. I, on the other hand, hadn't realized the severity of the situation at all. Having finished teaching, I was ready to grab my bag and leave. Dean Lin, with his balding head, suddenly blurted out, "Young miracle doctor, I wonder if you'd be interested in joining our hospital staff. The salary is highly negotiable." I zipped up my medical kit and refused him flat out. "No, I hate waking up early. You can just do afternoon consultations." Dean Lin was incredibly enthusiastic, completely ignoring the fact that the VIP Miss Seraphina was standing right there. But I remained completely unmoved. Practicing medicine is just a hobby for me. Did you hear how many faces you just slapped with that sentence? Do you know? Dean Lin felt a sharp pain in his chest. Besides, I'm a vocational college student. I hoisted my black backpack over my shoulder. Isn't that school literally the one you opened? Dean Lin had a moment of pure, blinding confusion. He thought his ears had stopped working. He did own a formally certified vocational school, but it ran at a massive loss every year, being a total laughingstock in Southbridge. Plus, due to terrible management, the students they recruited were frankly awful. But he just wanted to give some kids who struggled academically a chance to still get an education. He was barely keeping it afloat. But what did the young miracle doctor just say? He was a student at his school? Manager Barnaby wanted to faint on the spot. How on earth are you a vocational college student? I'll be preparing for the vocational to university entrance exam this year, I answered calmly. Dean Lin clenched his fists tightly. Is that the main point here? The main point is how a vocational college student has an attending physician license and medical skills that rival the gods. Dean Lin took a massive trembling breath. Will you really not reconsider? I can give you full academic credits. Hearing this, I laughed, a hint of playful amusement in my voice. The dean probably doesn't know me very well. I usually arrive late and leave early. I couldn't care less about academic credits. Seraphina, listening to this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. It wasn't a cold, mocking smile, nor was it a dangerous one. It was like the first snow melting in winter, incredibly captivating. I was genuinely confused now. Is it really that funny? Seraphina didn't bother fixing the collar I'd tugged open. She just stood there, slightly slouched, revealing the clear, elegant lines of her collarbones and her snow-white skin, looking utterly breathtaking. You nearly gave Dean Lin a heart attack. Seraphina's voice carried a hint of a smile. My eyes, dark and bright, stared at her, and once again I placed my hand on her wrist. This time she could clearly see the sheer seriousness in my eyes. My gaze was incredibly clear, my voice slow and deliberate. You don't have many years left to live. Do you know that? The moment those words dropped, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Seraphina stared at me intently, her impossibly deep eyes reflecting the ambient hospital lights. Noble, elegant, yet deeply detached. The doctors had absolutely no idea who Seraphina was, but they were all medical professionals, and they all knew one terrifying truth. The scariest thing when seeing a traditional Chinese medicine doctor is when the doctor takes your pulse and frowns. Earlier, I was smirking and joking around. Now, my brows were locked tight, my gaze hyper-focused. I didn't look like I was joking even a little bit. Could it be the young miracle doctor was telling the truth? This person really didn't have much time left? Her face was indeed a bit pale, but it couldn't be that bad, right? All the doctors turned their heads to stare. The dean and vice dean exchanged a terrified glance and immediately waved their hands, shooing all the doctors out. Manager Barnaby's heart skipped a beat and instinctively moved to pull me away. Miss Seraphina's health condition was essentially the darkest nightmare of the entire Yin family. The only reason she even came to a tiny place like Southbridge was entirely because of a rumor that the legendary miracle doctor had once appeared here. Just a simple rumor was enough to bring the entire elite Yin family to Southbridge. It was glaringly obvious just how severely critical her condition had become. The young miracle doctor was truly kicking a hornet's nest while standing on a landmine, especially with the Yin family bodyguard standing right there. Sure enough, Yin Chen exploded in fury. What kind of garbage are you spouting? Seraphina raised a hand to stop him, coughing lightly, her tone detached. Yin Chen. Her voice carried a sharp warning. Yin Chen clenched his fists tightly. He's cursing you, miss. I withdrew the hand that was taking her pulse. I've practiced medicine for years, and I encounter this kind of reaction all the time. After all, no patience family. Enjoys hearing the word death. Similarly, I also have a strict rule. If you don't trust me, I don't treat you. My spur-of-the-moment decision to take her pulse was simply because she was different from other patients. The fact that I called her up as a live test subject was also because of this very point. I saw that her face radiated an endless continuous fortune, an overwhelming regal nobility. She must have accumulated good karma for dozens of past lifetimes, including her own actions in this one. Yet, someone like her was plagued by an illness that seeped deep into her bones. When I was 5 years old, the old man once told me, if you ever encounter someone whose destiny is supremely noble but destined for a short life, you must absolutely help them. My thought process was incredibly simple. This was the very first time I had ever seen someone with such unimaginably noble fortune, so I conveniently took her pulse. Who knew her family would be so violently opposed? I didn't want to force the issue either. The moment my hand left her wrist, Seraphina spoke up. I know. That beautiful voice still carried a faint smile. Everyone was stunned. She knew she was dying. Yet she was acting this calm and collected? The young miracle doctor chose me because he saw my illness. Seraphina was brilliant at reading people. She instantly guessed my original intention. I didn't hide it either, and simply nodded. Your illness resides in your bones, not on your skin. It feels like something you brought from the womb, but also feels like something else entirely. This is the first time I've ever encountered it too. I want to observe it more closely before making a final diagnosis. Hearing this, Yin Chen relaxed his clenched fists. He looked at the teenager in front of him in absolute disbelief. He actually guessed everything correctly. Their third Mrs. Illness originated from the womb. The pathology was unimaginably complex. This was the absolute highest level secret of the Yin family. There was no way any outsider could possibly know. Yin Chen stepped forward excitedly. Yin Chen! Seraphina called his name again, her gentle voice now tinged with a freezing edge. Do not be disrespectful. Yin Chen, risking severe punishment, gritted his teeth and said, Third miss, since he can read your pulse so accurately, he can definitely cure you. Not necessarily. I leaned against the wall, one long leg casually bent, lazily letting out a yawn. The cause of the illness is unknown, the diagnosis is unclear, and furthermore, Seraphina chuckled, finishing my sentence. And furthermore, you are tired, and you don't want to see any more patients today. Communicating with smart people is just so effortless. I looked at her, an eyebrow raised, a smile overflowing on my face once again. My fingertips landed on her wrist one more time, and I took her pulse very carefully. Your illness cannot be rushed. You are a person that even the Grim Reaper refuses to collect. That is why he has allowed you to live until now. Your mindset must be incredibly strong. You believe in yourself far more than you believe in gods or Buddhas. Even though you wear a string of prayer beads on your wrist, seemingly seeking divine protection, in reality, it's just filled with soothing herbs used simply to help soothe you sleep. I was so tired I rubbed my neck with one hand. Eating well and sleeping well will help your condition. Seraphina looked at my sleep-deprived eyes and softly replied, Okay, Yin Chen, escort the young miracle doctor home. Seraphina's voice was faint, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Yin Chen knew if he kept pushing the issue, their miss would definitely be displeased. He lowered his head and said, Yes, no need. The place I'm heading to is right across from this hospital. You're all patients anyway. Let Manager Barnaby take me over. Yes, 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 I can take him. Manager Barnaby shouted loudly. I'll escort him. Please don't worry. Seraphina let out a soft and didn't say another word. Yin Chen couldn't help but suggest, Miss, shouldn't we at least get the young miracle doctor's contact information? Only then did Seraphina turn her gaze back to me. I pulled out my phone and handed it to her. Just type your number in. Next time I come to treat the old man, I'll take a look at you too. Under normal circumstances, people were usually begging on their knees for Seraphina's contact info, and all they ever got was a generic message from Assistant Cedric, like right now, the supremely high and mighty head of the Yin family, looking down at the screen, typing the numbers in one by one. It was an absolute first in her entire life. Just before stepping into the elevator, I turned my head and took one last look at the woman standing in the light and shadows. She looked as if she had seen through the very fabric of the world, just standing there quietly. Although her attitude towards people was a bit cold, as if she had seen through everything, she never complained or blamed the heavens, and her eyes were truly stunningly beautiful, gentle, profoundly knowledgeable, and she knew how to accommodate others. If the Grim Reaper really did take her away, it would genuinely be a tragic waste. Young miracle doctor, are you really going to treat the person from earlier? That person. I caught the crucial hint in his words. She's not a young miss of the Chin family, is she? Manager Barnaby wouldn't dare expose Boss Yin's true identity, he stammered and stuttered. She's sort of a distant relative. Her last name isn't Chin. I smiled faintly and said, I thought Manager Barnaby was going to stick to the script and claim the old man inside wasn't named Chin either. Manager Barnaby smiled awkwardly. I was just treating the young miracle doctor like family. Besides, the young miracle doctor has such an upright character. I have nothing to worry about. My boss truly is from the Chin family, the richest family in the capital city. I nodded, acting as if I wasn't surprised in the slightest. You're that unbothered? Manager Barnaby laughed in amazement, as expected of the young miracle doctor. Hearing all this, and not even blinking an eye, I was overthinking things earlier. I offer my sincere apologies to the young miracle doctor. A subordinate must protect their boss's privacy. You didn't do anything wrong. I stopped walking and looked toward a small alleyway not too far ahead. Just drop me off here. I'll be there right on time tomorrow. Young miracle doctor, aren't you going to ask why the Chin family came to Southbridge? Manager Barnaby didn't leave. I chuckled lightly. That's not something a doctor should be poking around in. Hearing this, Manager Barnaby respected the teenager standing in front of him even more, not just for his godlike medical skills, but for his impeccable character. Young miracle doctor, if you don't mind this, old Barnaby, I would be honored to become sworn brothers with you. Manager Barnaby was incredibly straightforward, not even caring about the massive age gap. Later on, if the young miracle doctor ever comes to the capital city, this old Barnaby will absolutely have your back. I definitely needed to return to the capital city. After all, it was just a matter of time, because that was the true origin of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Regarding Manager Barnaby's enthusiasm, I didn't reject it. I actually really enjoyed working with people like him. He didn't constantly suck up, nor was he a coward, and he had a sharp business mind. Then I'll call you Big Brother from now on. My smile was completely genuine. Barnaby Sterling, hearing this, was absolutely over the moon. Done. I'll call you Little Brother. Initially, after blurting that out, he felt a slight pang of regret. After all, I had just treated the chairman. That made me the absolute savior of the Chin family. Why on earth would I acknowledge a lowly manager like him? Who knew the other party would agree so incredibly fast? Barnaby knew in his heart that this was simply a testament to his little brother's character, completely different from those snobbish social climbers in the capital city. From the moment he saw him giving free checkups to old folks on the street, he knew this kid had a heart of gold and a strong sense of justice. Because of this, he felt an even stronger need to protect him. Little brother, as your big brother, there's something I absolutely must tell you. Barnaby's expression turned dead serious. That person upstairs just now, her family background is extremely complicated. If you can actually cure her illness, then you will rocket to the absolute top of society for the rest of your life. But if you can't cure her, there will definitely be disastrous consequences. But Big Brother will find a way to save you no matter what. Hearing this, I smiled faintly. Big Brother, don't worry. Up to this point in my life, there hasn't been a single illness I couldn't cure. Barnaby's eyelids twitched violently in pure shock. Meaning, you can actually cure her? Of course, it will just take some time. I wonder if Big Brother has ever heard a saying that circulates among the common folk. Barnaby was incredibly curious. What's saying? However, I didn't actually tell him. I just chuckled softly. Extreme nobility invites heaven's wrath. That person's destiny is far too overwhelming, making her physical body completely unable to handle it, which leads to extreme weakness in her spleen and stomach and chronic, lingering illness. Treating this kind of illness is exactly what I'm best at. What you're talking about has nothing to do with medicine anymore. You sound more like a fortune teller sitting under a bridge, Barnaby muttered under his breath, too scared to say it out loud. The smile in my eyes grew even deeper. Who knows? Maybe I really do tell fortunes for people. You're just messing with me. Barnaby didn't take it seriously. He just looked at me and said, as long as you know what you're doing, when the time comes, if anything happens, just tell Big Brother. Even though Big Brother is just an executive general manager, I can definitely help you navigate the tricky social politics. I was actually a bit surprised that Barnaby was the executive general manager. From his appearance, he just looked like an average errand boy. See, this is a massive misunderstanding. There's one more thing, Barnaby said. I'd like to ask my brother for a favor. I raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, Big Brother. Barnaby looked left and right, lowering his voice to a whisper. The chairman came to Southbridge this time because his grandson, who went missing years ago, was trafficked and sold somewhere around here. We had some solid leads earlier, but now the trail has gone completely cold. You see a lot of patients and know a lot of people. Could you help Big Brother keep an eye out for him? I instantly thought of the job request I had received earlier. It seemed I really did have a bizarre connection with this seventh young master of the Chin family. I agreed with a simple okay, and didn't ask any further questions. Barnaby didn't want to exhaust me any further either. Let me walk you back. This road is pretty dark. I didn't decline the offer again, and took large strides forward. Initially, Barnaby thought, I was heading toward the high-end residential complex nearby. After all, only an apartment like that fit his brother's elegant aura. To his absolute shock, I actually turned into a cramped, narrow alleyway. There was barely anyone around. Even the streetlights were flickering ominously. The ground was full of potholes. After walking for a bit like this, Barnaby's brows were knitted so tightly they almost touched. Only then did I stop in front of a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Calling it a traditional medicine clinic was heavily flattering the place. The building was practically a shack sitting on the side of the road, old and incredibly tiny. A sign was propped up outside. The sign read, "Foot massage and moxibustion hot packs, special discount." This was clearly just a sketchy foot massage parlor, and definitely looked like it lacked the proper licensing. Barnaby looked at me in sheer confusion. "Little brother, this?" I shifted my medical bag over my shoulder. "This is my grandma's house." Barnaby felt a sharp pang of sorrow looking at it. "Little brother, if your family is struggling financially, Big Brother can easily gift you a nice house." I cut him off immediately. "Big Brother, you're overthinking it. I'm not poor. Your family lives in a place like this, and you claim you aren't poor?" Barnaby took a deep breath. "You don't need to be polite with Big Brother. You are so incredibly young, yet you have to shoulder such a massive burden for this family, running around doing free clinics outside. No wonder you never go to your classes. You're just desperately trying to scrape together more money for your family, aren't you?" I let his imagination run wild, and didn't bother explaining. Because explaining the whole situation was far too complicated. "Whatever you say, Big Brother." Barnaby looked at me exactly like he was looking at a tragically foolish little brother. Squinting his eyes, he started scheming on my behalf. "Let Big Brother tell you something. Both the Chin family and that person at the hospital are loaded with cash. You need to charge them a premium for your medical fees. Don't just ask for a measly 1,000. Even if you ask for 10 million, that would still be a bargain for them." Got it. I nodded. What my big brother was saying wasn't entirely wrong. If I officially took on cases for long-term treatment, I would definitely have to charge according to the market rate. Barnaby was still shaking his head. "I will absolutely figure out a way to handle this for you." Before I could even respond, Barnaby had already waved his sleeve and marched away, looking exactly like he was going straight back to demand my consultation fee right this second. I smiled faintly and didn't call him back. It was already very late. At 10:30 p.m., Grandma should have already gone to sleep. It wouldn't be convenient to invite someone inside to sit anyway. Thinking this, I reached out and pushed the door open. To my absolute shock, the sight that greeted me was pure, chaotic destruction. The medicine counter area was the most devastated. It looked like it had been violently ransacked. Herbs were scattered everywhere. Medical books had been ripped apart, covers torn off. That was the old lady's absolute favorite herbal diet recipe book, filled with notes on herbal remedies and meals. Usually, the old lady loved to sit in her rocking chair in the courtyard and read it, and now it was completely destroyed. My eyes turned dead cold, filled with the ruthless intensity of an approaching hurricane. I took giant strides toward the inner courtyard. A young boy dressed like a massage apprentice saw me arrive and immediately dropped the wooden bucket in his hands. Frantically trying to use sign language, I grabbed him by the shoulder, my voice gentle and reassuring. "Silas, don't panic! Take your time and tell me exactly what happened." Silas was a kind-hearted soul the old lady had picked up off the street. He was born mute and could only communicate via sign language. Lately, however, his vocal cords were starting to produce some sounds. He was a small kid, looking clean and neat, about 11 years old. He raised his arms and started signing frantically. My voice gradually grew colder. "Are you saying the mess outside was caused by people from the Beatrice family?" Silas nodded vigorously, his raspy voice struggling as he continued signing. My brow furrowed deeply. "Did they tell you guys that I've been kicked out of the Yi family?" Silas let out a strained and signed. "Grandma is very worried about you." My smile grew increasingly icy. "Worried about me for what? The one who should be worried is Beatrice." Just then, a heavy sigh echoed from the inner room. It was Grandma Yi, who normally stayed out of worldly affairs. She rolled her wheelchair out from the inner room, looked up at me and said, "She is your mother after all." "She was. She isn't anymore, Grandma. She monopolizes the Yi family, and for the sake of family harmony, you never argued with her, claiming you preferred the quiet life you have now. But regarding what happened today, if Reginald hadn't explicitly allowed it, that Beatrice woman would never have dared to be so arrogant. Some men completely forget their mothers the second they get a wife. I don't need to spell it out. With all your life experience, Grandma, you understand perfectly." Grandma Yi stared blankly at the fish tank nearby, her eyes somewhat unfocused. "I understand. It's my own fault for raising an unfilial son. I deserve to suffer." Hearing this, I reeled in my freezing aura. Most mothers in this world, even if their own son is absolute human garbage, will cover their ears and steal the bell, refusing to hear a single bad word about their child. If Grandma was also this kind of blindly irrational person, even though she had treated me like her own flesh and blood, I absolutely would never intervene again. So, I left this decision entirely up to the old lady. Would she pretend nothing happened and just swallow this humiliation? Or would she demand an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? This would directly determine whether I stayed or left. Grandma Yi looked at me, her eyes carrying a profound ancient wisdom. "Grandma didn't want you to go over there, because the social politics in Southbridge are far too complicated. The Beatrice family even has powerful connections in the capital city. I was terrified you would attract unnecessary trouble just because of a useless old woman like me. From today onward, I will pretend I never gave birth to that son." Grandma Yi had practiced traditional medicine her entire life, always calm and composed. She had never, ever been this ruthless before. I saw the absolute resolve in her eyes. And I also knew that the bond between mother and son is tied to the heart. Since Grandma had made her stance clear, I would wait for her to slowly let it go. I crouched down halfway. "I'll listen to you, Grandma. If you tell me not to go, I won't go." Grandma Yi gently patted my head. "Finnick, my poor, suffering child. If they don't want you, Grandma wants you. Grandma will pay for your schooling, Atir." I pushed her wheelchair forward. "Grandma, you don't need to worry about my schooling. Just focus on taking care of your health, and listen to Silas. Stop eating so many sweets all the time." Grandma Yi muttered under her breath. "How can you not go to school? I heard the one they brought back is a top-tier student with amazing grades." I chuckled lightly. "Isn't that wonderful? Grandma's biological grandson. He inherited Grandma's brilliant brains." Grandma Yi looked up at me. "What about you? What are you going to do in the future?" "I'll make money. I definitely won't starve." Then I turned my head and said, "Silas, the medicine bucket." Silas possessed freakish strength. He hoisted the massive wooden bucket and sprinted away. A moment later, he filled it to the brim with water and came stomping back like a mini-Hulk, looking like he had endless energy to burn. I was already completely used to it. Grandma Yi laughed heartily. "This Silas doesn't grow taller, he just grows stronger. The day before yesterday, the neighbors bought a pair of stone lions and couldn't get them off the truck. He just grabbed them and lifted them right off. He isn't even scared of snapping his arm bones." Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow and smiled. "He's young, naturally he's strong." Grandma Yi rolled her eyes playfully. "Is that just normal strong? It's terrifying. Your neighbor Mr. Higgins looked like he was going to throw up from shock," I said casually. "Silas, did you hear that? Be more careful in the future." Silas nodded his head like an innocent little bear. Grandma Yi gasped suddenly. "I got distracted by you again, you little rascal. Listen to Grandma. You're currently enrolled in a vocational school. It's going to be incredibly difficult to test into a real university. How about I go and try to pull some strings?" I smiled and cut her off gently. "Grandma, it's really fine. I can pass the exams myself. I was raised by Grandma Yi since I was a child, and Grandma Yi knew I never made empty boasts. I always had my own plans." Grandma Yi didn't push the issue any further. She just decided that this coming weekend, she would throw away her pride and go back to her old social circles to call in some favors. After waiting for the old lady to finish soaking her feet and fall asleep, I finally walked out of the inner room. Outside the door, Silas stood perfectly straight like a little sprout, his hands signing a few quick gestures. I nodded. "I understand. You go to sleep too. I will figure out a way to get the heavenly heart herb and the secret manual back." To dare to steal absolutely anything. Beatrice wasn't just acting like she had a brain aneurysm. It looked highly likely that someone was pulling her strings from behind. After all, she used to despise the things in the traditional medicine clinic more than anything. And now she suddenly had her eyes glued to the heavenly heart herb. It was glaringly obvious who was pulling the strings. My eyes turned freezing cold. It seemed a simple blacklist wasn't enough to teach the Montgomery family a lesson. After a long pause, I spoke in a voice chilling to the bone. "Autumn is here. It's time for the Montgomery and Beatrice families to go bankrupt." Instantly, Silas's eyes widened to the size of saucers. It wasn't a look of shock. It was a look of pure, unadulterated excitement. Wearing his apprentice uniform, his eyes took on a slight amber hue, his hands signing frantically at lightning speed. The smile curling on his lips looked exactly like a cunning little fox. Watching him, I flicked my finger and smiled indulgently. "I haven't let you off your leash in a long time. You must be bored out of your mind. Go ahead. You have 3 days. I want a complete list of every single corrupt transaction and illegal surgery the Montgomery family has ever performed. Every penny the Montgomery family scammed out of innocent people. I want them to vomit it all back out. As for the Beatrice family, do whatever you want with them." Silas nodded sharply, tucked a laptop under his arm, and dashed out the door. Who on earth could possibly imagine that an 11-year-old mute medicine apprentice was the legendary hacker L, who, 3 years ago, single-handedly crashed the entire global banking network? Children lack a fully formed sense of good and evil. Silas originally possessed a face that screamed natural-born menace. After being abandoned by his parents, he had absolutely no concept of what he should or shouldn't do. Rather than saying Grandma Yi picked him up off the street, it was more accurate to say he was beaten into submission by me and forced to stay at the clinic. Over the past 3 years of constantly being around medicinal herbs, his aura had significantly softened, looking clean, pure, and totally harmless. However, there is a common folk saying, chaos is born naturally vicious. Once someone was targeted by him, they were absolutely going to lose a layer of skin. Late at night at the Montgomery family mansion, because Dr. Montgomery had suffered such a massive shock, he was currently bedridden. A massive crowd of medical students had gathered downstairs. They were all his disciples, waiting around to show off their fake loyalty. Among them, Braxton and a guy named Miao Wong were the loudest. Julian wasn't among them, because the second Dr. Montgomery woke up. He immediately called Julian and Beatrice upstairs. The moment Julian saw Dr. Montgomery, his eyes turned bright red with fake tears. "Master, how did you end up like this? Who dared to make you so angry?" Dr. Montgomery, with a cooling patch stuck to his forehead, began swearing loudly, then suddenly remembered something, his tone slowing down. "I fell into a trap set by that wild brat." Julian was utterly confused. "What wild brat?" Dr. Montgomery gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered just thinking about me. "That dirt-poor relative of yours from the mountain ditch. He took his scamming act all the way to our hospital." "What?" Julian gasped in shock. Beatrice was instantly furious upon hearing this. That miserable little leech. What on earth is wrong with that poor brat? Didn't I tell him to hurry up and go back to the countryside to find his real parents? He agreed so quickly. But now, wherever we go, he follows us like a shadow, saying one thing and doing another. "He's clearly just trying to squeeze more money out of us," Beatrice promised aggressively. "Dr. Montgomery, please rest assured. I will absolutely get rid of that little animal." Dr. Montgomery pretended to be magnanimous. "I wouldn't stoop so low as to hold a grudge against a poor country brat, but there is one thing I want to ask you. This poor relative of yours knows medicine. Why didn't you ever mention that to me?" Beatrice reacted as if she had just heard the funniest joke of the century. "He's just a vocational college dropout. What could he possibly know about medicine?" Dr. Montgomery sighed heavily. "You can't say that. Some people with dark, scheming minds hide their talents very deeply. Today he used some flashy acupuncture tricks to completely bamboozle Dean Lin into believing he was a genius. Can you believe how ridiculous that is? Dean Lin." Hearing this, Julian suddenly grew highly concerned. Beatrice, however, completely dismissed it. "I know exactly what kind of trash that brat is. His grades were absolute garbage. He never paid attention in class. He just followed that dirt-poor old hag around all day and picked up a few parlor tricks to scam people." Hearing this, Dr. Montgomery sat straight up in bed, genuinely shocked. "He followed Eleanor Yi? Didn't you say he was just a distant relative? Why on earth was he following Eleanor Yi? The Yi family might just be a minor, newly risen aristocratic family, but Eleanor Yi genuinely had some real hardcore skills up her sleeve." Dr. Montgomery had no choice but to be wary of her. Beatrice, however, had absolutely no clue. What was there to be afraid of concerning a dirt-poor old hag? She just rolled her eyes, changing the subject, and dramatically opened a gift box. "Dr. Montgomery, please don't waste your energy on such insignificant nobodies. Look at what I've brought you. The heavenly heart herb, Dr." Montgomery instantly beamed with joy, jumping right out of bed, the massive depression in his chest vanishing in a puff of smoke. "Excellent, excellent, excellent!" Beatrice stepped forward, proudly presenting an ancient text. "And I brought this too. That dirt-poor old hag guarded this book like it was her own life. Acupuncture, needle manipulation. No wonder that little brat's techniques were so bizarre. It turns out Eleanor Yi taught him all of it." Dr. Montgomery had clearly completely misunderstood the situation. His eyes practically glued to the medical text, shining brighter than a diamond. "You truly are reliable. With these two items in my possession, curing Miss Seraphina's illness is practically guaranteed." Beatrice was absolutely ecstatic. "Really? Then when can we meet Miss Seraphina? I mean, Dr. Montgomery, could you please take me along to see the world too? As you well know, the Yin family only invited aristocratic medical families. Our Yi family and Beatrice family have absolutely zero connections in that world, now that the heavenly heart herb was securely in his grasp." Dr. Montgomery dropped the arrogant act. "Of course, we will all go together. When the time comes after I cure the Yin family's boss, I will personally introduce you to the Yin family." Hearing this, Beatrice grew even more wildly excited, practically throwing herself at Dr. Montgomery in a desperate attempt to kiss up. Julian, on the other hand, stood quietly to the side this time, not saying much. His head lowered, clearly scheming something in his mind. Dr. Montgomery couldn't care less about his little machinations. So what if he missed out on the Chin family? As long as he successfully treated Boss Yin, his entire Montgomery family would be able to walk sideways through the medical world like absolute kings. If the Heavenly Medical Pavilion wanted to blacklist them, let them. Did the Heavenly Medical Pavilion really dare to make an enemy out of the almighty Yin family? Dr. Montgomery was calculating his master plan brilliantly, completely ignoring whether the Yi family mother and son were still in the room. He picked up the medical text and started flipping through it obsessively. Seeing this, Julian's brows knitted even tighter, and they didn't unknit even after he walked out of the Montgomery mansion. Julian thought about it from every angle and something just felt incredibly wrong. "Mom, does Grandma actually have some secret hardcore skills that she secretly passed down to Finnick?" Beatrice sneered wildly. "What real skills could that dirt-poor old hag possibly have? All she does is mess around with those rotting herbal scraps. She even treated someone to death a long time ago. Julian, you absolutely must not mention this in front of your master. He absolutely hates your grandma. Julian was still heavily burdened with doubts. I just feel like Master's reaction was really weird. Should we hire someone to look into it? Beatrice waved her hand dismissively. What is there to look into? If that poor old hag really had any capabilities, would she be rotting away in a sketchy foot massage parlor? You haven't seen that place, it's tiny and absolutely disgusting. And what about Finnick? Julian tilted his head. Mom, how did he suddenly learn acupuncture? Didn't you and Dad always say he was dumb as a rock? That he couldn't even understand a word of basic English? Even when we hired a foreign tutor to teach him at home, he still scored dead last in his class, and had to be held back so many times he ended up in a vocational school. Beatrice frowned too. That's exactly what happened. But we definitely should look into that brat. I need to know exactly what kind of scheme he's plotting by refusing to leave Southbridge. If push comes to shove, we'll just have someone beat him half to death and dump him in the suburbs. Hearing Beatrice say this, Julian finally felt a sense of relief. I knew Mom was the best. Julian, what you desperately need to do right now is stick close to your master and learn real skills. In a few days, when you stand in front of Miss Seraphina, you must perform flawlessly, unlike that fake brat, who's entirely made of rebellious bones. In the future, you are going to be the son-in-law of the Yin family. That Finnick will only become more and more pathetic. You two belong to entirely different stratospheres. Stop bringing him up from now on. Understood? Julian smiled softly and nodded. Understood. The mother and son duo were enjoying their glorious daydreams, completely oblivious to the fact that the Montgomery family they were relying on so heavily was about to be utterly annihilated. The next day, at the Medical University Affiliated Hospital, the moment I stepped through the doors of the VIP ward, I was hit with a booming burst of laughter. So this is our savior, the young miracle doctor? I lifted my eyes and looked toward the source of the voice. Grandpa Sterling was already awake in his hospital bed. His eyes didn't show a single trace of senility despite his advanced age. Instead, they carried an aura of profound, steady power. Besides Grandpa Sterling, the coldly beautiful patient from yesterday was also there. She was sitting right beside the hospital bed, her long, slender legs casually crossed. Not wearing a suit today, she possessed a fragile, sickly aesthetic. Her jade-like hands resting on her knees were long, elegant, and snow-white. It looked like she was playing chess with Grandpa Sterling. Seeing me walk in, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. I first gave her a polite nod of acknowledgement, then set down my medical bag and walked over to Grandpa Sterling. With a faint smile, I said, I wouldn't dare call myself a savior. Treating patients is simply my duty as a doctor. However, Grandpa Sterling, upon clearly seeing my face, suddenly froze, his hand hovering mid-air with a chess piece. This young miracle doctor looks exactly like my late wife when she was young. If I hadn't been so insanely obsessed with building my business back then, my wife never would have left the capital city and moved all the way to France. Grandpa Sterling thought to himself, yet his eyes remained completely glued to the teenager's face. Wait a second, if he looks this similar, is it absolutely possible that he is our little Seven? Grandpa Sterling couldn't contain his massive excitement. He couldn't resist secretly asking, Young miracle doctor, is your hometown here in Southbridge? Have you ever been to the capital city? Or climbed the Great Wall? These rapid-fire questions caused the highly perceptive Seraphina to immediately stop what she was doing, her beautiful eyes turning sharply toward us. I set my bag down, purposefully avoiding her intense gaze. Yes, I'm a local. I haven't left this area yet. I've seen the Great Wall on TV, though. I heard from my classmates that you really have to see it in person to truly appreciate how magnificent it is. If I ever get the chance in the future, I'll definitely take my grandma to go see it. I had absolutely no reason to dump my family drama onto my patients. Furthermore, the entire reason the miracle doctor was able to remain a complete enigma, like a divine dragon whose head is seen but tail is hidden, was entirely because I wanted to stay hidden. Although Grandpa Sterling had already anticipated the answer, hearing it out loud still made his hand drop weakly. It was as if all the energy had been completely drained out of him. He stabilized his wildly fluctuating emotions and said, It's just my old failing eyes as my brain is getting muddled too. Please don't take offense, young miracle doctor. I couldn't bear to watch the old man look so heartbroken. So I said, Not at all, Mr. Sterling. The Chin family has accumulated good karma for generations. Your descendants won't suffer. The seventh young master will definitely return home safely. Hearing this, Grandpa Sterling sat up straight, his eyes instantly crinkling into a massive smile. Then I will borrow the young miracle doctor's auspicious words. At that moment, Seraphina, who was sitting silently, suddenly spoke up, her voice cold and slightly detached. How did you know the Chin family was looking for someone? This question was incredibly sharp and dangerous. I narrowed my eyes slightly. I guessed, yesterday while I was giving Mr. Sterling acupuncture. He kept deliriously mumbling Little Seven over and over. And here I thought Manager Barnaby had spilled the beans to you. Seraphina tilted her head and smiled faintly. continuing to casually place her chess pieces. It doesn't matter how you found out. The young miracle doctor is one of our own. Hearing the phrase one of our own, Grandpa Sterling found it incredibly bizarre. Since when did you start considering anyone one of your own? Mr. Sterling, right now, my life is in the young miracle doctor's hands just like yours. Naturally, I need to know whose side I'm on. Grandpa Sterling couldn't tell if she was telling the truth or completely bluffing. This Yin family girl's mind was always buried incredibly deep. She looked weak and sickly on the outside, but her stomach was full of dark, scheming water. Grandpa Sterling let out a loud snort. Does that mean your illness can actually be cured? Then why did you little brat, run all the way over here to cancel the engagement? Seraphina frowned deeply. Mr. Sterling, those are two completely separate issues. Anyway, Grandpa Sterling was absolutely brilliant at playing the shameless rascal. He was a master at it. I refuse to agree. If you truly want to cancel it, fine, wait until little Seven comes back. And you can tell him to his face. Seraphina immediately understood his underlying meaning. As long as there was room to negotiate, things were manageable. I will deploy the shadows to help Manager Barnaby's search for him. That's more like it. Having an engagement cancelled wasn't exactly a glorious thing. But Grandpa Sterling looked at me with completely open, honest eyes. I'm letting the young miracle doctor see us make fools of ourselves. I shook my head and said, then let's begin today's medical treatment. Seeing this, Grandpa Sterling became even more profoundly satisfied with this unknown young miracle doctor. It was exactly as his subordinates had reported. This teenager was absolutely extraordinary. From the moment he walked in, his gaze had been incredibly resilient, no matter what they discussed, or how much highly classified information they accidentally leaked. The teenager's eyes never wavered or showed an ounce of shock. Grandpa Sterling had been in the brutal business world for decades. He had met every kind of person imaginable, and the people he respected the most were those who knew exactly what they wanted to do, and exactly what they should do. How old was this teenager anyway, to already possess such a terrifyingly grand perspective on the world? Even if he wasn't the savior of the Chin family, he was absolutely destined to go incredibly far in life. What did you eat this morning? And what medications did you take? Before I begin the acupuncture, I need a complete breakdown of your diet and prescriptions. I spoke with pure clinical professionalism. How could Grandpa Sterling possibly remember such trivial details? He immediately called in Dr. Lin from the hospital. Dr. Lin was desperately hoping for another chance to observe my technique, so he rushed over with blazing enthusiasm. Only after carefully reviewing the medical logs did I begin to apply the needles. My hands seemed capable of flawlessly measuring out every single joint and acupoint in his entire body. At first, Grandpa Sterling didn't pay it much mind, but as the silver needles pierced his skin, a refreshing icy coolness surged upward from the bottom of his body, making him feel instantly revitalized and clear-headed. The crushing weight that had been pressing down on his chest for days felt as if it had vanished into thin air. His chest cavity felt incredibly open and smooth. Even that lingering dull ache had miraculously completely disappeared. Grandpa Sterling was utterly astounded. He raised his eyes, only to see the Yin girl sitting beside him, acting as if she was completely used to witnessing these kinds of absolute miracles. I twirled the silver needle, my voice ringing out clearly. Grandpa Sterling, you need to pay more attention to your daily habits. Smoke less and eat more vegetarian meals. Grandpa Sterling nodded obediently. He couldn't help but ask, young miracle doctor, where exactly did you stick that needle? How is it that with just one poke, I feel like my illness is completely cured? That was a detoxification acupoint. It's different from the emergency acupoints I used yesterday. I only applied a few needles to Grandpa Sterling, but every single needle left him wanting more. It felt as if his previously blocked internal organs had been entirely unclogged and opened up, making him feel like his entire body had grown several years younger. Grandpa Sterling's heart filled with profound respect. Truly heroes emerge from the youth. For the young miracle doctor to possess such godlike skills at such a tender age, traditional medicine will absolutely not decline in the future. The elders in your family taught you incredibly well. I pressed my palm firmly against his back, and while speaking, I pushed down with my palm, before Grandpa Sterling could even react. A muffled crack echoed from his back. Grandpa Sterling looked up in shock. Was that bone setting? I nodded. When I was taking your pulse earlier, I noticed your thoracic spine was slightly protruding. Try moving around a bit now. Oh my God, it's actually fixed. Grandpa Sterling never imagined that a chronic, stubborn ailment he'd suffered from for years would be casually cured by a teenager just like that. It wasn't that he hadn't seen traditional medicine doctors before, but they were all utterly terrified of his high status. None of them dared to casually twist or press his bones. Now Grandpa Sterling swung his arms around, feeling absolutely fantastic and loose. For some reason, his body was sweating profusely. Even his hospital gown was completely soaked through. At first, Dr. Linus thought this was highly abnormal, until I casually stated, the sweat has expelled the toxins. We can remove the needles now. Only then did Dr. Linus have a sudden epiphany. This was all fully intended by the young miracle doctor. Who knew acupoints could actually be used to force someone to sweat out toxins? Seraphina, who hadn't spoken for a while, softly leaned closer, her voice whispering right behind my ear. The moment I turned my head, I was greeted by that breathtakingly mesmerizing face of hers. I quickly gathered my needles, snapped my medical kit shut, and said, "Grandpa Sterling, that concludes today's consultation. After one more acupuncture session tomorrow, you will be completely ready to be discharged." Grandpa Sterling looked at me with immense gratitude. He turned his head and shot a meaningful glance at Special Assistant Wyatt, who was standing right beside him. Special Assistant Wyatt swiftly reached into his tailored suit pocket and pulled out a sleek bank card. "Young miracle doctor, there is $1 million in here. Please, you must absolutely accept it. Taking money required following the rules." "That's too much. For Grandpa Sterling's condition, my fee is $10,000 a day. That is my absolute principle for consultations. Whenever I encounter a family of great virtue and righteousness, that is the set price." Grandpa Sterling looked at me, pretending to be utterly serious. "How on earth is that too much? Are you saying my Sterling Vance's life isn't worth a mere $1,000,000? I shook my head and didn't refuse him again. Pushing money back and forth like a polite tug of war really wasn't my style. Since the employer was happily willing to pay, then I would happily accept. The legendary miracle doctor taking a commission always depended on the price offered by the other party anyway. After taking the card, I chuckled lightly. I really need to figure out how to spend this $1,000,000. After all, there are still quite a few people out there who firmly believe I'm dirt poor. And what exactly do they hope to gain from me? For example, the soon-to-be bankrupt Montgomery and Beatrice families. At this moment, Seraphina had no idea what was going through my head. Listening to my words, she suddenly recalled what Manager Barnaby had told them that very morning. "Don't let the young miracle doctor's nonchalant attitude fool you. His life is actually incredibly hard. His family doesn't even run a proper traditional medicine clinic. It's just a run-down foot massage parlor, and he sleeps right there in the shop at night. They say kids from poor families have to grow up fast, right? The young miracle doctor is at the age where he should be studying in school. But to support his family, he has to run around everywhere taking medical gigs." Manager Barnaby's tragic storytelling was still echoing vividly in her mind when Seraphina looked at the teenager standing in front of her again. Her delicate brows couldn't help but knit together tightly. As if possessed by some ghost, she blurted out, "You haven't collected your consultation fee from me yet. I had absolutely no idea that my big brother, after vowing to become sworn brothers yesterday, had already aggressively broadcasted my tragically poor yet deeply inspiring image to everyone." I just looked at Seraphina in pure confusion. "I haven't even treated you yet. What consultation fee would I collect? For the medicinal candy from yesterday?" As Seraphina spoke, she signaled bodyguard Orion to step forward. Orion had been dying to ask the young miracle doctor anyway, about when exactly he was going to treat their boss. He raised both hands, presenting another gold-stamped black card. Seeing this, I spoke in a flat tone. "Wait until I've actually examined your boss before we talk about money." Saying that, I packed up my medical kit. Orion thought I was about to leave and frantically asked, "Young miracle doctor, what are you doing?" "Packing my things." "Why?" Orion's face flushed bright red. "You haven't even given my boss acupuncture yet." I walked right up to Seraphina and asked, puzzled, "Are you in a rush?" Seraphina's voice was melodious. "That depends on your schedule." I let out a soft looking like I was deep in thought. Finally I said, "Then you can come with me." Come with you where?" Both Orion and Dr. Linus were completely stunned. Seraphina, however, simply replied with a faint cool word. "Okay." I turned around to bid farewell to Grandpa Sterling. Grandpa Sterling desperately wanted to tag along too, but was firmly held back by the Chin family's special assistant Wyatt. "Chairman Sterling, you are still in the recovery phase. The young miracle doctor explicitly told you to rest." Grandpa Sterling leaned on his dragon-head cane and stood up, looking out the window at the handsome teenager's receding figure. "If little Seven were here, he should be about exactly his age, shouldn't he?" Special Assistant Wyatt whispered softly. "Chairman Sterling, the seventh young master, has his own lucky stars. We're already here in Southbridge. Finding the seventh young master is only a matter of time." Grandpa Sterling's eyes suddenly flared with an oppressive aura he had been holding back. "Go. Send another team to Ashwood County. Make it high profile this time. Whoever provides a solid lead gets a massive cash reward. I need to know exactly what went wrong in this entire mess." "Yes, sir." Special Assistant Wyatt accepted the order. The wind outside the window rustled through the treetops. The weather was growing slightly cooler. Outside the hospital, at Chrysanthemum Alley, Dr. Linus had been working at the hospital for ages, but he had never, ever noticed that there was such an incredibly run-down alleyway right over here. "Miss, please step carefully. Watch your feet." Looking at the uneven ground, Orion couldn't help but speak up, raising the umbrella higher and higher. Seraphina had indeed never walked on a road like this before, the custom-made designer heels she wore on her feet clicking against the bluestone pavement. clearly looked entirely out of place in this environment. But looking at her expression and posture, she was the epitome of extraordinary grace. As if no matter how chaotic her surroundings were, they couldn't affect her in the slightest. "We're here." I stopped walking. Standing under the gray tiles and white walls, Seraphina lifted her eyes, looking literally like a masterpiece painting. "Finnick, is this your friend?" Mrs. Higgins, who had just stepped out to splash some water from next door, stared until her eyes almost popped out. "They don't look like folks from around our neighborhood." Orion smoothly stepped sideways, completely blocking her prying gaze. Mrs. Higgins jumped in shock. "Mother of God! That guy looks terrifying." Seeing the nasty scar on Orion's face, she sneakily pulled me to the side. "Finnick, if your family is going through some tough times, just say the word. Even if you're being chased by debt collectors, it's okay." I let out a soft chuckle. "Auntie Higgins, you completely misunderstand. This is a patient." "A patient?" Mrs. Higgins let out a long, "Oh, they're here to get a massage from your grandma, right? Then hurry on in. That patient looks so intimidating, and the other one is way too gorgeous. They look like they're loaded with cash. The Yi family really scored a massive client this time." Seraphina didn't pay any mind to this little interlude. Instead, she stared fixedly at the upright sign outside for 5 solid seconds, and arrived at one definitive conclusion: he really is dirt poor. The layout inside the medical clinic was significantly more reliable than the outside suggested. At first, Orion was terrified the place would be too filthy, and there would be absolutely no way their boss could be treated here. But looking closely, the interior was spotlessly clean. It had a very traditional, classic layout, somewhat resembling an ancient manor in the capital city. Seraphina's cool gaze swept across the room, her eyes landing on a calligraphy painting hanging on the wall, her fingertips casually twisting the prayer beads on her wrist. Seeing this, I walked over. "It's a fake. Otherwise, why would it be hanging here?" Seraphina raised a playful eyebrow. My eyes carried a hint of a smile. "But what if it's real?" Seraphina didn't say another word. Her eyes remained glued to that painting, her pupils slowly darkening. If she didn't know for an absolute fact that this specific drunken Zhonghui painting had already been purchased by a foreign collector, she might have genuinely believed the piece in front of her was the authentic masterpiece. Dr. Linus found the whole setup rather bizarre. Opening a foot massage parlor like this in a modern city, the young miracle doctor sure has quite the imagination. "It's a medical clinic," I corrected him in a flat tone. Dr. Linus hastily changed his tune. "Ah yes, this medical clinic is highly interesting. Finnick, is that you?" Grandma Yi, leaning on her crutches, walked out from the inner courtyard. Seeing so many people, she was initially stunned. Then she broke into a wide smile. "Are you all Finnick's friends?" Orion was incredibly sharp at reading the room this time. "Yes, we are his friends," Grandma Yi nodded in deep satisfaction, her gaze landing on Seraphina. "And this lady is she?" Before I could even speak, Seraphina nodded her head. "Yes, I am too, Finnick. So many friends came to visit. Why didn't you tell Grandma?" Grandma Yi looked at me with a reproachful glare. "I could have sent Silas out to buy more groceries and cooked up a feast for you all." I fetched a wheelchair and helped her sit down. "Grandma, they aren't staying for dinner. This friend of mine is feeling a bit under the weather. I brought her here for some moxibustion therapy." Grandma Yi was a veteran traditional doctor. Just by looking at Seraphina's complexion, she could already figure out a thing or two. "Finnick, your friend, is she just a bit under the weather?" I smiled gently. "Her spleen and stomach are out of harmony, so her digestion is extremely slow. I'm just going to give her a massage." "Don't worry, Grandma, I won't do anything reckless." Grandma Yi patted my hand. "You must remember what Grandma told you." "I remember. For minor ailments, massage if you can. If there's a real issue that massage can't fix, absolutely do not prescribe medication randomly. Just tell them to cross the street to the affiliated hospital. Our clinic does not treat major diseases." I chuckled softly. Her memory regarding past events wasn't perfectly clear anymore. But when she first woke up from a serious illness, Beatrice had whispered poison into her ear, claiming that the old lady had once treated a patient to death, and warned her to stay far away from the medical clinic. This had become a deeply rooted psychological trauma for the old lady. From the moment I started hanging around the clinic, she was constantly worried sick, terrified that I would cause a fatal accident. I always felt that this past incident wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was just that too much time had passed. Finding concrete evidence to investigate would require the right opportunity. Grandma Yi had no idea what I was thinking. She just assumed my mind had wandered off again. She raised her hand and patted me on the shoulder, smiling warmly. "My good grandson." To cooperate with the old lady's movement, I purposely bent my body down slightly, looking incredibly obedient and sweet. Dr. Linus, watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. Is this really the same young miracle doctor we know? The one who looks at everyone as if he's staring at a walking corpse? Orion was also frowning. "Boss, the young miracle doctor's grandma's legs are exactly as they appear," I interjected smoothly. "Dr. Linus, do you know how to boil water and identify medicinal herbs?" I gestured toward the massive medicine cabinet with my chin. Dr. Linus nodded vigorously. I do. I might just be a bit slow, then I'll have to trouble you to watch the front desk for me. If anyone comes in for a massage, come to the back and get me. Dr. Linus raised an eyebrow. This kid is actually treating a chief surgeon like a front desk receptionist. I gave him a faint smile. Don't want to do it? Dr. Linus enthusiastically rolled up his sleeves. It is my absolute honor. He was here to secretly steal medical techniques anyway. What was a little stint as a receptionist? After assigning the tasks, I led Seraphina into the inner room. The setup inside was like a hidden paradise. A soft massage bed sat perfectly in the center. The room was filled with the calming scent of mugwort incense. You could smell it the moment you stepped through the door. Take off your clothes and lie down, I said casually while opening my medical kit. Standing in front of the soft bed, Seraphina raised a delicate eyebrow, her eyes darkening slightly. Are you entirely sure you want me to undress in here? I turned up the room's temperature. A bright smile on my face. This is the only place suitable for treating your illness. The thin veils on the bed have all been fully sterilized. They aren't dirty. Seraphina didn't move. She simply lowered her eyes and stared at me. You don't need to be shy. I plunged my hands into a basin of hot medicinal soup and said earnestly, no one is going to come in. At that moment, Seraphina seemed to realize something. She let out a soft chuckle and slowly raised her hands to unbutton her outerwear. I glanced back at her and said flatly, take off everything on your upper half. Seraphina's fingers paused for a fraction of a second, her dark eyes growing deeper and deeper. A faint, unprecedented flush of pink crept onto her cheeks. But she followed the instruction anyway. Seraphina removed her fitted garments and lay down on the soft bed. Under the warm, diffused lighting, her skin was snow-white and flawlessly smooth. I smiled faintly. My fingertips landed directly on her abdomen. Seraphina's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her eyes lifting upwards. Relax. My voice was entirely professional. As soon as the words left my mouth, I placed my palm flat against Seraphina's abdomen. Using her belly button as the center, I began a gentle, clockwise kneading massage. The room was completely silent. Aside from the sound of steam condensing and dripping into the wooden bucket, nothing else could be heard. Seraphina slightly tilted her ear, her eyes half closed, staring at the side profile of the man in front of her, her gaze darkening profoundly. The massage didn't last very long, only exactly 20 minutes. Yet, she found herself repeatedly fighting the urge to reach out and touch his face. It was as if she were completely bewitched. All done, my tone was light and clear, ending the session by using my thumbs to press the Zusanli acupoints. You can get dressed now. Only then did Seraphina realize she was covered in a layer of fine sweat. Unlike the cold, sickly sweat she usually broke into during an episode, this time her entire body felt wonderfully warm and toasted. She looked up at me, her deep eyes making it utterly impossible to read her thoughts. Thank you! We kept it short today. This was just to open up your stomach meridians. During the treatment process, I sweated a bit too. I reached up to wipe the sweat from my own forehead. Seraphina suddenly felt an inexplicable itch in her throat. She reached up and tugged at the collar of the shirt she had just buttoned up. I turned sideways to grab a silver needle and placed my hand back on her body, as if I was locking onto a specific acupoint. Because she was currently in a seated position, I could vividly, directly feel her breathing. Inch by inch, my breath brushed against her neck. It was incredibly warm and soft, enough to make anyone's heart flutter chaotically. I seemed to notice something off about her pulse. Her breathing was a bit erratic. Are you feeling too hot? Seraphina let out a faint, That heart-stoppingly beautiful face of hers turned slightly to the right, and she asked, how much longer? Very soon. Just 6 needles. Hang in there for a bit longer. I spoke with pure medical professionalism. Seraphina kept her eyes locked on my face and said, the young miracle doctor seems quite accustomed to this specific method of treatment. This method of treatment? I raised an eyebrow. Seraphina pointedly reminded me, you are far too close to me. Oh, my apologies. I also realized that my current postures was indeed highly inappropriate, with her sitting there, clothes half open, her thin lips slightly pursed, her silky hair artfully messy. She radiated a wild, untamed kind of beauty. It was just that her usually pale face was flushed pink from the mugwort steam, and my hand happened to be pressing on her wrist. With my body leaning forward, I had likely accidentally brushed against one of her long legs. I sighed internally and smoothly retracted my hand. I'll be more careful from now on. It's fine. Seraphina calmly adjusted her clothing. The young miracle doctor treats so many patients. It's inevitable you'd overlook such minor details. I nodded, my dark eyes incredibly clear. Indeed, rest assured. I have zero ulterior motives regarding your beauty. In my eyes, you are purely a patient. Saying this was solely to ensure the patient had no psychological barriers. But hearing those words, the flavor completely shifted in Seraphina's ears. She smiled slowly, her eyes sparkling with an unreadable light. So it's because I'm just far too average, and completely fail to catch the young miracle doctor's discerning eye. Hearing this, I was just about to explain myself, when suddenly a loud shout erupted from outside the room. Finnick, it's terrible! Someone blocked your grandma at the alley entrance and won't let her leave. They're screaming that she treated a patient to death. Hearing this single sentence, before anyone else could even react, I blasted out of the room like a rocket. My speed was terrifyingly fast. I grabbed a thick wooden baton from God knows where along the way, my eyes practically dripping with murderous intent. A large crowd had already gathered at the alley entrance. They were all neighbors who had just returned from grocery shopping. What's going on here? They came looking for the old lady from the Yi family. They're claiming she treated someone to death. No way. I literally just had her massage my neck yesterday. Am I going to be okay? If this is true, we absolutely can't go to her clinic anymore. Listening to the gossip surrounding her, the hand Grandma Yi used to grip her crutch turned bone-white. Her legs were trembling uncontrollably. The intruder, however, laughed with arrogant cruelty. No wonder you've been living so comfortably hidden away here, you old bat! Turns out, nobody here knows about the filthy things you've done. He shook his head mockingly. Do you seriously still think you're as high and mighty as before? Traditional medicine is completely dead, and you still dare to steal business from our Montgomery family? I have no idea what you're talking about. Move aside, Grandma, Yi spoke coldly. Trying to walk past him with her crutch, the man aggressively blocked her path, throwing his weight around like a classic bully. Listen to me, you crippled old hag. Stop playing dumb. Telling that kid to go to the hospital, wasn't that your brilliant idea, Finnick? Grandma Yi jerked her head up. Are you talking about Finnick? How the hell am I supposed to know what that brat is called? The intruder laughed disdainfully. If my uncle hadn't ordered me to personally make this trip, I wouldn't even step foot in this dump. You crippled old hag. You're probably dying to attend the Vanguard family's medical seminar, aren't you? Consider this a charity handout. The man violently threw a golden invitation card right at Grandma Yi's body. Aren't you supposed to be so capable? If you have the guts, go try and cure the Vanguard family's young miss. Let's see if you old immortal hag, before he could finish his vile sentence. Bam! I delivered a brutal flying kick straight to his body. That single devastating kick forced the man's knees to smash directly into the concrete, dropping him heavily to the ground in a kneeling position. Who the hell dared to kick me? The man screamed in agony, trying to turn his head. I clamped my hand onto his shoulder like a steel vice, my voice utterly devoid of emotion. Your daddy! You! The man couldn't stand up, and desperately tried to swing a fist at me. I drastically increased the crushing force of my grip, and commanded coldly, Who did you just call an old immortal hag? With that single squeeze, the man broke into a freezing sweat from the excruciating pain. It felt like a literal mountain was crushing his shoulder. He couldn't move an inch. What does this have to do with you? My patience is extremely limited. You better fix your tone immediately. Otherwise, I will personally dismantle your bones. The man could feel that my threat was absolutely genuine. The joint in his shoulder was already completely dislocated. His eyes widened in sheer terror from the pain. Let's talk this out peacefully. Finnick! Grandma Yi, worried that the neighbors were all watching, and that this would ruin her grandson's reputation. I, however, couldn't care less. My voice was light but chilling. Grandma, scum like this deserve to be beaten to a pulp, so they never get the chance to bite people randomly again. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just the fake young master who got kicked to the curb. Sweat poured down the man's forehead, but his tone remained incredibly arrogant. I advise you to let me go right this second. The old one treated someone to death, and the young one is a shameless thug. When the cops get here, let's see which one of you manages to walk away. Hearing the word cops, Grandma Yi stepped forward and pulled me away. She took a deep breath and looked at the intruder. Gideon Montgomery, you came here specifically targeting me. If you have an issue, spit it out. This has nothing to do with my grandson. I've already accepted the invitation. Gideon shook his limp arm, his face full of arrogant pride. Our Montgomery family is magnanimous, unlike you, treating people like a sneaky rat. My uncle is giving you this grand opportunity, so you can openly and honorably try to latch on to the Vanguard family. Grandma Yi glared at him. What exactly is Dr. Montgomery scheming now? Given your current pathetic state, who would even bother scheming against you? Gideon spat disdainfully. If your medical skills are garbage, and you're too terrified to go, just admit it. Are you scared of using the wrong medicine and killing someone else? The moment those words dropped, the expressions of everyone in the crowd shifted drastically. People started pointing fingers and whispering aggressively. Grandma Yi's hands froze, unable to move. Gideon threw his head back and laughed maniacally. I knew you wouldn't dare. 3 days from now. Suddenly, a mocking chuckle sliced through his words. I clamped the invitation between 2 fingers, my eyes radiating a glacial coldness. Go back and tell that precious Dr. Montgomery of yours. Our Serenity Clinic will attend on time, but you Montgomery folks better hold on to your sanity. Make sure no tragic accidents happen to you. Who do you think the Montgomery family is? What could possibly happen to us? Gideon reacted as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke on earth. his arrogance reaching astronomical levels. I'm leaving my words right here. In all of Southbridge, absolutely no one dares to touch the Montgomery family. In Southbridge, the Montgomery family is the law. You better carve that into your brain, boy. Oh, it's carved in. My pitch-black eyes stared deeply into his. Gideon simply assumed I was an ignorant brat who didn't know how high the sky was. He arrogantly flicked his sleeve and stormed off. Watching his retreating back, I slightly narrowed my eyes. At first, Gideon didn't think much of the arm I had twisted, but the moment he walked out of the alley and got into his car, his face instantly drained of all color. My hand, why does it feel completely dead? Gideon tried to shake it, only to realize the joints connecting his arm felt as if they had been completely severed. It was hanging there uselessly, totally disconnected. Hurry! Drive home! Find my uncle! Gideon screamed in absolute panic, cold sweat drenching his clothes. Did I just become a cripple? No way! Gideon muttered to himself, his face pale as a ghost. With my uncle there, he can definitely fix me. Far away at the alley entrance, I withdrew my gaze, my eyes still harboring a lingering murderous intent. The onlookers were still staring at us. Grandma Yi was clearly out of it, lost in her traumatic memories. I bent down to pick up the grocery basket she had dropped on the ground and smiled gently. Grandma, let's go back inside. My friends are still waiting to eat your famous braised prawns. Only then did Grandma Yi snap back to reality. Oh! Right, let's go back immediately. Look at my failing brain. The crowd hadn't dispersed yet. I supported Grandma Yi and naturally greeted the neighbors as if nothing had happened. Granny Wang, you bought pumpkins too? Granny Wang looked a bit embarrassed. Oh, Finnick, you better hurry up and help your grandma inside. I can tell she's got a lot on her mind, I replied with a soft okay, and gave her a reassuring smile. Seeing my composed demeanor, the gossiping neighbors didn't feel comfortable saying anything more. After all, they lived right next to each other. Mrs. Higgins even stepped forward to help pick up the fallen vegetables. Finnick, don't take it to heart. Granny Wang and the others don't mean any harm. I know. My voice was cool and detached. Every debt has a debtor, every grudge has an owner. I know exactly who to settle the score with. Seeing this, Mrs. Higgins let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, she was genuinely a bit scared. The others were practically tiptoeing around the clinic now. Grandma Yi had lived here for so incredibly long. This was the very first time they had ever heard that she treated someone to death. How could people not be terrified? In a flash, the medical clinic became incredibly deserted. Dr. Linus, who had followed me out, had a highly complex expression on his face. It wasn't until I had escorted Grandma safely into the inner courtyard that he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked, "Young miracle doctor, your grandma's name is Eleanor Ye?" I securely closed the wooden door and asked coldly, "What? Have you heard of her?" Intimidated by my overwhelming aura, Dr. Linus's tone instantly became submissive. The elders in my family mentioned some rumors. I chuckled lightly, my eyes flashing with an icy glint. Is there any rumor about me that I haven't already heard? Let's hear it. Dr. Linus flinched in terror. Rumors are better left unheard. They're completely untrustworthy anyway. And what if I insist on hearing it? I casually tapped the wooden baton against my palm, slowly and methodically. Dr. Linus immediately sucked in a breath. It goes like this. Back in the day, there weren't 4 major medical families in Southbridge. There were 5. And the absolute most outstanding among them was actually your grandma, Eleanor Yi. Speaking up to this point, Dr. Linus suddenly halted, because the boss of the Vanguard family was also listening. He had no idea if what he was about to say next would completely destroy the young miracle doctor's image in the patient's eyes. I, however, slightly lifted my chin, signaling him to continue. Dr. Linus lowered his voice to a whisper. I heard from my grandpa. She was considered a rising superstar back then. The Yi family was pretty average, but she was personally incredibly skilled. She cured a massive amount of complicated and bizarre illnesses. Later on, no one knows if the fame just went to her head or what. She and the Montgomery family took on a patient at the exact same time. She adamantly insisted on using traditional Chinese medicine methods and ended up treating the patient to death. Dr. Linus, terrified the old lady might walk out, leaned in a bit closer. That incident blew up into a massive scandal. If someone highly powerful from the capital city hadn't stepped in to protect your grandma, she likely would have gone to prison. But they couldn't just let it go. After all, the public backlash was horrific. So the Montgomery family proposed kicking your grandma out of the medical alliance completely. Young miracle doctor, I genuinely never expected that the legendary Eleanor Yi was actually your grandma. After listening to his entire story, I lazily lifted my eyelids. Otherwise, where do you think my medical skills came from? Was I just born with them? Dr. Linus rubbed his chin. That's a fair point. At that moment, I turned my head and stared at him. Who did you just say let the fame go to her head? Dr. Linus's heart skipped a beat, and he frantically stuttered. I let the fame go to my head. He had literally just witnessed the young miracle doctor beat someone to a pulp with that devastating flying kick. How on earth did Gideon Montgomery even manage to stand back up? It was incredibly bizarre, logically speaking. He shouldn't have been able to walk away perfectly healthy. I didn't bother wasting any more breath on him. I just casually flicked the golden invitation card with my finger, my voice light and breezy. Go start the fire, it's time to cook. My completely unfazed demeanor made it seem as if absolutely nothing had just happened. However, Orion had clearly spotted the item in my hand. He moved completely silently behind Seraphina. Miss, its invitation the young miracle doctor is holding appears to be a counterfeit. The invitations sent out by the Vanguard family to the major aristocratic families were all personally distributed by him. Orion was obviously intimately familiar with them. Seraphina's deep, mesmerizing eyes darkened slightly, her thoughts unreadable. Steal the fake one, and slip a real one into his bag. Yes, ma'am. Orion kept his voice extremely low. I never expected the young miracle doctor to attend the seminar as well. He truly has quite a destiny with you, miss. Seraphina inexplicably found the phrase quite a destiny very pleasing to the ear. She smiled faintly, twirling the prayer beads on her wrist. But Orion wasn't finished. However, miss, the rumor about treating a patient to death is highly likely to be true. He absolutely dared not risk his own miss's safety. If the young miracle doctor's skills truly were taught by his grandma, what if something goes horribly wrong during your treatment? Seraphina shot him a glare sharper than a flying dagger, her tone dropping to sub-zero. Orion, this is the absolute last time I will ever hear you utter such garbage from your mouth. The subordinate was wrong. Orion immediately moved to drop to his knees. Seraphina calmly reminded him, we are not at the Vanguard Manor. Dropping that single sentence, Seraphina turned and walked into the backyard. Orion's heart was pounding violently against his ribs. He never dared to speak out of turn again. The miss was clearly choosing to stand firmly on the young miracle doctor's side. He needed to prepare everything perfectly in advance. In the courtyard beneath the giant locust tree, a large iron wok was set up. Grandma Yi wanted to light the firewood, but I gently pushed her back into a rocking chair. Grandma, today you just sit back and watch me. Grandma Yi clearly didn't believe a word of it. You're an expert at having a picky palate, but actually cooking. I handed her a teapot, a bowl of sunflower seeds, and a woven palm fan. Let me try. You just watch and direct me. Grandma Yi chuckled happily. All right then. Let me see how my good grandson cooks up a storm. I didn't waste any time. I immediately set up the cutting board, chopped the pumpkin into perfect blocks, and tossed red dates and millet into a clay pot, adding a generous handful of poria cocos, fuling, as well. My movements were blindingly fast. While the porridge was simmering on one side, the main dishes were already perfectly prepped on the other. I used ginger slices to coat the hot iron wok, which instantly removed any metallic smell and released a mouth-watering aroma. The moment the scallions hit the sizzling oil, the entire courtyard exploded with the rich scent of meat. Dr. Linus wasn't even hungry originally, but now, watching this, he was literally drooling. Grandma Yi's eyes crinkled into a delighted smile. Not bad at all. I didn't stop moving for a second. Once all the dishes were simmering in the wok, I quickly pan-fried several millet and egg flatbreads, sprinkled them with freshly chopped green onions, and stuck them right against the inner rim of the iron wok to toast. Just making braised ribs with potatoes and eggplant wasn't enough, so I quickly chopped up some cabbage for a refreshing cold salad, drizzled with a touch of Sichuan peppercorn oil. It smelled so incredibly good that Orion kept turning his head to look. The prawns were boiled perfectly by Grandma Yi as the final touch, and I whipped up a special dipping sauce. When the food was finally laid out on the table, it was a vibrant, colorful, incredibly appetizing feast, along with freshly steamed, fluffy white buns, still radiating plumes of hot steam. Dr. Linus was practically dying of hunger, but didn't dare to be the first to pick up his chopsticks. Grandma Yi laughed warmly. Hurry up and eat, everyone! Taste Finnick's cooking! Dr. Linus and Orion were incredibly eager, but Orion hadn't forgotten that his boss was sitting right next to him. The miss had never ever eaten a casual family-style meal with anyone before. Her delicate stomach absolutely could not handle eating from shared dishes. Miss, how about, before he could even finish his sentence, Seraphina had already gracefully picked up her bamboo chopsticks. Orion felt a wave of intense anxiety. If she ate this and went back, what if she suffered another severe stomachache and fever? Right at that moment, I walked over carrying a wooden serving tray. On it were 4 exquisite little plates of food. They had all been perfectly portioned out in advance. Along with the specially toasted millet flatbread and the simmered pumpkin porridge, I slid the tray gently in front of Seraphina. These are specifically for you. Seraphina lifted her deep eyes to look at me, her expression showing a flicker of genuine emotion. I tapped my chin slightly. A 6-piece stomach-nourishing set. Wait for the porridge to cool down a bit before drinking. Eat the millet flatbread first. Orion was internally marveling at the young miracle doctor's incredible attention to detail. As expected of a master physician, he noticed absolutely everything. Seraphina, however, felt a strange warmth, interpreting it as his special care for her alone. The corners of her lips curled up in profound satisfaction. After dinner, once Seraphina and the others had left, Silas, who had been missing the entire day, suddenly stepped through the door, dragging a massive canvas sack behind him. I opened the sack Silas had hauled back, Inside were stacks of hard drives, bribery gift cards, stolen medical equipment, along with secret accounting ledgers and lists of names. The Montgomery family has this much dirt? I slowly curled my lips into a smirk, my eyes overflowing with a freezing intent never shown to outsiders. No wonder they boasted that no one in Southbridge dared to touch them. Turns out they have a massive political umbrella protecting them from behind. Silas gestured frantically with his hands, pushing a specific piece of paper toward me. Are you saying he stole the heavenly heart herb specifically to treat the Vanguard family's young miss? My gaze deepened slightly. Silas nodded emphatically. I lazily propped my chin on my hand, a playful smile dancing on my lips. Then let me see exactly how he plans to use the heavenly heart herb right in front of me, the actual creator of the medicine. I tapped my finger rhythmically against one of the secret ledgers and laughed softly. The weather in Southbridge is long overdue for a storm. I casually picked up the golden invitation card sitting on the table. Then I suppose I'll have to make a personal trip and properly teach the Montgomery family how to be human beings. Hearing this, Silas practically vibrated with excitement, just as he was about to sign something else. Grandma Yi pushed the door open and walked in. What are you two doing sneaking around in the storage room? Silas collected a bunch of broken electronics. He needs to assemble them. I lied with flawless care. Silas immediately nodded in perfect agreement. Grandma Yi was originally smiling, but when her eyes landed on the golden invitation card in my hand, she let out a long, heavy sigh. Finnick, are you really going? The invitation was delivered right to our door. There's no reason not to go. Grandma Yi looked at her incredibly mature, understanding grandson, her heart swelling with emotion. She couldn't let her own past mistakes trap this brilliant child here for the rest of his life. In the past, it didn't matter. But now that I had shown a genuine passion for saving lives, she had absolutely no right to hold me back. If you want to go, then go. Grandma Yi's hand gently stroked my hair. It's good for you to go out and see the world. The Vanguard family of the capital city is an ancient aristocratic family that has defended this nation since antiquity. They have countless extraordinary individuals in their ranks. Going there will allow you to make many valuable connections. If you happen to run into any legendary seniors, you absolutely must take a picture and show Grandma, especially that incredibly famous one who's been making waves lately. Speaking up to this point, Grandma Yi actually became visibly thrilled. If you can actually catch a glimpse of him, this entire trip will be worth its weight in gold. Who? I was honestly just asking casually, not really caring, until Grandma Yi enthusiastically pulled out her smartphone, opened a webpage, zoomed in, and proudly declared, "The ultimate master of medicine, the miracle doctor!" I was instantly, utterly, and completely struck dumb. Wait, you're calling this thing the miracle doctor? Silas also peered at the photo on the screen, his eyes widening to the size of saucers, looking exactly like he had just swallowed a rotten lemon. He looked at me, then looked back at the webpage, his gaze drifting in sheer disbelief. I pressed my finger against the screen, taking a massive deep breath and forced a smile. Grandma! Are you absolutely certain that this unkempt, bearded, toe-picking weirdo is the miracle doctor? Finnick, how can you disrespect senior miracle doctor like that? Grandma Yi's face screamed absolute zero tolerance for blasphemy. This is what you call a true master hiding their brilliance. Saying that, she hugged her phone to her chest, staring at the screen with pure awe and admiration, looking exactly like a hardcore teenage fangirl. I pinched the bridge of my nose, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I've practiced medicine for years, and this was undoubtedly the most catastrophic character assassination I had ever suffered. Grandma, one look and you can tell that's completely fake. Fake! Grandma Yi aggressively adjusted her reading glasses, wanting to analyze the photo even closer. I hurriedly pulled her away. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Grandma isn't worried about you causing trouble. Grandma Yi let out a heavy sigh. I'm terrified that my ruined reputation will drag you down. When you get there, do not mention the Serenity Clinic. I'll have the grandson of an old friend of mine look after you. You guys can watch each other's backs, and most importantly, avoid the Montgomery family at all costs. Avoid the Montgomery family? Then what the hell was I even going for? But I didn't say that out loud to the old lady. I just smiled warmly and agreed. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Only Silas knew that this time the Montgomery family was likely going to be skinned alive, because right before going to bed, I casually dropped a sentence. You and I are going to hack into the national defense system together and submit every single piece of dirt you found directly to the top. Meanwhile, at the wildly triumphant Montgomery family mansion, now that we have the heavenly heart herb, even the Vanguard family is looking at us with newfound respect. Dr. Montgomery held the brocade box, his face beaming with absolute ecstasy. Braxton sat right beside him, aggressively sucking up. It's all thanks to your sheer brilliance, Master. The entire Montgomery family was swimming in a sea of joy. Now we just wait for the medical seminar to begin. When the time comes, our Montgomery family will absolutely steal the entire show. At this moment, however, the face of the eldest son, Gregory Montgomery, looked highly troubled. What exactly happened to Gideon's arm? Haven't you been able to fix it yet? His precious son had just gone out to deliver a single item, and his arm got completely dislocated. No matter how they tried to set the bone, it simply wouldn't connect. This made it incredibly hard for Gregory to celebrate. Dr. Montgomery waved it off dismissively. Big brother, I already looked at Gideon's arm. It's nothing serious. He'll be perfectly fine by tomorrow. But Gregory wanted to argue further, when suddenly a deep, raspy, ancient voice echoed from the doorway. Gregory, stop obsessing over such trivial matters. The person speaking was the true, ultimate patriarch of the Montgomery family, Gideon the Elder. He was well over 100 years old. His back was slightly hunched, his hair completely white, yet his eyes were terrifyingly dark and sinister, like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows. Dad? Both Gregory and Dr. Montgomery gasped in shock. Why did you come back? Weren't you busy doing business in the capital city? Patriarch Montgomery didn't answer them immediately. He first waved his cane, ordering all irrelevant personnel out of the room. Only when the villa was completely empty of outsiders did he violently slam his cane against the marble floor. If I hadn't rushed back, the entire Montgomery family would have collapsed. Dr. Montgomery and Gregory shivered violently. Patriarch Montgomery lifted his heavy, drooping eyelids. Do you idiots have any idea that someone here in Southbridge is secretly investigating our family? Investigating us? Dr. Montgomery sneered. Who? Does this person have a death wish? Patriarch Montgomery grabbed a scalding hot teacup and violently hurled it straight at him. Dr. Montgomery shrank back, terrified as the cup shattered near his feet. You absolute imbecile! How many times have I warned you? When you're outside, watch every single word in action, even if you despise someone. Never, ever show it on your face. Dr. Montgomery, despite being in his 70s, trembled like a leaf in the wind. Dad, I was wrong. I won't say any more. Patriarch Montgomery narrowed his snake-like eyes. I've already pulled the right strings here in Southbridge. Of our dirty laundry will be exposed, but this is your one and only warning. From now on, you keep your hands completely clean. Dr. Montgomery desperately tried to argue. But you know as well as I do, the medical sector brings in the fastest, most massive profits. We have hundreds of mouths to feed in this family. We can't just completely cut off our main cash flow. I didn't say cut it off. Patriarch Montgomery spoke slowly, his voice dripping with malice. Just lay low for a while. Wait until this storm passes before making any moves, Doctor. Montgomery instantly understood. Dad, does this mean inspectors from the capital city have come down again? Patriarch Montgomery neither confirmed nor denied, simply closing his eyes. Dr. Montgomery quickly pledged his loyalty. Don't worry, Dad. I absolutely guarantee they won't find a single shred of evidence. It's been over a decade, and the Montgomery family has always been perfectly safe. This time will be no exception. Meanwhile, in a highly classified government building in the capital city, countless office computers suddenly began flashing wildly in unison, instantly triggering the highest level of alert in the Supreme Intelligence Department. I sat casually in front of my laptop, my fingers lightly dancing across the keyboard. The very next second, an identical email containing a massive data dump materialized simultaneously in every single one of their secure inboxes. The intruder arrived silently, struck with lightning speed, and vanished even faster. When the top brass clicked open that email, every single face drained of color. The absolute highest authority issued an immediate command. Investigate this immediately. Tear this Montgomery family up by the roots. Ensure absolute, total secrecy. Every single official connected to this in Southbridge and the provincial capital must be detained for interrogation. Before that happens, confiscate all their personal phones. Do not let a single whisper of this leak out. This night was destined to be anything but ordinary. Time flew by, and 2 days quickly passed. Unlike the previous event, the location for this seminar wasn't in the city center. It was held at the western suburbs villa. After packing my medical kit and the golden invitation, I hailed a taxi. Sitting in the back of the cab, I fell deep into thought. Is it just my imagination? Or does this invitation look slightly different from the one before? Soon, the taxi arrived at the western suburbs. A breathtaking rose manor, nestled deep within a lush forest, appeared before my eyes. This place was dedicated to providing ultra-luxurious royal-level services. It was a highly exclusive private club owned by the Vanguard family, without a direct invitation from the Vanguard family. Ordinary people absolutely could not step a single foot inside. The invitation card was the sole, ultimate ticket to entry. Every renowned physician who received an invitation brought along their most prized disciples or assistants. Among them, Dr. Montgomery and the members of the 4 major families all recognized each other, greeting each other warmly and introducing the juniors. Those doctors who lacked prestigious backgrounds were forced to sit awkwardly on the sidelines, whispering amongst themselves. There were also non-medical companions who were directed to wait in the front hall. For example, Beatrice. She scanned the grand manor, her eyes practically dripping with pure, unadulterated greed. "Oh my God, this place is too beautiful, too insanely luxurious." Saying that, Beatrice turned her head back, and tightly gripped Dr. Montgomery's arm again. Julian and I being able to come here is entirely thanks to your immense prestige, Dr. Montgomery. No need to be so polite. Dr. Montgomery was actually here for the very first time himself, but he was an absolute master at acting like he belonged. Beatrice, my dear, once we get inside, please try not to act so wildly shocked at everything. Beatrice nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right. Everyone here today is an elite master. She definitely needed to heavily police her words and actions. Julian stood right beside the two of them, his eyes darting everywhere as well. Although he didn't say a word, his heart was pounding like a jackhammer. He was currently dying of impatience, desperate to finally lay eyes on the legendary mythical woman he had heard so much about. At this exact moment, inside the manor's grand study, Old Master Vanguard, dressed in an elegant traditional Tang suit, was methodically rolling a string of prayer beads in his hand. His brow was deeply set, his hair white as snow, yet his face radiated an imposing, vibrant energy, his eyes brimming with a righteous, terrifying aura. Grandpa, it's getting late. The Vanguard family's eldest granddaughter, Elara Vanguard, gently reminded him. It's not good to keep the grandmasters waiting for too long. Old Master Vanguard slowly took a sip of his premium tea. What's the rush? Not everyone has arrived yet, Lyra guessed. Are you waiting for the legendary miracle doctor?
No.
Old Master Vanguard set down his teacup. Lyra wanted to ask more questions, but saw the old man put on an external earpiece, staring intently at the live feed of the main hall, his tiger-like eyes burning with intense curiosity. Lyra was genuinely intrigued now. Exactly what kind of person could make her grandpa pay such hyper-focused attention? Of course, Old Master Vanguard was paying attention. Ever since he heard from Orion that his most precious third granddaughter's appetite had miraculously improved, he had been dying to meet this young miracle doctor with extraordinary skills that Orion kept raving about. If it weren't for his stubborn granddaughter fiercely blocking him, he would have sent an army of spies to investigate the kid ages ago. Now he was forced to sneak a peek like a thief. It was incredibly embarrassing to say out loud, but thankfully, he hosted this medical seminar, and that young miracle doctor was definitely going to show up. Outside the manor, in the outer reception hall, people were still trickling in continuously. I was right there among them. It was just that my outfit was glaringly out of place compared to everyone else. A crisp white button-down, faded jeans, and a burgundy baseball cap. I looked exactly like a college kid who hadn't even graduated yet. The bodyguard at the door immediately raised an arm to block my path, speaking with strict formal politeness. And you are? Before I even had the chance to open my mouth, a nasty, mocking sneer erupted from beside me. A traditional medicine scammer, and you actually have the nerve to try and crash the Vanguard family's party. Turning toward the sound, I saw Gideon Montgomery strutting over, supporting Dr. Montgomery. Right beside them were the Yi family mother and son. Julian immediately averted his eyes, desperately trying to hide the fact that we had any connection whatsoever. Beatrice, on the other hand, glared at me so hard she practically wanted to bore 2 holes into my skull. This wretched little brat is like a lingering ghost. I raised a single eyebrow, a highly amused expression playing on my face. Well, look who it is. A bunch of familiar faces. Who the hell is familiar with you? Gideon violently snorted. Take a good look at where you're standing. Is this a place a dirt poor loser like you can just walk into? He had been dying for a chance to brutalize this kid for ages. But after asking around everywhere, nobody had ever heard of the brat. Now that fate had delivered him right into his hands, he was absolutely going to make him suffer. Where are the manor's security guards? Throw this trash out onto the street immediately, Gideon ordered with maniacal arrogance. Dr. Montgomery put on his fake, benevolent master act and stopped him, shaking his head in mock disapproval. Little Gideon, how can you be so harsh on a junior? Master, you have no idea what kind of vile character he has. All he does is spout flowery lies and scam people. Gideon's hatred burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns. I don't even know what kind of demonic black magic he used on me last time to make me kneel on the concrete for so long. Hearing this, I let out a slow, methodical chuckle. Oh? So your precious master still hasn't figured out to this day that your acupoints were forcibly sealed that day? Acupoints sealed? The onlookers gasped collectively in pure shock, looking at each other in disbelief. Does acupoint sealing actually exist in the real world? You're just blowing hot air, Gideon scoffed with absolute contempt. Do you think we're living in some ancient martial arts dynasty? Acupoint sealing! If it was real, wouldn't my master know how to do it? It's utterly pathetic. My eyes were pitch black and incredibly clear. I see. So the great director Montgomery doesn't even know how to heal using acupoint manipulation. It seems his supposedly legendary medical skills are nothing but hot air, too, just leading students astray. What the hell did you just say? Gideon exploded in fury. Say that one more time. Dr. Montgomery violently suppressed his boiling rage. Gideon, shut your mouth! Was this absolute imbecile trying to broadcast to the entire world that he didn't know how to manipulate acupoints? But master, Gideon refused to back down. Dr. Montgomery took a massive shuddering breath and shot me a look so cold it could freeze water. Since you are a disciple of Eleanor Ye, I will not stoop to your level. But let me give you a piece of advice. A healer must have a compassionate heart. Young man acting this wildly arrogant will only end in disaster. The moment the name Eleanor Ye dropped, the expressions of everyone present twisted into highly complex shapes. That Eleanor Ye who recklessly prescribed medicine and killed a patient? Since when did she take on a disciple? No idea. But why on earth would the Vanguard family give an invitation to him? The people around us completely stopped walking inside. Instead, they fixed their intense, judgmental stares squarely onto me, their faces radiating pure hostility and rejection. This was the exact perfect result Dr. Montgomery was aiming for. He deliberately had Gideon send a fake invitation directly to Eleanor Ye's hands, just so he could witness this glorious, humiliating scene. It was a slight pity that Eleanor Ye herself was too much of a coward to show up, but it didn't matter. Making this arrogant little brat lose every shred of his dignity was just as satisfying. Furthermore, this wasn't even the climax of the brat's humiliation yet. Once he proudly pulled out that fake invitation, that would be the true, spectacular disaster. Beatrice perfectly caught Dr. Montgomery's subtle eye signal and immediately stepped forward. Who knows, maybe he doesn't even have a real invitation. He probably forged one himself. Just think about it. This brat's hometown is in the backwater Ashwood County. Just a bunch of dirt-poor relatives. How on earth could he possibly be invited by the almighty Vanguard family? Hearing the word forged, the bodyguards exchanged a sharp, serious look, then turned to me with strict, unwavering politeness. Young sir, please present your invitation card. Brilliant as I was, I had already instantly deduced the malicious trap hidden within this invitation, however. I had absolutely nothing to fear. If worse came to worst, I would just drop my ultimate miracle doctor identity like a nuke. I maintained a perfectly composed expression, casually pulling the gold-stamped invitation from my black backpack and handing it over, exactly as expected. The moment the bodyguards saw it, their faces underwent a catastrophic shift. This is! The crowd watched the bodyguards' terrified expressions and started whispering excitedly. Could it be that the invitation really is a fake? Seeing this, Gideon's face lit up with vicious righteousness. Eleanor Ye treating people to death is one thing, but for her disciple to be a blatant scammer, this is an absolute disgrace to the medical profession. Dr. Montgomery was smiling too, his words dripping with sickeningly sweet venom. Young man, if you truly wanted to get inside, you could have just humbly begged us seniors for help. Using such deceptive, underhanded methods is truly unacceptable. Exactly. This is way too embarrassing. Is this really how Eleanor Ye teaches her students? I'm feeling secondhand embarrassment just looking at him. I was far too lazy to listen to another second of this garbage, lazily cracking my neck, the corners of my eyes curling into a dangerous smirk. Just as I was about to officially reveal my Miracle Doctor VIP account, suddenly, the two massive bodyguards standing right in front of me bowed perfectly at a sharp 90-degree angle, their voices booming with overwhelming respect. Please, sir, come right inside! In an instant, the entire atmosphere of the scene completely froze. The bodyguard's sudden action felt like a brutal, invisible slap, smashing violently across Dr. Montgomery's aging face. One of the bodyguards was still speaking frantically. Since this is your first time visiting our manor, if there is anything at all you are unsure of, I am at your complete disposal to guide you through everything. Please, follow me. The other bodyguard stood as stiff as a board. I raised an eyebrow and cast a sideways glance back at Dr. Montgomery. The old man's face looked like he had just swallowed a bucket of raw sewage. His eyes locked onto that invitation card in a death stare, as if he completely refused to believe his own eyes. Of course, I wasn't naive enough to believe that a snake like Dr. Montgomery would actually send me a genuine invitation. Something completely unexpected must have happened behind the scenes, something entirely outside of his pathetic calculations. Could it be her? I smiled faintly. With the Chin family's massive influence, securing a Vanguard family invitation would be child's play. But to go out of her way to help me like this, I would definitely have to properly thank a certain someone when I got back. The bodyguard's fiery, overflowing enthusiasm was a jarring contrast to their previous robotic strictness. The onlookers were absolutely dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Vanguard family staff were famously icy and aloof. Even their bodyguards were all elite ex-special forces. For them to be acting this incredibly submissive to a random kid, wasn't this wildly abnormal? No need to change anything. Just go back to doing your jobs. The bodyguards were incredibly perceptive. Then please, head right inside. Dr. Montgomery could not stand watching this for another second. He gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered and demanded, "Are you absolutely certain that invitation is real?" "Of course it is. Could you have possibly made a mistake?" Beatrice shrieked louder than anyone else. She knew exactly what kind of trash background that brat came from. How could he possibly possess a genuine invitation? Julian bit his lip fiercely and yanked hard on her sleeve. "Mom, this is the Vanguard family's territory!" Only then did Beatrice regain a shred of sanity and stopped herself from getting into a screaming match with the bodyguards. Gideon, however, didn't share that sentiment. He had always looked down on these glorified gatekeepers. Are you guys seriously just going to let a known scammer waltz right in? When a disaster happens, who is going to take the fall? The two bodyguards completely ignored him and continued performing their duties. Gideon's rage instantly hit the boiling point. He aggressively pointed a finger directly at one of the bodyguards' heads. Are you deaf? Can you not understand human speech? He is a scammer. He treated a patient to death. Warning. The bodyguard's eyes instantly turned dead cold. Sir, put your hand down immediately. Gideon completely ignored the warning, continuing his furious tirade. You truly are a bunch of lower-class trash. You can't even understand simple. Snap. Before anyone could blink, the bodyguard moved. Gideon let out an agonizing, blood-curdling scream. His finger had been brutally snapped backward. This is the private territory of the Vanguard family. Insolence will not be tolerated. The bodyguard's voice was now thick with lethal intent, causing even me, who had already started walking inside, to turn my head back. The bodyguard instantly executed a flawless face change, smiling warmly at me. Did we disturb you, sir? We will have this cleaned up immediately. With those words, the bodyguard let out a sharp whistle. Instantly, 3 or 4 men dressed entirely in black materialized from the shadows and ruthlessly dragged the screaming, sobbing Gideon completely out of the area. Master! Gideon desperately tried to reach out and grab Dr. Montgomery for help, but Dr. Montgomery violently flicked his sleeve, instantly severing all ties with him on the spot. How many times have I warned you? Stop acting so barbaric and reckless. But you never listen. You even dare to act aggressively towards your own mentor. It seems I am no longer capable of teaching you. From now on, whatever happens to you, you are on your own. Gideon's eyes widened in sheer horror. He couldn't believe his own mentor could twist the truth so black and white. Those who commit countless injustices will inevitably destroy themselves. That perfectly described scum like him. I withdrew my gaze and didn't bother paying them any more attention. My target for today had always been crystal clear, and that was the Montgomery family. Once Dr. Montgomery stepped inside the inner hall, that's when the real game would begin. The brutal sight of Gideon being dragged away like a sack of garbage sent a violent shiver down the spines of everyone watching. If in the past, they had only heard rumors that the Vanguard family was terrifyingly deep and absolutely not to be messed with. Now, having witnessed it with their own eyes, they became infinitely more obedient, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Only Dr. Montgomery's face looked like a thunderstorm. If this had been any other family's territory, he would never have swallowed such an insult, letting his most useful disciple be dragged away for absolutely no reason. But this was the Vanguard family, the absolute, undisputed tyrants of the capital city. Dr. Montgomery darkened his eyes, forced to swallow his rage and adjust his expression. Beatrice was still muttering under her breath. How could those bodyguards not tell real from fake? Mom, I think what we really need to care about right now is, exactly, where did he get that invitation from? Julian was already growing incredibly impatient in his heart. His mother's brain was truly full of mush. His invitation was obviously real. Otherwise, with the eagle-eyed vision of the Vanguard bodyguards, how could they have possibly let him through? Beatrice let out a confused, "Ah." Dr. Montgomery, however, let out a cold, sinister laugh. Where else could she have gotten an invitation from? I was the one who sent people to deliver it. You sent people? Julian was completely baffled. Dr. Montgomery's head was pounding with rage. The Montgomery family was given 3 invitations. I originally intended to send a fake one over to humiliate her. Gideon must have screwed up the envelopes and accidentally delivered a real one. That wretched brat truly got incredibly lucky. Beatrice's heart burned with intense jealousy. Dr. Montgomery, if only you had given that extra one to me. Dr. Montgomery's patience had completely vanished. I'm bringing you inside anyway, what's the difference? Saying that, he strode arrogantly up to the bodyguards and haughtily presented his invitation. The bodyguards inspected it and stepped aside to let him pass. Dr. Montgomery finally felt like he had regained a shred of his lost dignity, but very soon, his mood plummeted straight back into the abyss because of Beatrice's panicked screaming. Dr. Montgomery, they won't let me in! Dr. Montgomery whipped his head around, glaring at the bodyguards blocking her path. What is the meaning of this? The rules strictly state, one physician may only bring one accompanying assistant into the hall. The bodyguard stated coldly. You may choose one of the two. Dr. Montgomery completely lost his composure. Choose one? How the hell am I supposed to choose? This is humiliating. Julian was incredibly quick at reading the room. Master, how about you take my mother inside? I'll just wait for you both out here. Beatrice's face flushed bright red in a panic. Julian, what nonsense are you saying? You have to go inside so Miss Seraphina can lay her eyes on you, so she can fall madly in love with you. The other people couldn't hear this exchange, but the 2 bodyguards had incredibly sharp hearing. They exchanged a deeply disturbed look. What the hell is this crazy auntie talking about? Our miss? Falling in love with hims? The 2 bodyguards weren't just rolling their ears, their eyes were rolling into the back of their heads. It was utterly beyond words. Dr. Montgomery didn't want to stand there being stared at like a circus monkey any longer. Hurry up and decide. Whoever is coming, follow me. What a pair of absolute burdens. If it wasn't for getting his hands on the heavenly heart herb, he never would have dragged these two useless clowns along. Then Mom, I'll go. Julian bit his lip, putting on his best pitiable, delicate victim face. Beatrice waved him off with intense reluctance. Go on, my baby. It wasn't until the two of them completely disappeared from sight that she was still standing there, staring longingly at the doorway. A new group of arrivals. Finding her blocking the path, shot her a disgusted look. If you don't have an invitation, get out of the way. Beatrice was completely used to a life of pampered luxury. This was the first time she had ever been so publicly humiliated. She hastily shuffled to the side. This triggered her rage over the invitation Dr. Montgomery had mistakenly given away. She gritted her teeth in absolute fury. A wild pig can't appreciate fine bran. How did that wretched brat end up getting such a massive advantage? Meanwhile, inside the manor's inner hall, silhouettes moved gracefully through the room. The entire interior design screamed French elegance. The walls were literally inlaid with real, blooming roses. The tea sets were all crafted from top-tier white porcelain. As every renowned physician entered the hall, the butler would formally announce their name and lineage. Until I walked in, the announcement of the Serenity Clinic caused the physicians who were deep in conversation to unanimously turn their heads and stare, their eyes carrying an unreadable, complex emotion. Although it wasn't as blatantly aggressive as the crowd outside, the casual disdain and rejection leaking from their gazes was very real. Absolutely no one stepped forward to speak to me. Even the doctors without prestigious backgrounds silently shuffled further away, treating me like a plague. It was a stark contrast to Dr. Montgomery, who entered shortly after. The moment he stepped into the hall, he became the center of attention. Nearly half the entire room swarmed over to chat him up. Dr. Montgomery has arrived! Welcome, welcome! Dr. Montgomery navigated the crowd flawlessly, smiling with refined elegance. This was his true domain. That little embarrassment outside was absolutely nothing, Doctor. Montgomery walked proudly forward with Julian by his side. As he passed by me, he acted exactly as if I were entirely invisible. It was glaringly obvious that I was completely despised by my peers in the medical field. Everyone was aggressively going out of their way to ignore me. I didn't care in the slightest. I just casually found an empty seat, just as I was about to sit down. Suddenly, a frantic voice rushed past my ear. It's you, isn't it? The guy I'm supposed to be looking for. The person who approached was dressed incredibly fashionably, with pale skin and exceptionally striking looks. A pair of bright red headphones hung around his neck. He didn't look like a doctor at all. He looked more like an underground rapper. He aggressively plopped down into the seat right next to me, his mouth running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. My old man is always giving me these garbage assignments. Told me to look after the grandson of an old friend. Do I look like the kind of guy who knows how to look after people? Saying that, he scanned me up and down, his eyes burning like torches. Bro, you really dropped a massive bomb today. You actually had the guts to report that clinic's name? I stared intently at his face for a long moment, my eyes carrying a profound, hidden meaning. Leo, the young master of the Lancaster family's eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. The tone this bro just used to call my name, why did it sound exactly like my boss? An illusion. It must be a terrifying illusion. Leo checked his phone quickly. His boss never said he was coming to the seminar. The chat history still ended on that brutal rejection message. Leo shook his head violently and made a frantic shh gesture at me. Bro, keep your voice down. Didn't Grandma Yi warn you before you came? Do not mention her name. Just stick close behind me and try to blend in. I looked at him with an utterly careless, amused expression. Leo still hadn't grasped the terrifying reality hidden within my gaze. Two other teenagers trailing behind him quickly squeezed in. Young Master Leo, who's this? The one asking was the youngest grandson of the Cloud family, Caspian Cloud. Leo shrugged. A little brother of mine. Hearing this, Caspian laughed brightly. Since he's brother Leo's little brother, then he's my little brother too. Bro, stick with us. Big brother will take you to the after party later. The other teenager violently shoved him out of the way and turned to me. Bro, let me introduce myself. My name is Thorn Axel Thorn. My hobbies are clubbing and racing motorcycles. Both of you get out of the way. Leo grabbed his two best friends by the collars. Keep a low profile. Can't you see everyone else is staring at us? Caspian couldn't care less. So what? This seminar is just a bunch of ancient, dusty fossils anyway. I can't even identify a single medicinal herb. I have absolutely no idea why my grandpa dragged a useless piece of trash like me here. I actually had heard rumors about them before. The infamous show-off squad of Southbridge's aristocratic families, clubbing, street racing, completely uneducated and wildly incompetent. They were practically the laughingstock of the entire medical circle, but seeing them in person now, I was actually somewhat surprised by their blatant honesty. People who could so cheerfully admit to being complete trash were an incredibly rare breed nowadays. Julian also noticed the noisy commotion from our corner. He whispered softly into Dr. Montgomery's ear. Master, The Lancaster Cloud and Thorn families seem to be quite friendly with that person. It looks like they intend to back him up. Just a flock of useless, rich kid failures. Dr. Montgomery gently patted Julian's hand, whispering his expert analysis. The Cloud family, the Thorn family. The truly successful members of those two families are all sitting right here with us. Look over there, the one sipping tea is Zephyr Cloud. He's a top-tier cardiologist, and the best-looking one from the Thorn family, you already know, Rosalind Thorn. I've heard she even has a bit of a crush on you. Julian smiled modestly. Master, please don't tease me. Rosalind and I are just classmate. A classmate who hasn't taken her eyes off you since you walked through the door. Dr. Montgomery put on the knowing smile of an experienced elder. Master knows you have countless admirers. As for the Lancaster family, they aren't even worth mentioning. Back at the hospital, the Lancaster family explicitly took the side of that wretched brat. When the Montgomery family was blacklisted by the Heavenly Medical Pavilion, they were the ones celebrating the loudest. The Heavenly Medical Pavilion may be powerful, but I hold the miraculous cure for Miss Seraphina's illness right in my hands. Who doesn't know how to read the room and pick the winning side? Just look at the other aristocratic families, and then look at the Lancaster family. They've already fallen so low they're making friends with Eleanor Yee's disciple. Truly unpresentable garbage. And the unpresentable Leo Lancaster was currently hunched over, furiously filling out a registration form. Chewing on the end of his pen, he asked, Lil bro, what's your alias? The four of us will form a team. I'll submit our names together to the Vanguard family. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. Just as I was about to officially drop my true identity, I was interrupted by a highly obnoxious voice. You're a useless piece of trash yourself, and you're actually trying to form a team and drag someone else down with you? The person rudely interrupting me was the fashionably late Gideon Montgomery. His arm was still completely devoid of strength, and it was entirely thanks to the kid sitting right in front of him. Gideon glared at me, letting out a cold, venomous snort. The Lancaster family is truly a complete joke. You'll drag literally any stray dog into a high-end seminar. Leo looked at him with absolute zero care. Does it have anything to do with you? Gideon ignored him, turning instead to Axel Thorn. Little Axel, don't say I didn't warn you. Stop constantly hanging out with absolute failures. Take a good hard look at exactly who he is. Axel had always deeply despised Gideon's arrogant, punchable face, and fired right back. I don't give a damn who he is. When I make friends, I never look at their background. This is exactly why you're a complete idiot. Not knowing how to identify herbs is one thing, but to not even recognize your former brother-in-law. Gideon pointed a triumphant finger straight at me. He's the fake young master who just got violently kicked out by the Yee family. What? Axel froze completely solid. Even Leo violently jerked his head up. His grandpa absolutely did not mention this incredibly dramatic plot twist to him. At this moment, every single pair of eyes in the hall snapped onto us, including Rosalind Thorn, the girl who once had an arranged marriage contract with me. Earlier, she had been entirely focused on staring at Julian, and hadn't noticed this corner at all, until she clearly saw my face, the hands resting on her lap clenched into tight fists. This pathetic simp, how did he manage to sneak in here too? Who on earth brought him inside? I, the person at the center of the storm, remained perfectly stable, one hand lazily propping up my chin, maintaining my signature deeply careless posture. Inside the hall, the whispers and gossip erupted like wildfire, pointing fingers and throwing judgmental stares from every direction. No wonder he represents the Serenity Clinic. So he's the infamous fake young master. But this is the first time I've ever heard of an arranged marriage between the Yee and Thorn families. That was ages ago, back when Eleanor Yee was at the peak of her power. It was actually the Thorn family who begged for the arrangement. Seeing the fire rapidly spreading toward her own feet, Rosalind Thorn could no longer sit still. She abruptly stood up and marched aggressively toward me. Did I not make myself perfectly clear last time? Or are you just completely incapable of understanding human speech? Hearing this, I didn't even bother acknowledging her. My back was just getting a bit stiff, so I shifted my sitting position. Rosalind's pretty face was freezing cold, her eyes dripping with utter disdain. Then I will say it one final time. I will never, ever like you. The person I have an arranged marriage with is the true young master of the Yee family, not a dirt-poor loser who crawled out of a mountain ditch like you. I highly advise you to wake up and face reality. Stop having delusional fantasies about me ever marrying you. Instantly, the gossip in the hall exploded into a deafening roar. Dr. Montgomery looked over at Julian. Didn't you guys say he was just a distant relative of the Yee family? Julian fiercely bit his lip, his expression the picture of innocent victimhood. Master, he adamantly refused to return to the countryside. He desperately wanted to keep pretending to be a young master of the Yee family. We were completely out of options, so we had to say that. Then he truly is utterly shameless. Dr. Montgomery didn't bother investigating the Yee mother and son's lies. In his view, the current situation was absolutely perfect for humiliating that wretched brat. Being publicly brutally rejected by a woman in front of everyone. How could he possibly have the face to keep living after this? Thinking of this, Dr. Montgomery smiled broadly again. Julian, the only true young master of the Yi family is you. Just look, even Rosalind only acknowledges you. Julian listened with a deeply conflicted, hesitant expression. But he had a massive, burning crush on Rosalind Thorne. Coming here today was largely just to see her. You have to understand, his brother's single greatest weakness was Rosalind. Wait, a junior mentioned this before. I remembered now. That useless idiot used to run over to our Capital Med campus every single day, just to catch a glimpse of Miss Thorne. Right, I heard about that too. A vocational college dropout actually thinking he's worthy of Miss Thorne. It's the ultimate toad lusting after swan meat scenario. Turns out even his identity was a complete fake. What's his grand plan to confess his love to Miss Thorne this time? Is he going to drop to his knees and beg? Ha 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 ha. Just as the crowd was laughing hysterically, a sharp clack echoed through the room. I effortlessly picked up the heavy wooden chair with one hand and completely relocated myself to a different spot. Where did this ugly woman come from? So damn noisy. Ugly woman. In a fraction of a second, the atmosphere in the hall completely froze solid. Rosalind Thorne's face twisted in pure disbelief. Even her lips were trembling violently. What did you just say? Ugly woman. I let out a careless, lazy smirk. Did you hear me clearly this time? If you didn't, you really need to get your ears checked. Rosalind's chest heaved violently up and down. She was so angry she was hyperventilating. Almost everyone in the room underwent a drastic facial expression change, especially Julian. His brows knitted together so tightly they nearly merged. What is going on? Doesn't he love Rosalind more than anything? He had personally witnessed this guy act so pathetic and desperate for Rosalind he'd practically give up his own life. Why is he suddenly acting like this? Julian took a massive deep breath. Meanwhile, Rosalind was left standing there like a humiliated clown who couldn't get off the stage. Finnick, have you completely forgotten how you used to beg on your knees, just for me to look at you for 2 extra seconds? Men in love have absolutely zero rationality. Furthermore, what exactly is the truth? The heavens know, the earth knows, you know, and I know. Someone in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "You're the one who stalked Miss Thorne like a creep. What truth are you trying to spin?" When Rosalind heard me say the word truth, her face instantly drained of all color. Terrified that I was actually going to expose some highly damaging secrets, she immediately put on a fake magnanimous front. Forget it. Now that he's left the Yi family, his life is miserable enough. For the sake of our past connection, I won't stoop to his level. With those words dropped, she refused to look at me for another second, and practically ran back to her seat, although she technically saved face. Her entire posture screamed fleeing in utter defeat. Dr. Montgomery had wanted to enjoy a good show, but the result was highly disappointing. So he hurriedly stepped up to take the lead. Rosalind is a junior cherished by both our Montgomery and Thorne families. Her beauty and intellect are absolutely top tier. I genuinely have no idea what gave this young man the sheer audacity to actually dare to look down on our Rosalind. This single sentence successfully transformed me into public enemy number 1 for both the Montgomery and Thorne families. The head of the Thorne family was Axel's uncle, Arthur Thorne. He was incredibly composed, sitting high up in the VIP section. He didn't say a single word to me directly, he just lowered his head to take a slow sip of tea, before shooting a lethal, razor-sharp glare at Axel. "Get over here immediately." Axel desperately wanted to stay with Leo in the squad, but his current situation was far too awkward. He had no choice but to retreat into the corner. The doctors and scholars without strong family backing could clearly see that this move by the Thorne family was an undeniable declaration of war. That kid is going to be absolutely slaughtered during the medical seminar. Leo also looked over at me, the guy who had successfully offended 2 major aristocratic families simultaneously. His mind was about to explode. "Bro, are you genuinely completely fearless?" I took a casual bite of a piece of fruit, my tone incredibly light. "They're just 2 greedy, profit-driven merchants. What is there to be afraid of? Profit-driven merchants. Do you have any idea what their status is in the medical—" Wait a second. Why does this exact phrasing sound so incredibly familiar? Leo aggressively scratched his head. He strongly felt like he had heard this exact description somewhere before. I reached out and patted his messy, spiky hair. "Little brother's head has a pretty nice texture. If you can't remember, don't force it. You and Caspian need to get ready." "Get ready for what?" Caspian was still completely spaced out. Today's gossip bombs were dropping way too fast and heavy. He hadn't even digested the first one yet. I picked up my black backpack and slowly stood up from the intricately carved wooden chair, my voice turning icy cold. "To crush this entire room and take first place." "What?" Caspian's face was a giant question mark. Leo wanted to say something else, but from the grand staircase above, a deep, powerful laugh suddenly echoed through the hall. "Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend. I, Lyra, am profoundly grateful." Lyra Vanguard, dressed in a stunning pitch-black kapow, slowly descended the stairs as she raised her eyes to scan the hall. Her aura was overwhelmingly dominant. Leo immediately sucked in a sharp breath. It's been so many years. Why is she still so terrifyingly fierce? I raised an eyebrow. You know her? The eldest daughter of the Vanguard family. She served in the military, and now I think she runs the business empire. Leo added another frantic warning. Do not act reckless in front of her. She can literally punch you into orbit. Lyra possessed a heroic, striking beauty. Her features were deep and commanding. She was undeniably gorgeous. It was obvious that, despite her martial aura, her upbringing was absolutely impeccable. The Vanguard family has prepared a small token of appreciation for everyone. Saying that, she clapped her hands together once. Beside every single person's seat, a mechanical compartment smoothly ascended, revealing an exquisite gift box. Inside the gift boxes were premium ginseng, deer antler, cordyceps caterpillar fungus, and thick stacks of cold hard cash. Lyra scanned the room. Most people were acting overly cautious and timid, refusing to even touch the gift boxes. Even the Montgomery and Thorne families put on a fake, hypocritical display of being entirely unswayed by material wealth. This left Lyra feeling somewhat deeply disappointed. So the four great families of Southbridge are also a bunch of two-faced hypocrites. Lyra had been in the brutal business world for years. In her eyes, there was only one absolute truth. Absolutely no one dislikes money. If they do, it simply means you haven't offered enough. Just as she was growing bored and about to look away, she coincidentally spotted me casually stuffing the premium cordyceps straight into my black backpack. Lyra smiled. This young gentleman seems to be quite fond of the Vanguard family's small gift. The moment those words dropped, I instantly became the absolute center of attention for the entire room once again. The eyes of the aristocratic families were filled with sheer disdain and contempt. Dr. Montgomery shook his head dramatically. Truly, unpresentable garbage. Lyra, seeing that everyone had completely misunderstood her meaning, was just about to explain. When I spoke up first, my voice incredibly clear. Yes, the quality of the gifts prepared by the Vanguard family is exceptionally high. Gideon reacted as if he were listening to a hilarious comedy routine. Who doesn't know the Vanguard family provides top-tier items, acting so desperately greedy to grab them like you? No, I didn't mean that. The others quickly chimed in. My fingers methodically tapped against the gift box, and I dropped a bombshell. Sometimes I seriously suspect that the Montgomery family genuinely knows absolutely nothing about medicine. You arrogant, wet-behind-the-ears brat. Gideon exploded in rage. You've provoked the Montgomery family time and time again, and we've tolerated it. But today I will absolutely not let you off. My gaze turned lethally cold. A piece of trash whose arm I permanently disabled. How exactly do you plan to not let me off? Gideon looked like he was about to charge right at me. Dr. Montgomery violently slammed his hand against the table. You wretched brat! I don't care what your background is. For you to insult our Montgomery family so brazenly, if you don't provide a perfect, logical explanation right now, I, Dr. Montgomery, will be the first to tear you apart. Leo desperately tugged at my sleeve. Bro, you're going way too hard. I can't protect you from this. An explanation? I, however, remained completely unfazed, my eyes darkening to the absolute abyss. What exactly was I just packing away? Gideon immediately sneered, answering without thinking. Cordyceps, don't tell me you don't even know what winter worm summer herb is? In a flash of lightning speed, Dr. Montgomery seemed to realize something horrifying and desperately tried to stop him from speaking. But it was already too late. A wicked, mocking smirk curled onto my lips. Exactly, it's cordyceps. Proper storage of cordyceps requires strict avoidance of strong light, and the temperature should absolutely not exceed 20 degrees Celsius, 68 Fahrenheit. Right now, the indoor temperature is 24 degrees, and there are intense UV lights illuminating the room. I packed them into my bag, specifically to protect their crucial medicinal value. Could it be that the Grand Montgomery family doesn't even know this basic elementary medical fact? The moment those words dropped, the entire hall erupted into pure, chaotic shock. Gideon was still trying to sneer. I'm listening to your blind bull. Before he could finish his vile sentence, he was brutally cut off. Gideon, shut your mouth! Dr. Montgomery screamed, nearly popping a blood vessel. Gideon completely froze. He turned his head to look at his uncle's horrified expression, and then looked at the judging stares directed at them from all around. In an instant, pure panic flooded his face. Could it be that this wretched brat was actually telling the truth? As expected of a disciple personally taught by Eleanor Yi, he truly possesses quite a bit of natural intuition for identifying herbs. The person speaking was the ultimate patriarch of the Cloud family, Old Master Cloud. He had been sitting hunched in a corner the entire time, eyes half closed, looking exactly like an average harmless old man. Now, he lifted an eyelid and pointed a lecturing finger at his grandson, Zephyr Cloud. You need to learn from this. Zephyr Cloud maintained an incredibly humble, elegant posture. Yes, Grandpa. Arthur Thorne, however, acted completely unfazed. Old Cloud, you're exaggerating. He merely exploited a technicality. Exactly. Gideon immediately jumped onto the excuse like a lifeline. I just didn't think about it in that specific context. This wretched brat is just a master at finding loopholes. Originally, Arthur Thorne's subtle comment was the perfect, graceful way to end the embarrassment. But Gideon adding that extra defensive sentence directly and undeniably proved his own sheer stupidity. Several people in the room were already struggling to hold back their laughter. Dr. Montgomery wished he could sprint over and physically superglue his nephew's mouth shut. Gideon still hadn't realized how catastrophic his blunder was. Hearing the suppressed laughter, he grew increasingly irritated and suddenly shot a furious, aggressive glare. "Who is it? If you have the guts, laugh right to my face. Me?" Lyra Vanguard lazily raised her hand, her heroic, commanding aura undiminished. Gideon froze solid once again. A Vanguard family member? Then he… To everyone's shock, Lyra didn't even spare him a second glance. She took large strides and walked directly to stand in front of me. The Vanguard family prepared these small gifts, hoping that everyone would thoroughly enjoy them when no one picked them up. I genuinely thought everyone here looked down on our Vanguard family's offerings. The moment she said that, everyone except me desperately wanted to open their mouths and explain. Lyra pressed her palm downward, signaling silence. But it doesn't matter, as long as someone appreciates them. Furthermore, I must deeply thank this young gentleman for reminding me of the proper storage methods for cordyceps. I remained completely neither humble nor arrogant. Miss Vanguard is too polite. It's simply a doctor's basic instinct. Well said, a doctor's basic instinct. Lyra genuinely loved this young man's unapologetic attitude. The Vanguard family invited everyone here today. Firstly, for a grand medical exchange. Secondly, for my chronically ill third sister. As Lyra spoke, her sharp eyes scanned the crowd. It's getting late. I won't delay everyone any further. We shall see true skill in the consultation rooms. Lyra tapped the table lightly. The Vanguard family has prepared 3 special patients, each with entirely different, highly complex symptoms. Everyone is required to enter the consultation rooms on the 2nd floor according to their assigned group numbers and provide a diagnosis for the patients. Weren't we supposed to be treating the Vanguard family's third miss? Why has it changed to random people? Rosalind Thorne frowned deeply. Lyra shot her a freezing, indifferent glare. Do you seriously believe my third sister is someone just anyone can demand to see? Rosalind had never been spoken to with such blatant disrespect before. Her face instantly turned ashen cold. Lyra's smile returned. My third sister has incredibly high standards and severe germophobia. She only tolerates looking at things that are visually pleasing. Please everyone, bear with it. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. This Vanguard family third miss is genuinely quite a fascinating character. Everyone, please proceed. Lyra raised her hand. Inside the Grand Manor, hidden doors silently rotated open, revealing a row of high-tech consultation rooms. The physicians were required to examine the patients in their assigned groups. Dr. Montgomery was the very first to move. He was practically vibrating with impatience to show everyone the absolute dominance of the Montgomery family, especially to crush that wildly arrogant, wretched brat. It was glaringly obvious that the patients the Vanguard family had sourced were unimaginably difficult to diagnose. Every single group that went in and came back out wore expressions of extreme heavy concentration, and they all took an incredibly long amount of time. Aside from the Montgomery and Thorne families, who walked out with confident smiles, even Zephyr Cloud looked visibly exhausted. But thankfully, he managed to write out a prescription. Many others couldn't even figure out the core symptoms. The moment they stepped out, they started furiously whispering to each other, looking exactly like students desperately comparing answers after a brutal final exam. Caspian, listening to the intense medical jargon around him, started getting seriously panicked. Bro, how about we just don't go in? You have no idea. Leo and I are absolutely, utterly hopeless when it comes to actual medical skills. Follow me. I dropped those 2 words, picked up my medical kit and stood up. When our consultation number was finally called, Caspian clung to the doorframe, refusing to let go. Bro, I seriously have no idea what I'm doing. How about you find someone else? I furrowed my brow, lifted my leg, and literally kicked him inside. The moment Caspian stumbled into the room, he completely collapsed, frantically flipping through medical textbooks like a madman. Meanwhile, I had already delivered the final diagnosis result. Damp heat, severe blockage in the meridian pulses. While writing down the notes, I looked up and asked the patient, "Are you afraid of needles?" The patient shook his head. With one hand, I stabilized his fingertip. With the other, I executed a flawless bloodletting acupuncture strike. Before Caspian could even process what had just happened, I had already cleanly withdrawn the needle. Seeing this, Caspian and Leo's jaws literally hit the floor. They weren't shocked by anything else. They were shocked because the patient actually looked completely cured. His face instantly regained a healthy, rosy color as he profusely thanked me. On the other side, I had already placed my fingertips on the wrist of the third and final patient. Separated by a thick cloth curtain, the patient coughed continuously, one heavy cough after another, yet his underlying breathing rhythm remained incredibly stable. His pulse was immensely thick and powerful, echoing strongly, without a single trace of abnormality. I closed my eyes, as if falling into deep thought, or as if trying to probe the pulse even clearer. "You say you have headaches?" I opened my eyes. and looked directly toward the cloth curtain. The patient let out 2 heavy, dramatic coughs, his voice raspy, slow and deliberate. Yes, indeed. I have no idea what's wrong with me. Ever since last month, this head of mine just sporadically erupts in agonizing pain. I've been to countless doctors, and none of them can give me a straight answer. I smiled faintly, and didn't ask a single further question. I simply lowered my eyes and scribbled exactly 4 words onto the diagnosis sheet. All done. Saying that, I snapped my medical kit shut. The patient raised a suspicious eyebrow. That's it, little doctor, you haven't even asked me what other symptoms I have aside from the headaches. To make a reckless conclusion this fast is honestly quite absurd. I dropped my pen back into the holder, smiling faintly. You are perfectly fine. There's absolutely no need to ask further. Caspian grabbed my arm in a sheer panic. No, bro, it's only been 5 minutes. Let's just examine him a little bit longer, please. It's irrelevant. I raised my hand with effortless swagger and decisively smashed the confirmation buzzer. The people outside the consultation rooms were still frantically comparing answers. Seeing our group emerge this unbelievably fast, they all erupted into roaring laughter. Meanwhile, on the main seat of honor, Lyra Vanguard set down her teacup and took the final results slip from the butler's hands. Everyone has completed their consultations. Lyra's voice was bright and commanding. The final results are right here in my hand, Professor Montgomery. Dr. Montgomery stood up proudly, the triumphant smirk on his lips absolutely impossible to suppress. As he walked past me, he deliberately shot me a highly arrogant, condescending glare. I remained seated in my original spot, my gaze cool and indifferent. I didn't even have the spare time to give him a sideways glance. I was busy looking down at my phone, typing a message. Caspian completely couldn't understand it. Bro, how on earth are you still in the mood to play on your phone? It's over. We are absolutely guaranteed dead last. I swiftly turned off my screen, my tone dripping with playful amusement. Is that so? Caspian was dying of anxiety. Didn't you see the Montgomery family walk up there? And the Thorne family too, flanking Lyra Vanguard. Stood Dr. Montgomery on one side, and Arthur Thorne on the other. Everyone seemed to find this result entirely unsurprising, just as they were about to applaud. Lyra spoke up. The medical expertise of the Montgomery and Thorne families are equally matched. They were exceptionally meticulous in questioning the patients. The first patient suffered from damp heat, the second from internal organ deficiency. Both esteemed doctors prescribed the perfectly correct medications. However, regarding the third patient, the prescriptions provided by both doctors were highly inaccurate. Therefore, they are tied for second place. The triumphant smile on Dr. Montgomery's face instantly froze solid. Arthur Thorne's expression also turned incredibly ugly. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. The Montgomery and Thorne families tied for second? Then who on earth is first? Lyra, however, didn't drag out the suspense. Instead, she walked directly over to stand right in front of me, smiling brilliantly. Young Mr. Finnick, could you perhaps explain this highly unique prescription you've written? The slip of paper was unfolded, revealing 4 large, elegantly scrawled words, "Drink more warm water." Seeing this, the entire hall instantly erupted in furious outrage. What kind of garbage prescription is that? I'm seriously dying of laughter here. What on earth has Eleanor Yee been teaching? This is an absolute disgrace to all medical practitioners. Seeing the chaos, Lyra frowned deeply and decided to stop building the suspense. Enough. I will simply announce the final results now. The first place in the consultation examination goes to the Serenity Clinic. The moment this result was announced, the entire grand hall fell into a deathly, stunned silence. Everyone's eyes widened to the absolute limits of human disbelief. The Serenity Clinic is first? How is that even remotely possible? Arthur Thorne's face changed colors drastically, Doctor. Montgomery lost all control and violently snatched the results slip away. The name written at the very top was indeed the Serenity Clinic. Julian's fake smile completely vanished. How is this possible? Does that backwater country bumpkin brother of mine actually know real medicine? In a flash, every single pair of eyes in the room was locked onto me, Leo, and Caspian Cloud. How could Dr. Montgomery possibly tolerate the humiliation of losing to an unknown wild brat in front of everyone? He clenched the slip of paper so tightly his knuckles turned white, taking deep breaths to stabilize his erratic breathing. Although as a physician I shouldn't question the employer, but I, as an old man, am genuinely profoundly curious. I wonder exactly what grading criteria was used for these 3 to be awarded first place. Once the Montgomery family spoke up, the others finally found the courage to voice their doubts. Exactly, how could they possibly be first? Caspian Cloud scores dead last in every single test, every single year, and Leo Lancaster is even worse. A complete and utter failure. What exactly did they rely on to take first place? Lyra raised an eyebrow. It seems everyone here is highly dissatisfied with the Vanguard family's judgment. Miss Vanguard. We naturally trust the Vanguard family completely. Arthur Thorne shot a piercing glare in my direction. But no matter how perfect a competition system is, there will always be people who exploit loopholes. Why not have them explain their medical reasoning out loud, so everyone here can collectively judge Who truly possesses the qualifications to be ranked first? Exactly, Gideon screamed louder than anyone else. Old Master Cloud, however, voiced his strong disapproval. Old Thorn, don't be a sore loser. How are we being sore losers? Arthur Thorn aggressively tapped the prescription slip written by the Serenity Clinic group. Does drink more warm water actually count as treating an illness? In an instant, the uproar erupted once again. Arthur Thorn didn't question anyone else. He aimed directly at the useless failure of the Cloud family. Caspian, you tell us. What was the medical reasoning behind your group writing this prescription? Caspian opened and closed his mouth like a goldfish. I didn't write it! Arthur Thorn sneered mockingly. Look, ask him one question and he knows absolutely nothing. At this exact moment, I finally spoke up. I wrote the prescription, and the diagnosis was made by Dr. Leo, as our deeply experienced, highly skilled group leader. He walked into the room for less than 2 minutes and instantly deduced that the third patient was in fact completely faking their illness. Faking it? Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Someone screamed. Impossible. His body temperature was clearly elevated, and there were visible abnormalities on his tongue coating. There are a million ways to fake a high body temperature. For instance, keeping a cup of hot water right next to you and dipping the thermometer into it before showing it to the doctor. I spoke with slow, methodical precision. Isn't that right, Dr. Leo? Suddenly, the cloth curtain of the consultation room was violently yanked open. Old Master Vanguard, leaning heavily on his dragon-head cane, strode powerfully out from inside, his voice booming, vibrating through everyone's chests. You, young man, are genuinely quite fascinating. Grandpa! Lyra immediately stepped forward. The men in black suits instantly formed 2 perfectly straight lines, standing like imposing statues on either side of the elderly man, to make his fake illness look authentic. The old man even had a medical bandage wrapped around his head, which he now aggressively ripped off and threw away. He shot me a deeply meaningful look, then turned to face the stunned crowd. The intense debate everyone was just having. I heard every single word of it clearly from inside the consultation room. Old Master Vanguard stood tall and unyielding like an ancient pine, his eyes fierce like a tiger's. The Serenity Clinic takes first place, fully deserved and undisputed, with Old Master Vanguard personally delivering the final verdict. Who on earth would dare to object? Where was Arthur Thorn, who was just demanding a detailed explanation of their diagnostic reasoning? Doctor. Montgomery's face was completely plastered with a desperate, ingratiating smile. We had absolutely no idea it was you, sir. Out of all these young and old friends here, indeed, not a single one of you managed to figure out it was me. Old Master Vanguard leaned on his cane, his tone dripping with cold detachment. Dr. Montgomery's face flushed with extreme embarrassment. And the others weren't doing much better. They all desperately wished they could dig a hole and bury themselves alive. Who could have possibly predicted that the third patient would actually be the ultimate patriarch of the Vanguard family putting on an acting masterclass? This completely bypassed the realm of actual medical skills. No, I absolutely cannot let that person stand out and steal the glory in a setting like this. Dr. Montgomery was visibly panicking. If Julian hadn't been standing right beside him and subtly whispered a reminder in his ear, Dr. Montgomery would have completely forgotten that he still held the ultimate trump card, the Heavenly Heart Herb. Old Master Vanguard, Dr. Montgomery shouted at the top of his lungs. I heard that Miss Vanguard has been plagued by a chronic, debilitating illness and has been desperately searching for a specific miraculous herb. Today, I have brought it to you. A specific herb the Vanguard family is desperately searching for. Could it be? The eyes of everyone in the crowd instantly lit up with blazing curiosity. Old Master Vanguard also turned his head to look at him, signaling his bodyguards to go retrieve it. Dr. Montgomery dramatically opened the wooden brocade box he brought and proudly presented it. The Heavenly Heart Herb! The Montgomery family actually managed to find a Heavenly Heart Herb. You have to understand, the last time a Heavenly Heart Herb appeared in the world was a full decade ago. This specific medicinal plant was incredibly absurdly rare. It was originally cultivated by the founding ancestor of the Heavenly Medical Pavilion. Legend had it that consuming it could neutralize 100 poisons and cure 100 diseases. Forget everyone else in the room. Even Old Master Vanguard showed a flicker of visible emotion. Lately, the Vanguard family had been continuously trying to contact the Heavenly Medical Pavilion for the sole purpose of obtaining a single stalk of the Heavenly Heart Herb. The Heavenly Medical Pavilion had finally responded, offering it at an astronomical price. The Vanguard family had infinite money. What they severely lacked was time. The granddaughter Old Master Vanguard loved more than anything in the world was rapidly running out of time. Very few people knew this grim reality. Old Master Vanguard's gaze locked onto the wooden box, yet his face remained a mask of impenetrable stoicism. Dr. Montgomery truly lives up to his towering reputation. State your conditions. The moment those words were spoken, the entire crowd erupted in jealous awe. Dr. Montgomery basked in the glorious, worshipful stares of everyone around him, putting on a fake display of lofty, saintly virtue. Old Master Vanguard. A healer's heart is a heart of pure benevolence. Regarding Miss Vanguard's illness, the Montgomery family requests to be the primary attending physicians. Old Master Vanguard gently rubbed the head of his dragon cane. His granddaughter had already personally selected her primary attending physician, and had explicitly informed him, declaring she would refuse treatment from anyone except the young miracle doctor. But the Montgomery family currently held the heavenly heart herb. Just as Old Master Vanguard was lost in deep, conflicted thought, I suddenly let out a soft, mocking laugh. Do I need to jog the Montgomery family's memory? Exactly. How did you get your filthy hands on that stalk of heavenly heart herb? Dr. Montgomery was genuinely, utterly sick of this wretched brat, ruining his perfectly laid plans time and time again. Gideon's eyes erupted with explosive fury. If you're so tough, why don't you pull out a heavenly heart herb? If I wanted a heavenly heart herb, I could just plant a seed and have one whenever I pleased, but there was absolutely no need to flex that hard right here. I took large strides directly toward Dr. Montgomery. My grandma gave birth to an unfilial, traitorous son, who acted as a willing dog for outsiders to violently rob his own family's heavenly heart herb. That is her own tragic karma, and she explicitly told me to let it go. But today, on behalf of every innocent patient out there, I want to ask the Montgomery family one question. When you sleep at night, are you not haunted by nightmares? What the hell do you mean by that? Gideon charged forward, looking like he was about to physically assault me, only to be effortlessly blocked by a Vanguard family bodyguard with a single raised arm. Sir, violence is strictly prohibited on Vanguard family property. Old Master Vanguard stood perfectly still in the dead center of the room, not saying a single word, his oppressive, heavy gaze locked onto the scene. Dr. Montgomery knew he absolutely could not afford to keep fighting over these minor issues. If he annoyed the Vanguard family any further, absolutely no one would have a good outcome. Old Master Vanguard, I swear on the century-old honor of the Montgomery family, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this heavenly heart herb. Dr. Montgomery's skin was thicker than a concrete wall. He tightly grabbed Julian's arm. This is a gift that I, along with my most prized disciple, are collectively dedicating to the Vanguard family, to be used exclusively for treating the young miss. Hearing this, the crowd finally started to put the pieces together. Leo instantly understood my actions. Bro, no wonder you were acting so hardcore today. Turns out it was all to get justice for Grandma Ye. Not entirely. I remained silent, simply lowering my eyes to check the time on my phone screen. Caspian shook his head. But this heavenly heart herb is just way too insanely rare. Even if the Vanguard family knows the shady backstory, they probably still won't reject old Montgomery's offer. Exactly. Who could possibly reject a miraculous god-tier herb that cures all diseases? Especially for the Vanguard family's third miss, who already has one foot in the grave. The desire to survive is a fundamental human instinct after all. Under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd, Old Master Vanguard reached out and lifted the wooden box. People stared with extreme, burning envy. Just as they were about to preemptively congratulate Dr. Montgomery, they heard Old Master Vanguard speak in a low, rumbling voice. While my Vanguard family may not be saints, we are absolutely incapable of stealing someone else's beloved treasures. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are decreed by heaven. The heavenly heart herb is indeed a rare treasure. But this medicine, my Vanguard family absolutely will not accept. What? In an instant, every single person in the room whipped their heads toward Old Master Vanguard, including me. I raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise, my eyes taking on a completely different, profound meaning. Old Master Vanguard placed the wooden box back down and raised his right hand high. Instantly, on the massive digital wall behind him, two massive words materialized. Only 2 words, no more, no less. Regit. They say a person's handwriting reflects their soul. These words were so incredibly cold and indifferent. If my guess was correct, this must have been the direct order of the Vanguard family's third miss, exactly as expected. Old Master Vanguard burst into booming, hearty laughter, his voice vibrating with immense power. It seems my granddaughter and I share the exact same answer. Dr. Montgomery was completely dumbfounded. He never in his wildest dreams expected this outcome. Logically speaking, as long as he presented the heavenly heart herb, the Vanguard family should have treated him like absolute royalty. Just because the origins were a bit murky, they completely rejected it. Dr. Montgomery took a massive, shuddering breath. The collective stares of the surrounding crowd felt like invisible, stinging slaps, striking his face over and over again. Simultaneously, with a deafening crash, the massive double doors of the inner hall were violently kicked open. A highly coordinated squad of plainclothes federal agents, looking exactly like they were executing a hyper-classified Black Ops mission, swarmed into the room and violently slammed Dr. Montgomery and Gideon face first onto the marble floor. The agents' movements were terrifyingly fast, surgical, clean, and brutally aggressive. Gideon was still screaming at the top of his lungs. "Who the hell are you people? Do you know who you're messing with? How dare you touch the Montgomery family?" The team leader simply raised a single hand. flashing his highly classified federal badge. Supreme Strike Force. The crowd was instantly horrified. Why on earth is the Supreme Strike Force here? Old Master Vanguard slightly raised an eyebrow, but didn't say a single word. His eyes, brimming with ancient wisdom, quietly observed the entire chaotic scene unfold. Gideon desperately tried to struggle back to his feet. I don't give a damn what force you are. Do you have any idea who provides political cover for our Montgomery family? Bam. The federal agent violently slammed his face back into the floor. Dr. Montgomery's old face was dead white, spreading his hands in a frantic panic. Misunderstanding. This is all a massive misunderstanding. Officer, I have Secretary Chang's direct phone number right here. The team leader brutally cut him off. Municipal Secretary Chang has already fully confessed. Your Montgomery family shows absolute, utter contempt for human life, using your positions as doctors to traffic human organs, engaging in massive bribery and corruption, forcing patients who absolutely did not need surgery to undergo heart extractions. Furthermore, you've engaged in widespread academic fraud, framing your own colleagues, running predatory marketing schemes disguised as taking on disciples. The list of your atrocities is endless. Honestly, coming here to arrest you today, I feel like we're years too late. Take them all away. Dr. Montgomery was initially stunned, his hands completely limp on the floor. Then he erupted into hysterical, desperate screaming. No! I refuse to believe Secretary Chang has fallen. Gideon was so terrified he literally wet his pants. What do we do? They're actually doing this for real. The other aristocratic families were completely paralyzed with shock. The team leader had absolutely zero desire to look at them for another second. With a dark, grim expression, he waved his hand. The Montgomery family members, led by Dr. Montgomery, were dragged out like slaughtered pigs, including Julian, who was standing right next to him, getting caught in the crossfire, and was violently yanked out of the inner hall along with them. The entire atmosphere inside the manor completely shattered. Absolutely no one was thinking about medical consultations anymore. Their hearts were completely consumed by blind panic. The catastrophic fall of the Montgomery family was like a nuclear bomb, sending massive, terrifying shockwaves through the entire medical world, especially the aristocratic families. They were absolutely terrified to utter a single word. Some of the doctors without strong backgrounds began whispering nervously. Would the Montgomery family really perform random surgeries just to make money? Could there be some sort of massive misunderstanding here? There is no misunderstanding. Look at your phones. No one knew exactly who uploaded the video, but in a mere 10 minutes, this video had spread like a plague through every street and alleyway in Southbridge, not just playing on massive screens in shopping malls, or broadcasting in hospital waiting rooms. Even the secure network of the manor's inner hall had been completely hijacked. A video began projecting directly onto the massive wall. The video displayed an undeniable montage of Dr. Montgomery committing horrifying, illegal, and utterly depraved acts throughout his entire medical career. The video ended with a single, chilling sentence on a black screen. Luck seems to have never favored the poor. Montgomery family, how exactly do you plan to repay them for stealing their entire lives? Almost the exact second the video finished playing, it rocketed to the absolute #1 trending spot on every single major platform. The strike force's raid today was so incredibly fast and unexpected. No one had any idea how they had managed to uncover the Montgomery family's mountain of criminal evidence, and absolutely no one knew who exactly was behind that viral internet-breaking video. Even the strike force themselves were actively trying to figure it out. Inside the manor, the strike force team leader walked over to Old Master Vanguard. This incident happened incredibly suddenly. If we have caused any disturbance to this venue, I deeply hope Old Master Vanguard will forgive us. Old Master Vanguard smiled warmly. You are eliminating a massive evil for the people, performing an extraordinary public service. How could this possibly be considered a disturbance? The team leader shook his head. I truly never imagined that a place as small as Southbridge would dare to harbor such horrifying atrocities, treating human lives like absolute grass. Old Master Vanguard's gaze swept across the trembling aristocratic families in the hall. It is indeed profoundly terrifying in hindsight. The team leader's tone carried immense, deep respect. You possess vast experience and have seen the world. Your glorious achievements are countless. Is there truly anything that can still terrify you? Healers devoid of benevolence are the ultimate waking nightmare for the families of every single patient. Old Master Vanguard's commanding aura remained undiminished. The team leader seemed to suddenly remember the Vanguard family's specific young miss. He paused slightly and said, Old Master Vanguard, perhaps this medical seminar should be postponed to another day. The murky waters of Southbridge are far from settled. His words were subtle but clear. Old Master Vanguard understood exactly what he meant, his facial expression remaining perfectly calm. After the strike force team departed, Old Master Vanguard pondered for a brief moment. Finally he smiled. Everyone, you have all witnessed the situation. Today is highly unsuitable for medical consultations. We shall continue this seminar on another day. After witnessing such a catastrophic event, indeed, absolutely no one had the mood or mental capacity to treat patients anymore. Regarding the strike force's massive raid today, the current head of the Vanguard family, Seraphina, had actually known about it in advance. Otherwise, the operation wouldn't have gone so flawlessly smooth. The strike force personnel even made a specific point to go and personally thank her. Seraphina, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, stood in the glass conservatory at the absolute peak of the manor, looking down over the entire sprawling estate. Team leader Yuan, there is no need to be so polite. The Vanguard family's security isn't perfectly impenetrable either. Our systems were also hijacked. My subordinates are simply incompetent. Team leader Yuan was a highly seasoned veteran. The whistleblower this time has an incredibly powerful background. Their methods are utterly ruthless, and they are absolute masters of network intrusion. We have already sent out an official request, contacting the Red Hacker Alliance, to see if they can track this person down, so even your team couldn't trace who did it. Seraphina slowly rolled the blood-red prayer beads on her wrist, a faint, mesmerizing smile curling on her lips. How fascinating. After the strike force team finally left, the door to the glass conservatory was pushed open. Old Master Vanguard, dressed in his tang suit, appeared in the doorway, blowing his beard high in the air. I knew you wretched girl, were involved in this. Nothing escapes your all-seeing eyes, Grandpa. Seraphina walked over to support the old man, laughing softly in a low, husky tone. Old Master Vanguard curled his lip. Enough, stop acting so perfectly obedient. You know the fragile state of your own body. If supporting me is exhausting, then let go. I've been regulating my health quite well these past 2 days. Seraphina was naturally extremely sensitive to the cold. As she spoke, she coughed lightly, the familiar itch rising in her throat, suddenly reminding her of the medicinal candy a certain someone had fed her that day. It seemed she really needed to find some free time to visit that medical clinic again. It had been 3 days. Who knows if that person even remembered her as a patient anymore? Meanwhile, outside the inner hall, I, having already walked out, was dealing with Leo's frantic chattering with my eyes, while my hands were busy rapidly typing a message on my phone hidden in my pocket. The content was incredibly brief. It was sent directly to Silas. Just a single urgent sentence: the Vanguard family is interfering. Evacuate immediately. When Silas received this urgent warning, he was still sitting by the side of the road, aggressively devouring pork buns, stuffing his cheeks so full he looked like a chipmunk. He immediately executed a flawless digital wipe, not leaving a single microscopic trace of his presence behind, and absolutely no one could have ever imagined that the terrifying mastermind who caused absolute panic in Southbridge and broke the internet actually looked like this. Simultaneously, in the manor's external reception hall, the wealthy housewives of Southbridge were still gossiping. Beatrice had clearly become the absolute center of attention. Yes, my son, Montgomery's newly accepted, most prized disciple. A wealthy housewife showered her with praise. You truly are amazing at raising children. My son is completely useless compared to yours. Beatrice laughed smugly. Julian really doesn't require any effort from me. He attends a top university in the capital city. The capital city? The women in the circle were instantly dying of envy. Just as she was bragging away, Julian stumbled out. His arms were firmly gripped by bodyguards. His hair was a complete, messy disaster, and his face was painted with absolute pure terror. Mom! Julian originally had tears welling up in his eyes, but seeing all the high society housewives staring at him, he instantly suppressed his panic and masked his emotions. Beatrice immediately shot up from her seat, her voice shrill and deafening. Julian! What happened to you? Why did you come out here all by yourself? Where is your master? Julian desperately grabbed her hand, lowering his voice to an urgent, frantic whisper. Mom! We need to go home. We'll talk about it there. Beatrice wasn't completely brainless. She instantly realized a massive disaster had occurred. She turned to the wealthy housewives and lied through her teeth. This poor child's chronic anemia is acting up again. I need to take him home immediately. The wealthy housewives exchanged highly skeptical looks. Who do you think you're fooling? Anemia? Yeah, right. He probably got brutally eliminated from the competition early. Julian was an absolute master at reading a room. He immediately let his body go completely limp, collapsing into Beatrice's arms. Mom, I can't breathe, but don't worry. I didn't embarrass you in there. The consultations are completely over. Something massive happened. It's absolutely impossible for the consultations to continue. You have to admit, Julian was incredibly cunning. He knew exactly how to analyze a chaotic situation. Within less than 5 minutes, the grand doors of the inner hall were thrown wide open, and the renowned physicians began slowly, silently trickling out. Only then did the wealthy housewives all stand up, completely ignoring the Yi family mother and son. Julian seized the perfect opportunity to drag his mother and sprint away. The two of them were panting heavily, running the entire way back. Julian absolutely refused to lose face in public. Beatrice's carefully applied makeup was completely ruined. What on earth happened? Seeing that no one was around, Julian finally whispered in a trembling voice. The Montgomery family has completely collapsed. Master has been arrested. Are we going to be implicated? What? Beatrice lost her footing and nearly face-planted onto the pavement, screaming at the top of her lungs. How could Dr. Montgomery be arrested? Our entire family invested so much blood, sweat, and money into him. Just your father alone bribed him with $1 million inside and out. We even stole that old hag's heavenly heart herb to give to him. How the hell could he fall? Before Beatrice could even finish her screaming tirade, Julian violently clamped a hand over her mouth. Mom, keep your voice down. Right now, every single person in Southbridge is desperately trying to cut ties with the Montgomery family. That $1 million, consider it gone forever. You absolutely must not mention it again. You're right. We absolutely cannot be connected to the Montgomery family right now. Beatrice's eyes darted around in pure panic. She needed to relay this catastrophic news to her own maiden family immediately. The Yi family definitely didn't have the qualifications to interact with Secretary Chang. But her maiden family's connections were a different story entirely. Thank goodness her family was based in the capital city. There was always a way to dodge the fallout. Julian didn't notice her panic-stricken daydreaming. His mind was entirely consumed by a completely different obsession. Mom, just how good are Grandma's medical skills exactly? Today, inside the inner hall, I saw that my brother looked like a completely different person. I've told you 1,000,000 times. He is not your brother. Beatrice seemed entirely unable to stomach the fact that she once had a fake son like Finnick, her voice growing shrill and loud again. Julian, you're still young. You don't understand that once a person becomes dirt poor, they will use any desperate tactic to latch onto you like a leech. You say he's changed? That's nothing but a pathetic survival act to scrape by. Julian furrowed his brow. But he genuinely knows medicine. Earlier, even old Master Vanguard personally came out to validate him. Beatrice jerked back in shock. Are you saying the Vanguard family chose him? Julian shook his head. No, they didn't. He was grouped with the Lancaster family. It was that Lancaster family young master who really stood out. Beatrice let out a cruel, mocking laugh. Oh, so he just latched onto the Lancaster family. I really underestimated that dirt-poor old hag. On her deathbed, she's actually willing to cash in on her old connections. Julian's eyes darted rapidly. So Grandma's medical skills actually are quite formidable, right? Beatrice sneered coldly. She treated a patient to death. Even if she has a shred of skill, her reputation in this circle is completely, utterly destroyed. Only the Lancaster family would bother giving her an ounce of face, Julian. Beatrice aggressively grabbed his hand. Don't you worry about him. Even if the Lancaster family backs him up, that old hag will never amount to anything. Right now, our most absolute critical priority is to figure out a way to reconnect with the Vanguard family. Julian lifted his eyes. I actually have a plan. Beatrice's eyes lit up like fireworks. What is it? Julian averted his gaze, looking incredibly innocent. I deliberately didn't take the heavenly heart herb with me. I left it behind at the Vanguard Manor. I was thinking this would give me a perfect excuse to go back inside the manor later. Mom, is it bad of me to do something like this? Oh, my precious, brilliant son, how could this possibly be bad? You are so incredibly smart. Beatrice looked at Julian with overwhelming, toxic pride. How could that fake brat ever compare to you? Your IQs aren't even in the same stratosphere. Hearing her bring up Finnick again, the hidden depths of Julian's eyes flashed with a lethal, venomous hatred, making it absolutely impossible to guess his true thoughts. Beatrice had no idea why her precious son cared so deeply about that fake brat. To keep him entirely focused on the Vanguard family, she used every ounce of her energy to ruthlessly degrade Finnick. However, at the exact same moment, as I was just preparing to leave the manor with Leo and the others, I was respectfully stopped by the Vanguard family's men in black suits. Their demeanor was incredibly polite, courteous, even bordering on deep reverence. Young Mr. Finnick, please wait, our miss would like to invite you inside. Your miss? Caspian's eyes widened to the size of tennis balls in sheer shock. Why is Miss Vanguard looking for him? This single sentence caused all the people who hadn't left yet to immediately turn their heads back. Did they hear that correctly? The Vanguard family's miss is actually seeking out that fake young master? The man in the black suit remained completely stoic. There is an item belonging to the Yi family. That needs to be returned. Under the guidance of the bodyguard, I quickly arrived at a private study. The bodyguard pushed the heavy oak door open. Young Mr. Finnick, please, step inside. I strolled leisurely into the study. There was absolutely no one inside. The room was filled with a vast, empty aura of scholarly elegance. However, on a screen mounted to one side, it was actively broadcasting a live feed of the inner hall, meaning that prior to this, the Vanguard family's miss had been sitting right here, watching every single move we made in the inner hall like a hawk. She truly has some terrifying methods. I curled my lip into a smirk. The water on the exquisite tea tray was still warm. A half-finished game of Go sat on the board. It was obvious the master of the room had been called away urgently, leaving the game completely unfinished. I didn't make any sudden or dramatic moves. I simply glanced at the wooden brocade box sitting dead center on the table. Resting on top of the box was a piece of gold-stamped paper. The handwriting on it was elegant, flowing like water and clouds. Young Mr. Finnick, please take what is yours. Take what is mine? A deeply playful, amused light sparked in my eyes. I knew exactly what was inside that wooden box. It was the heavenly heart herb the Montgomery family had violently stolen, and the items sitting outside the wooden box were also meant for me to take. A solid black card, a premium deer antler, and a massive ancient string of wild ginseng. I slightly raised my chin, locking eyes directly with the security camera mounted in the corner. I casually picked up the wooden box and didn't touch a single other item. However, I did take a liking to the premium Dianhong black tea the master had brewed, so I poured myself a cup and casually ate a piece of osmanthus cake sitting on a delicate porcelain plate. After doing consultations all day, it was the perfect snack to line my stomach. While eating, I looked down and picked out a fountain pen and scribbled a quick reply onto that gold-stamped paper. Thank you for the hospitality. I only take what rightfully belongs to me. Also, the dessert was excellent. As repayment, allow me to remind Miss Vanguard of one thing. Prolonged exposure to the scent of that medicine is highly toxic. After finishing writing, I grabbed the wooden box and confidently strode out the door. Shortly after I left, a slender silhouette slowly walked into the room. Miss! The bodyguard stepped closer. Young Mr. Finnick didn't take anything else. He only took the heavenly heart herb. Young Mr. Finnick. Seraphina raised a delicate eyebrow. So his name is Finnick. She walked deeper into the study, taking off the prayer beads from her wrist with a side glance. Her deep eyes swept across the remaining items on the table. Her voice flat and cold. He drank the tea. Hearing this, the bodyguard was instantly terrified. Miss, we haven't had the time to replace these sets yet. I will dispose of them immediately. Everyone knew their miss absolutely despised anyone touching her personal tea sets. This was entirely the bodyguard's fault. He never imagined someone would actually have the sheer audacity to not only drink tea from the miss's personal cup, but also eat the miss's afternoon dessert. Seraphina had already picked up the piece of gold-stamped paper. No need. Leave it be. The tea was just freshly brewed. It would be a pity to throw it away. The bodyguard violently flinched in shock. He seriously started doubting if his ears were malfunctioning. Then he quickly added, then that plate of osmanthus cake. Young Mr. Finnick seems to have touched that too. Should this subordinate instruct the pastry chef to make an oath? No need. Seraphina picked up a financial report sitting to the side, her expression unreadable and light. He didn't touch the other side. The bodyguard wanted to rip his own hair out in confusion. He was desperately trying to figure out if his miss was actually furious or not. Seraphina seemed to see right through his panicked thoughts, her gaze turning icy cold. Jax, remember, he is my guest. The bodyguard's heart trembled violently. Yes, miss. Seraphina withdrew her gaze, her voice lazy and commanding. Throw away that medicinal incense. Orion walked in and happened to catch that exact sentence. Miss, you absolutely cannot throw this away. Orion moved to block Jax's hand. This is something the eldest miss went to great lengths to acquire for you. It's incredibly rare medicinal incense. Seraphina's gaze swept over him, and she flicked the piece of paper right at him. Read it yourself. Prolonged exposure to the scent of that medicine is highly toxic. Orion frowned deeply, squinting hard at the paper. This handwriting is way too messy and chaotic. Seraphina raised her hand and took a sip of tea. Only after drinking did she seem to remember something. Her fingertips paused, staring intently at the teacup. He wrote it! Orion obviously knew exactly who he was. His voice instantly shot up an octave. The young miracle doctor said this? Then we absolutely must believe him. I'll throw this garbage out right this second. Jax maintained an expressionless face. The young miracle doctor. The young miracle doctor she waited an entire day for. Was actually this young Mr. Finnick? After Orion disposed of the medicinal incense, his heart was still filled with lingering doubts. Miss, for the young miracle doctor to leave such a specific direct warning doesn't seem like his usual style of doing things. Seraphina's fingers slowly traced the rim of the teacup. Suddenly, she poured the remaining water out. Unless that medicinal incense is not only useless, but actively lethal. But this item was acquired by eldest sister. Eldest sister would never harm her. Seraphina looked out the window, her ancient, deep pool-like eyes growing darker and darker. 6 o'clock, right at the peak of rush hour. The roads were completely jammed with cars coming and going. Clearwater Alley, however, wasn't congested with traffic, but it was packed with people gossiping. Did you guys hear? The doctors at that massive hospital across the street got hauled away by the feds. Mrs. Higgins had just returned from buying groceries. Isn't that the Montgomery family that came here looking for trouble last time? I honestly think they deliberately came here, just to bully Grandma Yi on purpose. I completely agree. The news is all over it now. That entire family is a nest of absolute parasites. So many innocent patients suffered horribly because of them. They aggressively crushed their peers in the industry too. Grandma Yi must have been one of their victims. Mrs. Higgins looked around at the group. Now you all know the truth. Last time, right in front of Finnick, every single one of you had way too much to say. Grandma Yi has lived here with us for so long. Has she ever caused a single problem? Before, when my stomach was killing me, I couldn't even afford the medicine from that massive hospital. Grandma Yi just boiled me some millet soup, added some herbs, I don't even know what they were, and guaranteed I'd be completely cured for $50. Right in the middle of their discussion, they saw me carrying a wooden box, walking back down the alley. Mrs. Higgins, what's guaranteed to be cured for $50? The crowd gathered around looked incredibly awkward. Well, we just wanted to say we're incredibly sorry to your grandma. Mrs. Higgins glanced at the old neighbors. They just have thin skin. They're too embarrassed to walk through the door. I smiled warmly. We're running a clinic here. Everyone is welcome to walk in anytime. Then you absolutely have to tell your grandma to give my neck a proper massage. I haven't been here in a few days, and it's swollen and aching again. I agreed happily and pushed the clinic door open. That night, the alley was filled with the mouth-watering scent of home-cooked meals. It was glaringly obvious that today the old lady was happier than she had been in a very long time. She wore her reading glasses, her hands pressing firmly into the neighbor's shoulders, executing incredibly focused, expert massages. Whenever a patient said they felt better, she would break into a massive, joyful smile. After Mrs. Higgins and everyone else finally left, I helped the old lady pack up the equipment. Grandma, let's officially reopen the Serenity Clinic and run it properly. Hearing this, Grandma Yi's expression froze. Finnick, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Suddenly, I spoke casually, without a care in the world. Grandma, I'm about to take the vocational to university entrance exam. I need some real-world, hands-on clinical experience, and I need to build a solid foundation. Grandma Yi pondered for a moment and said, the university entrance exam is indeed incredibly important. So you treating patients, and me watching and learning by your side, is the absolute best method of studying. Besides, Silas eats a massive amount. If we don't make more money, we won't be able to feed him. Silas, who was currently aggressively devouring a pork bun, worked his jaw, his ears perked up, and he nodded vigorously in absolute agreement. Grandma Yi's mind wandered a bit further. Then she suddenly asked, Finnick, when you went to the Vanguard family for consultations today, did something happen? I didn't hide anything from the old lady. Yes, right in the middle of our consultation, a massive squad of agents stormed in and dragged several members of the Montgomery family away. It looked incredibly severe. They arrested people right in front of all of you, without any prior warning or rumors? I nodded. Grandma Yi fell into a deep silence for a moment. Then she looked at the wooden box I had brought back. All these years, the Montgomery family has acted with absolute impunity in Southbridge, treating human lives as utterly worthless. This time, it truly is the heavens opening their eyes, delivering the punishment they so desperately deserved. Grandma Yi leaned heavily on her crutches and stood up. Whether or not to reopen the Serenity Clinic, I need to think about it very carefully. I smiled and said, Grandma, there's no rush. It's just that when there are more good doctors, the number of bad doctors will naturally decrease. Don't you agree? Grandma Yi paused. You're absolutely right. I've lived more than half my life, and I still haven't seen things as clearly as our Finnick. I stopped precisely there, not forcing the old lady to make an immediate decision, instead giving her the space for her own internal ideological struggle. After all, treating a patient to death, for a doctor who genuinely wants to save lives, is an incredibly horrific, paralyzing trauma to overcome. Deep into the night, after the old lady had gone to sleep, Silas took his pile of seemingly useless scrap metal and with a few sharp clicks and clacks, assembled it into a fully functional mini laptop. I looked at the final location his tracking had pinpointed, raising an eyebrow. The people who framed Grandma all those years ago aren't in Southbridge, they're in the capital city. Silas nodded emphatically. I stood beneath the ancient tree, rubbing a locust flower between my fingers, my eyes deep and turbulent like a stormy sea. The capital city. It truly has been a very long time since I've been back there. I flicked the crushed flower into my teacup, my face calm and indifferent. No rush. Let's wait until Grandma officially reopens the Serenity Clinic first. Silas dragged over a rocking chair and a stone stool, sitting down in the courtyard. Then he raised his hands and signed rapidly. You want to restore Grandma's confidence in saving lives? I raised an eyebrow, revealing a profoundly meaningful smirk. It's not just for Grandma. You need to start going to school too. And you seriously need to dye your hair. Haven't you noticed the white streaks starting to show? Hearing this, Silas violently jolted in shock, instantly sitting bolt upright, completely ignoring the premium wild ginseng sitting next to him, signing furiously and aggressively. My tone left absolutely zero room for argument. No, there is absolutely no work you can do here. If we really reopen the Serenity Clinic, having you around is literally child labor. If we get inspected, the clinic will be shut down. If our home is gone, where are you going to get free food and drinks? Furthermore, what kind of 11-year-old kid doesn't go to school? Silas instantly looked like all the joy had been sucked out of his soul, displaying absolute intense hatred for the concept of school. I looked right at him. We also need to resolve your household registration issues. If you go to school here in Southbridge, I'm genuinely terrified you'll give the teachers a heart attack. We're going to the capital city. It's a land of brilliant minds and extraordinary talent. It's perfect for you. Silas's tiger-like eyes instantly lit up like spotlights. The capital city? Time to cause absolute chaos. I didn't bother correcting his wildly destructive mindset, withdrawing my gaze. I casually tossed my black backpack to him. Let's get to work. Silas nodded sharply, casually grabbed a small shovel, and under the cover of the pitch-black night, the two of us headed out. Our target, the deep, untouched mountains of Southbridge. Since we planned to completely revitalize the Serenity Clinic, we absolutely could not be lacking in high-quality medicinal herbs. Southbridge was located right on the border of two major provinces. The climate was incredibly humid, and the underbrush was dense. If you could dig up rare wild mushrooms, you could naturally dig up other incredible things. For example, wild lingji mushrooms and wild ginseng. These two were Silas's absolute favorites. He literally just sniffed them out like a bloodhound. Normally, finding 3 or 4 wild ginseng roots was considered incredibly lucky. The two of us went out and completely strip-mined half a mountain in one night. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the absolute most luxurious Caesar Hotel in the center of Southbridge, the strike force was still actively investigating, and finally, they managed to lock onto a general location. Orion was right there among them. Miss, we have news. Seraphina's cold, indifferent eyes shifted over. It's located not far from the city center, roughly 20 kilometers. Take the highway, then head north. Speaking up to this point, Orion's voice trailed off into nothing. It's a completely wild, undeveloped mountain. Hearing this, Seraphina withdrew her gaze and slowly stood up from the designer's sofa. She casually twirled the prayer beads, the corners of her eyes curling into a faint, practically invisible arc. Call them all back. Team leader Yuan was incredibly frustrated. He really wanted to go dig through the security cameras in that area. Seraphina's back was freezing cold and elegant. Do not waste your energy on futile efforts. Team leader Yuan finally gave up. Fortunately, the evidence against the Montgomery family was absolute ironclad proof. Their primary mission this time wasn't to track down the anonymous whistleblower anyway. Otherwise, how would they ever find them? The other party was clearly just playing games with them. The next day, the sunlight was absolutely perfect. I hadn't even gotten out of bed yet when the sound of hammering and construction started outside the clinic. It wasn't until Grandma Yi came to knock on my door. Finnick, today is Thursday. Why haven't you gone to school? I finally managed to make myself look presentable and took large strides out of the room. I don't have any classes this morning. Grandma Yi seemed to completely see right through my pathetic excuse. Looking down, she fumbled for her archaic flip phone. You scored dead last in your class last semester. Your teacher said if your grades look like this again this semester, they're calling the parents. No, this won't do. I absolutely have to find you an after-school tutor. While Grandma Yi was actively dialing a number, the wind chimes hanging on the front door jingled cheerfully, signaling that a customer had walked in. I turned my head toward the sound. It was my patient whom I hadn't seen in 3 days. Standing tall and elegantly in the doorway, her breathtakingly cold and beautiful face, looking as if she had just heard something highly amusing. Her delicate eyebrow quirked upward, then she tilted her head slightly, looking at me with a suppressing smile, her expression clearly saying, "So you scored dead last. How embarrassing." I felt absolutely zero shame whatsoever. I just lifted my chin toward Seraphina standing in the doorway. "Come on in." Orion trailed closely behind his miss, his face still painted with absolute shock. Are the young miracle doctor's grades genuinely that catastrophic? Seeing that it was completely impossible to explain myself, I simply gave up trying to explain altogether. Why haven't you come by for the past 2 days? Seraphina raised a hand, coughing lightly, carrying that familiar distinct scent of medicinal herbs. I've been a bit busy. You haven't been resting well. I looked directly at her face. It wasn't a question. It was an absolute statement of fact. Orion immediately jumped in. Miss didn't go to sleep until 5 a.m. yesterday. Today her body just completely gave out. She's been coughing nonstop. Seraphina shot him a cold, silencing glare. Orion instantly snapped his mouth shut. I let out a lazy yawn. Patients need to rest properly, eat more, sleep more. That's the only way your immune system can repair itself. Seraphina flicked her prayer beads, her eyelids drooping slightly. You look like you need more rest than I do. I slouched heavily into the rocking chair, speaking with a lazy, exhausted drawl. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I kept having dreams about being chased. I honestly have no idea how the other guy has so much insane energy to keep running. Hearing this, Orion scratched the back of his head in sheer confusion. Miss is chasing people down in reality, and the young miracle doctor is dreaming about being chased. This is an incredibly bizarre, inexplicable coincidence. I, however, didn't make the connection at all. Just listening to the woman's ragged breathing, I reached out and placed my fingers on her pulse, my brows instantly knitting together tightly. My sudden, abrupt action. Seraphina didn't try to avoid it. The two of us were incredibly close. so close that when she lowered her eye, my fingertips lingered on her wrist for a few seconds longer than necessary. The chaotic, erratic rhythm of her pulse told a story of severe overexertion. "You didn't just stay up late," I said, my voice dropping its usual lazy drawl, replaced by a cold clinical strictness. "You used a massive amount of mental energy. Your heart rate is compensating for extreme fatigue." Seraphina didn't pull her hand away. She simply looked at me, her deep eyes reflecting the morning light filtering through the clinic's window. "There was a pest problem," she replied smoothly, her voice a low, raspy whisper. "I had to deploy some resources to track down a rather elusive little fox who broke into the Vanguard network." Hearing the word fox, I didn't even blink. I just casually reached into my medical kit and pulled out a silver needle. "Next time you go hunting foxes, remember that your physical vessel is made of glass, not steel. If it shatters, not even the Vanguard family's wealth can buy you a new one." With a swift, precise motion, I tapped the needle into the Shenman acupoint on her wrist. Seraphina let out a very faint, almost inaudible exhale as the soothing warmth spread through her meridians, forcibly calming her racing heart. "You are moving to the capital city," she stated suddenly, completely ignoring my lecture. It wasn't a question. I raised an eyebrow, applying a second needle to the back of her hand. "News travels fast in your circles." "I am merely observant," she smiled faintly, the pale exhaustion on her face easing slightly. "The Serenity Clinic's sign outside is already being taken down, and considering your grandma's history, the capital city is the only place where she can truly clear her name." "You're right," I chuckled softly, leaning back into my rocking chair. "I have a university entrance exam to ace, a little mute apprentice to throw into middle school, and a few old scores to settle. Southbridge is too small of a pond." Seraphina slowly rolled her prayer beads with her free hand. "The capital city is a deep ocean, young Mr. Finnick. There are sharks hiding in the dark." I know, my pitch-black eyes met hers, radiating absolute unwavering confidence. "I'm the megalodon." For a brief moment, the corners of Seraphina's lips curled into a genuine, breathtaking smile. "Then when you arrive, the Vanguard family expects you to honor your medical duties. I will be waiting for my primary attending physician." 3 months later, the capital city. The transition was smoother than anyone expected. I had casually walked into the National Vocational to University entrance exams and, to the absolute horror of my former teachers in Southbridge, scored a flawless perfect mark. Capital Medical University, the most prestigious medical institution in the country, practically begged me to enroll. I accepted, mostly because their campus was surprisingly close to the new, highly upgraded location of the Serenity Clinic. Grandma Yi's name had been completely cleared. The files Silas and I had dumped onto the federal servers not only dismantled the Montgomery family, but also unearthed the original unaltered medical records from a decade ago. It proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Montgomery patriarch had swapped Grandma Yi's prescriptions to cover up his own fatal surgical error. Now the Serenity Clinic stood in a quiet, highly exclusive alley in the heart of the capital city. It didn't have a flashy neon sign, but the line of luxury cars parked outside every morning spoke volumes. Tonight, however, I wasn't at the clinic. I was wearing a perfectly tailored black suit, standing on the second-floor balcony of the Chin family's grand estate. Down below, the grandest banquet of the decade was taking place. Grandpa Sterling had finally pieced together the puzzle. It didn't take a genius to run a DNA test on the hair I had accidentally left behind on his hospital pillow in Southbridge. Tonight was the official announcement, the return of the Chin family's 7th young master. I swirled the sparkling water in my glass, looking down at the absolute circus in the main hall. Through the sheer power of shameless networking, Beatrice and Julian Yi had somehow managed to scrounge an invitation to the outer edges of the banquet. They were currently trying, and failing, to suck up to Rosalind Thorne, who was busy ignoring them. "They still think you're a fraud, you know." A cool, melodious voice broke my train of thought. I didn't need to turn around to know it was Seraphina. She walked onto the balcony, dressed in a stunning, midnight blue evening gown. Her complexion was noticeably healthier, the sickly pallor replaced by a faint, natural rosiness. Months of my meticulous acupuncture and customized herbal diets were finally pulling her back from the edge of the abyss. "Let them think what they want," I replied lazily, leaning against the marble railing. "In about 5 minutes, Barnaby is going to announce my name on that stage. I kind of want to record Beatrice's face when she realizes the dirt-poor country bumpkin she kicked out is the sole heir to the Qin Empire." Seraphina stood beside me, the faint scent of her premium perfume mixing with the lingering herbal notes she always carried. "You are incredibly vindictive, Miracle Doctor. I prefer the term karmically efficient," I smirked. Down below, the lights dimmed. Grandpa Sterling, looking decades younger and completely vibrant, stepped up to the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the Chin family is finally whole again." I watched Julian's face stretch into a mask of pure envy as he looked toward the stage, dreaming of the kind of wealth he could only ever desperately scheme for. "I present to you, my grandson, Chin Finnick." The spotlight violently swung upward, illuminating the balcony where I stood. The entire grand hall gasped collectively. I saw Beatrice drop her champagne flute. It shattered against the marble floor, but she didn't even flinch. Her face turned a horrifying shade of gray, her mouth hanging open in sheer unadulterated terror. Julian staggered backward, clutching his chest as if he had just been shot. The realization that he had spent his entire life trying to step on a dragon disguised as a beggar finally shattered his fragile ego into a million unrecoverable pieces. Even Rosalind Thorne looked up, her eyes wide with a mixture of profound regret and disbelief. I didn't give them a second glance. They were no longer characters in my story. They were just dust left behind in Southbridge. I turned away from the railing and looked at Seraphina. Shall we go down? Grandpa is going to throw a fit if I don't go cut the cake. Seraphina gracefully rested her hand on the crook of my arm. Her deep, mesmerizing eyes locked onto mine. There was no arrogance, no superiority, just the quiet understanding between two people who stood at the absolute pinnacle of their respective worlds. Lead the way, Megalodon, she whispered, a rare, teasing smile playing on her lips. As we walked down the grand staircase together, the whispers of the crowd faded into white noise. The Heavenly Medical Pavilion was thriving in the shadows, the Serenity Clinic was saving lives in the light, and the girl beside me was slowly beating the Grim Reaper, one heartbeat at a time. My legend in Southbridge was over. But my reign in the capital city? It had only just begun.